Rico is stupid. Okay. So we got a lot to get through. Some stuff I have to repeat because it is YouTube. I got a lot of work to do. Hello to some of y'all who have come early because I am live early. So I may go through some of the pop culture stuff first. I don't know. Let's see what we can come up with. Let me see. Let me checks. All right. So we got a few things to talk about. So first, let's talk about my 2K tournament that's coming up very soon. Okay. So I'm gonna get the rules set for the 2K tournament. I'm also going to find. I want everybody to stream their matches via Twitch so that I can see them, or at least most people can see them, so that we can have a fair shot at the tournament, and we can make sure everybody can see it, and it's not just you and your opponent. Nobody can claim anything cheated or glitched. If it glitched out, we'll restart the match. You'll start all over again. But I'm just saying, we'll be able to have an easier time if we can stream it to Twitch or YouTube or wherever that proves you won this match. That way we don't have no problems. Okay. So we have Brandi, Hiram's here, Brandi's here, Rico's always here. Catching up on NXT UK, cool. Hello, Aaliyah. Hi, Rico. Oh, you making pasta? Cool. What's up? Nika and Brandi got a lot. Brandi said hi to everybody, honey. She got the child just time. Let her. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You got plenty of time. Right now, we're gonna talk about the 2K stuff because that's easier, and then I'll move into the other conversation, and then I'll finish up with like pop culture stuff. So hopefully, I won't be on here too long. Goddamn it, because it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff to talk about.
Little monster coming here taking medicine.
Yeah, he took it. All right.
Oh, yeah.
So let's get this out the way first with the 2K stuff. So I'm not going to do the tournament. Hey, Joey. Or using bow tie pasta instead of angel hair. I hate angel hair pasta. So I'm glad you're not, because I hate angel hair pasta. Detest it. Do not recommend. Absolutely not. I've never used Asian hair pasta for anything. So if you missed it, or if you ain't really into gaming, which is fine, I hate angel hair pasta. I hate it. WWE 2K22 announced most of the roster's ratings. They gave you a few of the legends and a few of the former wrestlers that used to wrestle in WWE. And they gave you some of the ratings for some of the current roster. Excuse me. I'm so sorry about that. So I can give you guys some of them just to give you a little preview. Kane is an 82. Personally, I think that's a little high, but whatever works for you. I'm just gonna read them off and be done with it. Eddie Guerrero is a 90. Nikki Ash is an 82. Goldberg is 88. Carmella's a 79. Austin Theory is an 80. Kaylee Ray's 81. Shotzi is a 77. Rhea Ripley is 86. The other ones that they released and gave actual graphics for, Finn Balor's an 87. Io Shirai, sorry, is an 82. I don't know why I said Rio. My apologies. Um, Pete Dunne is an 81. Brock Lesnar is 94. Booker T is an 86. Dakota is a 79. Bret the Hitman Hart is a 91. And Jim Nivell is an 86. And Trish Stratus is an 88. There's a bunch of other releases. I think Charlotte was what, Jerry? Do you remember what Charlotte's number was? Was she like a 92?
90.
She was 90. Becky was 92. Becky's the highest ranked woman on the roster. Sasha's an 88. And what is Bailey? 86? Oh, Bailey's 88. So
Xavier was 86.
Xavier's an 86. Cesaro was like an 84.
83, I think, or 82, but I know Xavier
he got bumped his up, and Ricochet
was an 81 and got bumped up to 82.
Okay, so Ricochet is an 82. I can't. I'm feeling portrayed right now, but angel hair pasta is disgusting. I don't understand why you think that. EO and Kane are not in the same rank. Yes, they are, baby. Hold please. Becky has a higher rating than AJ Styles. Becky has the highest overall rating for the females. She is going to be the third highest rated superstar on this roster for WWE 2K22 because I don't remember them announcing Roman's, but if I recall, his was a 95.
But the fact that she was gone for a year.
And he's at a 95, and Becky is at a 92. Brock is the second highest rated, and he's at a 94. I think Seth's a 91, right?
Seth is a 91.
She's higher than Seth Rollins.
I don't like the fact that Bailey, and Sasha held it down the entire pandemic.
Right, and they got ranked lower than Becky.
They're not in the 90s.
No. Well, Sasha's in the 90s, isn't she?
Sasha's in 88.
It don't even make no sense. If we just going by accolades alone, they outrank her.
Yes.
Whatever. Live your best life.
Charlotte should have been a 92.
I think Charlotte definitely should have been a 92. Did I listen to Silk Sonic's new song, Love Train? First of all, yes. And second, can you call it new when it's like it's literally Come Function song and they just got the permission to remake it? So I don't call it new, but I have listened to it because I do like Silk Sonic. But I don't play it loud because my dad is a big Come Function fan. So, well, you're gonna have to wait. If you want to come in, you're gonna have to wait. My dad is a big Come Function fan, so I mean, I don't play it in case he don't like it because I really don't want to get cussed out. All right. Becky has a higher rating than AJ Styles. Drew and Bobby are at a 91. Yeah, Drew and Bobby are at a 91. Sometimes the rankings just don't mean anything to me anymore. And from what I hear, you can change that shit when you start the game. So it doesn't matter. I guess it matters, but it really doesn't. So, yeah, you're going to have to wait a bit because I haven't gotten to the topic yet that you want to talk about. So you're going to have to wait. And they go off what they did in 2020 and 2021. So it really doesn't make sense. Well, Becky just got back. If we going by that alone, she was gone at the beginning of 2020. Well, in April, she was out. She didn't come back until SummerSlam of 2021. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. But whatever floats your boat. I'm cooking pasta after spending 3 hours making a call, and then when I'm done, I'm going to spend 3 hours making another call. I don't see how y'all do that. After a while, I get tired of looking at the screen, and I will turn it off. Yes, I know it's a cover. It's dope, though, how they twist on it. I mean, I like the song. I don't have an issue with the song. I like the song. And I like hearing Anderson Paak and Bruno Mars sing the song together. It's just I've heard the original. I know the original. So it is what it is. It's fine. You can change the overalls if you buy the accelerator, which is usually included with the deluxe edition. Okay. And how is Lacey and Mandy in the 80s, but Naomi's in 79? In Naomi's in their defense, when it came to Naomi, she wasn't booked as regular as the other girls were.
She actually wasn't mad at her right either.
And I mean, it's lower than what is expected. Me personally, I would have put her above Nikki Ash, but Nikki Ash has more accolades than her. She's had more tenure on TV, more wrestling. It's a lot that gets included, and unfortunately for Naomi, she wasn't a focal point for quite some time. So I'm not really mad at her rating being 79 compared to some of the other girls because those girls were working, and that is not by her fault. It's just, you know, it's not her fault. Is the best way to explain it. She left in June. Money in the Bank. Okay. Money in the Bank was in May, not in June. Um, which is why I felt like they were so close. But Money in the Bank was in May in 2020. I thought Becky left in 2020. She did. If I said something else, I misspoke. She should have been ranked if it's based on the actions based in 2020 and 2021. I think she should have been ranked. Should she have been high up? Yes. She was a dual champion, first ever women's dual champion. She headlined WrestleMania. Becky has high accolades and high praise. I would have put Becky at like a 90, maybe 89, but I wouldn't have put her above Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair should have outranked 90% of the roster just based off of the titles she's had alone. And it just really it's just kind of fucked up. Like if you it sounds to me like your popularity plays a massive part in your ranking, which to me should it be part of it? Yes, but it shouldn't be the deciding controlling factor. But whatever works for you, I guess. All right, so let's get to some wrestling news. Shall we, ladies and gents? Yes. Yes, it's time for the messiness. The mess. The world has gone to shit the last couple of days. It's been some interesting combos around these parts. All right. Now, EC3 and Adam Shear are creating a wrestling company together. Apparently, they have partnered with someone to do live events with them. CYN Live is the one who is they're partnering with, and they've announced their first two live events on March 3rd or March 5th in Orlando, Florida, and March 31st in Dallas, Texas. And they say that a network TV deal announcement is imminent. This is relatively soon. They haven't had any shows or done anything yet. This is their first two live events, and they're talking about a TV deal is in the works. But here's what it says: the Control Your Narrative concept has manifested itself from an idea to a movement to a live touring televised wrestling company. It seems like they already got everything in the bag. I'm very curious as to where this is going to be televised. We collectively as wrestlers can no longer wait. We cannot wait on companies that answer only to shareholders. Shade. Companies where billionaires collect talent as toys. Double shade. Companies that fire their entire roster from mistakes their office made. Ooh, that's a lot of shade. Companies that are complacent in presentation. All talent featured on CYN have asked to be a part of the project. These competitors range from known to unknown in names like Matt Cordona, Moose, ooh, John John Schuyler, Matt Seidel, Marina Schaefer, Weston Blake, Matt Tavern, and more. On March 31st, CYN Dallas, the much anticipated debut of Killer Cross takes place. The one thing missing from CYN for CYN to become who are they supposed to be was a proper platform and television distribution and network distribution, and that has been achieved. ControlYourNarrative.co is what they are marketing themselves at. Now that's interesting because from the way this reads, it seems as though that EC3 and Adam Scherr have created their own company, their own wrestling company, and it is set to launch within the next couple of weeks. And a television network has taken them on to televise their show. It's very interesting to me. Um, Extremely interesting. Weird. It's a weird day. Tip, how was your day? It could have been better, but I'm here. That's all that matters. Hello, Aaron. Uh Republicans will give out money to anything these days. Listen, I'm all for people taking initiative and putting things in their own hands and not waiting for anybody to hand you anything. That shows drive, ambition, and you have obviously some semblance of intelligence to be able to pull something like this off. Now, they say they have a television deal. I don't know who the deal is with, but all I say is good luck, and I want to see what it's gonna look like on television, and how are you gonna pull it out? Because from the way this article read, the way that they was talking shit, they did dug at AEW and WWE. They didn't leave nobody out. They went at everybody's necks here. Okay, they was like, we ain't no toys for no billionaire to play with. And I was like, ooh, that's Tony Khan right there. Oh, and I was like, yeah. Then we don't wait where where they fire talent just because the mistakes your office is made. And I'm like, oh, that's Vincent Cole. That was dirt and tea. Okay, that's a mess. That is a whole ass mess, honey. Well, first of all, let's be real. Um, Here's what I hope. First of all, I hope, Adam, that you have acquired some more wrestling skill. I don't think you need to know how to wrestle in order to run a wrestling company, but I do think you need to have some more humility to run a wrestling company so you can at least have some respect for the people who may or may not be wrestling for you. Because from what I hear, the way you have behaved on the indies, I if I was an indie wrestler and I was, getting the residual of your attitude and your bullshit, I wouldn't work with you. That's just me. It just sounds like a bunch of y'all are friends and y'all decided to create a wrestling company, which is fine in the grand scheme of things if it works out. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure that when you invest in something, that you put your whole heart into it and you're not just doing it out of spite. Because just by this damn message alone, this is spiteful. And I can understand how EC3 feels, how Adam feels, how a lot of wrestlers feel when they get fired and things are not going your way. But if you're gonna go into business, just know that your ass is probably gonna have to do some shit like what you've seen the other wrestling companies do if you don't keep your shit tight and keep it right. Karma's a bitch, especially for you, Adam, specifically, because I remember when you was talking mad shit about a lot of wrestlers who was released and your ass was at the top of the company collecting checks. You didn't say nothing. You didn't say nothing to at least encourage them. Now you was talking mad shit. Now that the shoe's on the other foot, it's billionaires and businesses that's making mistakes. Now you understand where those guys were coming from. See, the Lord have a way of humbling you real quick, like. So you have to be careful of how you speak. is my point. Okay? Now, as far as EC3 goes, he's a different story. While I believe EC3 could have been great, had he been given the opportunity, he wasn't. So he went back to what did make him great, which was Impact and various other places. And he has a good creative mind, which is unfortunate because WWE could use somebody like EC3. But with all that being said, I'd rather he be somewhere where he can do what he wants to do creatively and come up with something amazing than to be stuck in the cog and not be able to spread his wings like he wants. So, what I'll say to that is good luck. And I hope it works out for you and for the wrestlers that you are housing. But since you got Moose over there, TT will not be watching. But I will tell you good luck. Because I don't fuck with mush mouth bitch. I don't do that. So have fun, enjoy, have a good time, okay? But I won't be there. Okay, I won't I won't be there. I won't be there. So let's move on. Shall we? We shall. We shall. All right. Where are we at? What did I want to pull up? What is this? No, that's the Hazel-E stuff. Oh, children. All right, so let's talk about the MLW lawsuit, okay? So, MLW has a lawsuit against WWE. We all, if you don't know, now you know. I'm telling you now. Their lawsuit claims that WWE um interfered with multiple deals that they had, one with Tubi TV, one with Vice TV, and caused and encouraged both companies to drop them, and it's essentially cost them money. Um, so let's get into the logistics. Now I've talked about this before, and hold on, y'all. Hold tight, y'all. I gotta get this thing situated so I can make sure I give you the right information. Okay, so the MLW lawsuit pretty much lays out that WWE was stifling their bag. Essentially, they stopped them from getting money from two streaming deals, one from Vice and one from Tubi TV. Now, you got to ask yourself, how does this factor into WWE in any way, shape, or form? Simple. Vice TV does Dark Side of the Ring. They essentially use the wrestlers as well as content from WWE to show the show and give you aspects or clips of what happened during the time, i.e., Plane Ride from Hell, Brawl for All, um, the Benoit story, the whole nine. Okay, which some of that content WWE owns, even under the Fair Use Act, because they're using so much of it. They would have to get permission, I would believe, from them for something. If that's what that's the narrative MLW is spinning, that WWE and Vice had some little coup going on. And once WWE saw that Vice was getting a TV deal, they swooped in and told Vice, hey, we're not going to give you permission to use our stuff if you utilize MLW and let them run on your network, which I'm going to get to them on Vice in a second. Same thing happened with Tubi TV. Now you got to be asking yourself too, why would they be worried about Tubi TV? Tubi TV is a subsidiary of Fox. So now you have a situation where they're working. Hold, please. Anyways, so With all that being said, they are alluding to the fact that WWE talked to Fox and somehow got Fox to cut the deal with Tubi TV. And they also are saying that they lost XYZ amount of dollars on the Tubi deal and they lost XYZ amount of dollars on the Vice deal. Here's where it gets a little sticky with MLW. MLW essentially also had their stuff streamed on Vice Network. They had like 2 episodes stream on Vice Network. I remember it because I saw it. They were there. They were on the network. As far as Tubi is concerned, no, they didn't get the deal with Tubi. But here's where it gets a little weird. Vice, well, MLW has requested that they seal the financial records of the Tubi deal from prying eyes. So the only people who would know about the Tubi deal is those involved with the case and the judge. Like, that's it. Those are the only ones who would be privy to this deal are those people, because usually what would happen is the depositions would come out and the full case file would come out online and everybody could just pull it up and comb through it and see for themselves. Well, because that aspect of this the lawsuit is being sealed, it will probably be redacted from the public record, or you simply won't be able to access it, which is weird to me. If the deal is legit, if the deal was legit, and if it was going to make you lose millions, like you said, then why are you sealing the documents? What does that have to do with your case against WWE? Something about this lawsuit with MLW doesn't feel right. And WWE has 2 options. They can either fight this tooth and nail, or they could just pay them, settle, and get out of court. I have a feeling that they're going to fight, and this is going to turn into a massive problem for MLW, especially if WWE does it and they want to drag this out in court. They'll drain MLW dry just for the hell of it because they can. And that's a dangerous spot to be in. Is if you're right, then you shouldn't be worried. But if you're doing this out of spite for something else, I don't know. I think I would have stuck with just trying to get my shit out there and leaving it at that. But y'all tell me what y'all think. This MLW lawsuit is still pending. That was the latest thing that was announced about the lawsuit. And that's it, child. So we're gonna move on to Brandi and Cody and Tony Khan. So Tuesday afternoon, Cody Rhodes came out with this message and pretty much told everybody that he was leaving AEW. All right, so let me get the message up so I can read it correctly. Oh, here we go. It's in very small print, so I have to read carefully. Cody Rhodes says, and I quote, "I have loved my time at AEW. Amazing locker room, amazing fans, amazing people. The revolution was indeed televised, and I've been incredibly lucky to be a part of it. First, I want to thank Tony Khan. He's taken the baton and run with it." Interesting choice of words. "And it was an honor to work for him and to know him on that personal level. He's a beautiful soul. Obviously, need to thank my incredible wife and the mother of my baby girl, Brandi, for all of her love and support throughout this journey together and the amazing relationships she fostered with Culture City and the American Heart Association. I also need to thank Nick and Matt Jackson. These two, whether they know it or not, took an undesired and not confident little cub and gifted me the confidence to become a leader of the pack. Kenneth Omega, Chris Jericho, Chicken, we started the fire. I must thank Tim with Keith M, Greg W, and the amazing production crew who understand and captured the vision with such grace. I can't name everybody, but thank you to Mega, Margaret, Harrington, Jeff Jones, Dana, Tony Schiavone, Byrne, Raph, and the hardest worker in the game, QT Marshall, for propping me up and kicking me in the ass when I was running on fumes. I must thank all my kiddos. He pretty much named everybody from NJF to Jade to Darby to the Guns to Brock, Vanilla, Solo, Sunny, Fuego, and of course -1. While we're at it, give Jade the Cody Vader. She also need to take the moment to thank the great partners of Warner Media, including Brett, Sam, and the rest of the team. I have so many milestones and beautiful memories of this renaissance through sweat, blood, and tears, liberal fire, and all that. I left it all on the mat. Everything pales in comparison to the final contribution I was empowered to lead at the company. The company outreach team, the community outreach team. In the most inward moments, your outward behavior and your ability to take fame, influence, and do something of value for the communities you visit, whether the cameras are on or off, is the highest honor. I am confident Amanda Huber will lead the department with style. I'm so proud of my creations and contributions and the items I supported or collaborated on with such wonderful professionals. Thank you, fans. Y'all did the work. Let's live forever. That was Cody's statement. Okay, think it's the work. Okay. Um, that's what it said on the damn thing. I didn't put it up there. Everyone came out and said it wasn't a work though. That's what they said, baby. Um, not the slave diary too. Hey, I only went by what I had in my phone, and this is what I had in my phone, child. So I have to read it by how I had it in my phone. Brandy said, and I quote, "A heartfelt thank you to every fan that has supported me in AEW. It was an honor to be the company's first chief brand officer. The thank you list is so long, so I'll try not to wander. Thank you to Culture City, Special Olympics Illinois, and the American Heart Association for allowing me to cultivate these amazing partnerships. Thank you to every AEW heel that helped me build a dream community of female fans. Thank you to every AEW wrestler and talent that worked hard to create great locker room environment. Thank you to the production team, makeup team, and seamstresses. Thank you to Dustin, QT, Jerry Lynn, and Leva Bates for every ounce of energy, help, and encouragement you provided. Thank you to my husband for being the constant rocking partner every single day. Thank you to TNT, TBS, and Warner Media for treating my family like your family. Thank you to Tony Khan for giving me this opportunity and platform. I move forward with my daughter and with this quote in mind. We must take time to define your own path. Too quickly, we can find the world defining it for us. Unknown. Also, I see you on the flippity flop, Michael Scott. The flippity flop one is funny. So those were their statements. That is the statement that they gave, and AEW also gave a statement. Hold one second, please. I'm just gonna take the L on that one because you didn't get what I said. I have an idea on what I think is going on. Uh-huh. This pasta hit where it needed to. It's giving Declaration of Independence. I mean, it was hard. That I ain't mad at it. So it is what it is. But it was funny. The tweet that they gave when it was funny, and I didn't. And my intention was not to include that. I meant to crop it out, but I didn't have time, child. I was about to say I didn't say nothing, but then I forgot. This trick got the same name as me. Don't call her a trick. She didn't do nothing. For anyone out there who feels smited by the world, just know God gave us pasta, and that is the greatest gift of all. Well, amen to that. Okay, if you feel like that's the greatest gift of all, It's the greatest gift. I thought the Lord was the greatest gift.
No.
But whatever. All right. Here's what Tony. Here's what Tony said. He said, Brandi ain't slick. We know she pulled that unknown quote out of her and Cody's ass. Y'all ain't shit. Let them say their goodbyes the way they want to say them. All right. Cody and Brandi Rhodes are integral to the launch of AEW All Elite Wrestling. I'm sorry. Cody's ability combined with his boldness and passion for our industry and his love for community outreach helped AEW deliver on our mission to give fans what they needed for far too long, something new, innovative, and lasting. Brandi helped us shape the AEW story, and I appreciate how hard she fought for us both in the ring and out the ring, competing in the women's division while advancing our efforts at inclusion and civic cases, including great partners with Culture City and American Heart Association. I have immense respect and appreciation for Cody and Brandi. I wish them both the best as they move on from AEW. Thank you, Cody and Brandi. Tony Khan, CEO, General Manager, and Head of Creator of All Elite Wrestling. Okie dokie. This is an interesting one, okay? So hold, please. Hold your mule, as my mama would say. All right. Now, there's two podcasts that have talked about this, including mine. Down for the Count has talked about it, as have We Love Wrestling. You guys can go over there after this is over or in your spare time and go and listen to both podcasts. I really think you could get some different perspective from different people. Me and Janae did our podcast, Alexis and Nicole and Trey did the We Love Wrestling podcast. You can go over there and go check it out. But here's the deal. So, at first, I didn't believe that this was true until these official statements came out. And then I started to hear, or rather see, posts from the dirt sheets. And these were not just, the shitty ones like Wrestling Observer and fucking Ringside News. These were from reputable posts, reputable dirt sheets like Cage Side Seats. I had one from No DQ. Sometimes No DQ can be a bit biased, but most of the time they are reporting the news as it comes to them. There were a couple other places who have also reported some other issues with Backstage. So let me see if I can pull something up so I can show you guys kind of what I mean. So on the website Inside the Ropes, it says that according to some people backstage, they said that Cody Rhodes became a liability ahead of his AEW exit. And here's what the dirt sheets essentially said. And then I'll let some people in next say what they want. It says ahead from his departure, AEW Cody Rhodes had reportedly become a liability amid suggestions he wanted to be paid similar sums to Bryan Danielson and CM Punk. Throughout 2021, in particular, the AEW roster changed significantly. The company signed a number of new stars, including huge names such as Bryan Danielson and CM Punk. Upon their arrival, the former WWE superstars were handed substantial contracts, making them among the top, if not the top earners in the company. This naturally meant that previous top earners such as Rhodes slid down the financial pecking order. It's now been reported that this has been perceived as this perceived financial disparity played a role in the former TNT champion leaving AEW. In simple terms, Rhodes asked for more money that AEW president Tony Khan wasn't willing to spend. The report from Wade Keller at PW Torch also suggests that Rhodes had become a liability backstage, something Khan put up with rather than embrace while he was still a draw in the company. He said, and I quote, "It's weird because if it was 9 months ago, Tony might have signed him for what Cody was asking for, or at least negotiated in good faith to be a reasonable compromise. But Cody became a bit of a liability. Tony publicly would say, and he told me, that Cody still drives numbers, so I'm okay. But that's not the biggest compliment. It's not like, oh, I love Cody and we're on the same page. I was just like, well, the undercurrent of what he said was, yeah, he's a headache and every segment is a car wreck, but he's still drawing numbers. So I guess I'm okay with it for now." Like, that's how I read it. So this is this person's interpretation of what Tony Khan said. Tony Khan said essentially, eh, Cody still drives numbers, so I'm okay with it. That's what he said. So I wouldn't read too much into it. He said, "I know kind of reading between the lines is his choice of wording, but that's how I interpreted it." The person said, "I think the segment with Brandi 2 weeks ago did not help. It didn't belong on TV. It was just a disaster. But there's been a lot going on with Cody. Pre-pandemic, Cody was at the forefront of production meetings and really involved. But Cody wanted to be a superstar." This is what Wade Keller is saying over at PW Torch. "And AEW signing big money contracts, especially with Bryan Danielson and CM Punk, changed the dynamic to a degree with Cody. I am not saying this would have happened if that didn't happen. I'm not saying this wouldn't have happened if that didn't happen. But Cody knew and Tony knew that Cody had become expendable. He went from a clear, essential top tier guy, top 4 talent in the company. And Cody was fine, obviously, with Moxley being signed and with Jericho being signed. And Jericho was a huge boon to the AEW brand at the beginning. And Moxley was a great acquisition and disgruntled with WWE and not really a threat to Cody because he was just so different than Cody, even if they're not too far off in age. Danielson and Punk, though, and then Adam Cole to a lesser extent, changed things certainly more than Malachi Black or Miro or Christian changed things. And it did give Tony a sense of, I have top guys and then young guys on the rise, that it took some leverage away from Cody. In terms of you need me, pay me. And there's only so much salary cap room that Tony has to spread around. And he had the good fortune to have Punk and Bryan Danielson and Adam Cole become available to him, but they were expensive. Cody was no longer a top paid guy, and my understanding is he wanted to be, and to a degree that just wasn't seen by Tony as what he was worth to him in the current landscape. But it's complicated, and there's not a single factor that plays into this because Cody might have been worth it if he weren't getting booed and wasn't the subject of ridicule online and in buildings and frankly behind the scenes in various ways. The report adds that Cody Rhodes had pulled himself away from the AEW locker room by having his own private bus and wasn't seen as open as some of the other companies' established names, although he was open to hearing ideas and offered advice when asked. The same report later explained that WWE has major plans for Rhodes should he, as expected, decide to return to the company where his career began. So that's just 2 reports on Cody Rhodes' departure from AEW. But I've also seen some other reports that talk about KAHN and his feelings towards Rhodes. Me personally, I don't give a shit. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I told you that this was going to happen. I told you that this was going to happen and that there are going to be more people who are going to leave willingly and unwillingly. Tony Khan is also cutting talent, but he's doing it by expiring contracts, mainly because he's overloaded himself with contracts. You want to say he's done it because he did it out the goodness of his heart, which to a certain extent you could say, yeah, sure. But Tony Khan also understands how business works. He knew damn well that he was not going to be able to keep all of these people under contract during the time that he housed them. Yeah, it looked really sweet on paper and it looked real nice during the pandemic, but now that the pandemic has somewhat subsided, not gone away, but some subsided, and because some independent companies are rolling, and you can go ahead and go and work for anybody as of right now that is able to do it, you can't say now that, okay, now I can get rid of people, because it's the same thing. People are still going to be out of work. You can look at it however you want, but here's the deal. When I get cut from WWE, there's a 90-day non-compete clause if I work on the main roster, Raw or SmackDown. Correct or not correct? Correct. Okay? That means that I get paid my base pay for 3 months, and I am not allowed to work with anybody else. A lot of people don't understand how this contract works, so let me explain it to you. It's just like working at a business. Let's say you work for, I don't know, let's say you work for fucking Walmart on the corporate side, right? And Walmart fires you. Boom, you're out of work. There's a severance package though. This severance package gives you either the remainder of the years you were supposed to work, which would be like right before, like your 401k, the money you put in your 401k, or it's separate from that. Usually a severance package is separate from that. They give you a severance package where they give you money, and they pay out your vacation, they pay out your sick time, all that good shit. That money is your money. That is money for you. You've acquired it. You've earned that severance package. That's what you get. It'd be like working for Walmart on the corporate side, getting a severance package, and then Walmart's like, we're going to continue to pay you your salary for the next 3 months, but you can't work for any other company within those 3 months. That's exactly how it is. You are getting your base pay. However often they get paid, whether it be bi-weekly or twice a month, whatever the case may be. Sometimes they separate bi-weekly and twice a month, okay? So don't look at me weird when I say that. Because sometimes it could just be the 1st and the 15th, or it could be the 1st and the 31st. It depends. But bi-weekly, every 2 weeks, you're going to get paid, okay? If it's twice a month, it don't matter how many weeks is in a month or how many every 2 weeks you got in a month, you only go get paid twice a month. You feel what I'm saying? Back to what I was talking about. So that is the reality of it. What Tony is doing is, if you have a contract with AEW and let's say your contract is up in a month, you're not going to continue to be paid after your contract is up. Once the contract is done, it's done. You're out of a job. You're no longer getting paid. You think that it looks better, but it doesn't. It's the same shit. It's just a different toilet. Okay? It's the same fucking thing. It is a budget cut. Simple as that. Whether you want to believe it or not, it is a budget cut. It is, because he cannot justify the amount of contracts he has on the books as expenses that are worth being spent. He can't do it. So he has to make cuts. And the cuts are coming down through the contracts. But to keep him from looking like a villain online and in front of everybody who loves AEW, he's just going to simply let the contracts expire out. I'm not going to renew these contracts. I'm just going to let them phase themselves out. So if a person has a year left on their contract and he's like, well, I could cut them now, but I guess we'll wait it out. That's even fucking worse, because what you'll do is you'll pull them off of television. You'll put them on dark maybe once or twice if you need somebody to wrestle. And then you'll keep them from being on television or wrestling at all. And then you'll let their contracts run out. That's not different. That's just a different way of doing it. It's hot garbage. And then you say you can't justify Cody's salary, which, to their credit, we don't know how much Cody was asking for. But given the fact that Cody was one of the pillars of the company and integral in building AEW to where it is now, irregardless of CM Punk and Bryan Danielson, they were not there in the beginning. Neither was Adam Cole. These guys might be one of your standing pillars now, but they weren't the ones who built this company up with you. And I'm not saying that Cody deserves or doesn't deserve any money, but I'm saying with him being one of the guys, he was one of your franchise players, and you're letting him walk. It says a lot about how you feel about him. It's not right. You can't do him like that. You can't let him give you 3 years and then poof, I got Adam Cole, I got Daniel Bryan, I've got CM Punk. I don't need you. That's how it looks. Now, if you ask me if he had the money to pay Cody, who is calling you, bro?
No, that's them going from the group chat.
It's not our group chat.
It is.
Mine isn't going off.
I don't know why it isn't, but that's them.
Invite you to what? Hold on, please. 1 second. Hold, please. Let me get the commercial music up. I have family matters to attend to. I shall return.
Genetics.
Drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, bed it, drink, drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, drink.
Genetics.
Drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, bed it, drink, drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, drink.
Genetics.
Drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, bed it, drink, drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink.
All right.
Son of a bitch.
So I'm reading some of y'all comments. I had to look at some stuff.
I don't want to kill that hair cross. Damn.
All right. What people don't seem to understand is WWE been doing budget cuts, just not as heavy-handed as they've been recently. It's called trimming the fat. Yes, but some of that fat didn't need to be trimmed. Sometimes you need fat on your meat, okay? It adds flavor. All right? We like a little flavor on our meat, okay? Keith Lee was one of them pieces of fat. They should have kept him. Rude. Anyway, hold on a second. Highly doubtful, but whatever works for you. I kind of don't think they respected Cody as a draw for quite some time. Well, good question, Aaliyah. What if? Well, The Young Bucks for the longest wasn't even mentioning Cody and BTE. They stopped doing things with him as well. But I don't think their storylines cross paths for him to mention them, and they didn't need to. As far as I'm concerned, they were on two different pages in AEW, which was fine. I don't really think they had to work together, being as even though they are all a part of the elite. Adam Page broke away from them too, and he's doing his thing. He had his bouts, and then he was done. But I don't think Cody wanted to do any storylines like that with the Bucks. I think he wanted to do his own thing, which is what he did for the most part when he was there.
Agreed.
Well, you wanted to come in, so.
Oh, I was waiting for you. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So here's why I think it's a work. Here's how I think it's a work. Why for the past 3-4 years you've been talking all this stuff about WWE, and literally your contract was up in December, and you've been your contract was up in December, and you've been a free agent for the past 2 months, and you're on this whole heel turn that you're not turning heel, but everyone is loving the fact of how you're doing things. But now all of a sudden you have a great ladder match 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks ago, and then you come now like, oh yeah, I'm departing. Now, when I first read it, I thought it was when they were doing an outreach program. I'm like, all right, cool, they're doing an outreach program. But then I read the whole thing. I'm like, oh, he's leaving. Okay, he's leaving, and Shane McMahon just got let go from WWE. Cody Rhodes leaving. I'm putting it together. Okay. Tony Khan says, I'm bringing in someone, a free agent, and is going to shut the door. Here's my thing. Here's how I put it. Cody Rhodes goes to WWE. If he's going to WWE, because right now everyone's just saying that. Have we heard anything from WWE side about them bringing in Cody? No one. We don't know that. Well, we just assuming that he's going there. No one from WWE is saying that. Oh yeah, definitely going in there. He signed a contract. Now there is a rumor that he's supposed to be going down to the Performance Center to film some vignettes for him to go back. All right, cool. But if he goes back, he's gonna be on top maybe 6 months, and then he's gonna be right back in the mid card, and then pretty soon they're probably gonna let him go. Think about that, Tiff. Come on, you smart. Think about it. Seriously. Why would Cody Rhodes go back to WWE after everything he's been doing? If I was me, I would go on the indie circuit. Look at Matt Cardona. Matt Cardona on the indie circuit now is bigger than he ever was in WWE.
Okay.
Why go back to WWE?
Money.
What? Seriously? Okay, money. All right. How you think he's gonna be paid? What Roman or Seth or Goldberg or Brock or Randy Orton is getting?
Depends on what he asks for and what they're willing to pay.
Okay.
Quite frankly, I do believe one, it has to do with money, and the other side is his entire father's legacy is wrapped up in WWE. He can't do nothing with his father's name, nothing that his father created. They own everything. So
no, he got his name back.
You either work with the devil or you don't. You don't get both.
That is okay, but that's. I mean, seriously, why? Seriously, you're gonna go back to WWE, the place? I hear you, but you're gonna go back to the place that literally held your career down. Seriously, you were Stardust, and you said you didn't want to be Stardust anymore. So then what happened? They let you go. You go off in the indies. You off in the indies. Then you go to New Japan. Then you go to Impact. Then you go to Ring of Honor, and you create and you become bigger than you was ever in WWE.
Here's the problem with what you're talking about. So let's put it into perspective. I leave WWE and I go and I make myself bigger. So when I go back to WWE, if I go back, I can command more because I'm worth more. That's why you go back. Because now they don't have the option of telling you, well, you're going to be Stardust again. Well, no, you're not going to make me fucking Stardust because I'm bigger than that. I'm better than that. That's why you go back. That's why you do it. It's not fucking rocket science. We all know why he going back to WWE. We all know this. So it's not like it's the hardest thing to understand, and it ain't like you wouldn't do the same thing if you weren't put in his position, because you know damn well you would. You've been on the indie circuit pretty much these last 10 years. Let's put it into perspective. 10 years been running all over the indie circuit, making a name for yourself. And as you put it, he was bigger on the indies than he was in WWE. Okay, then what is he going to be able to command when he goes back to the E? He's going to be able to command top dollar. Now, is he going to get what Roman and Seth are getting? No, because he got to put in work to get there just like they did. If they give him an opportunity, then he can get there, which more than
put in work too?
They will.
Drew McIntyre is a great example of what she's saying.
Thank you.
Oh, right. No, agreed with that. Agreed. But where is Drew McIntyre? Okay, minus he had his neck injury. Minus that.
You ask where he is. He's on SmackDown. Why is he on SmackDown and why is he not in the title scene? Because of Roman. Yeah. So that is what it is.
And he also asked. He said he don't want to face Roman yet. Drew McIntyre made the demand because he can.
So he rather face Madcap Moss right now until after WrestleMania, then get back into a program with Roman Reigns.
That's what he said.
Like you have to think. You can't. You have to use your head.
I just gave you.
Listen to what I'm saying before you start defending. Listen to me. Drew McIntyre has been on TV for the last year and a half as champion on Raw. These wrestlers are not stupid. They're not like they were back in the day. They understand that sometimes you got to pull yourself out of a situation so that you can get back to the situation. If I was Drew, I wouldn't want to be champion and going up against Roman right now either. Why the fuck would you do that? He ain't going to be dropping that title to anybody anytime soon unless it's at Mania. And even then, that might not be a possibility. So you basically are setting yourself up to lose a match. I go up against Madcap Moss and them too. Because either way, I'm on TV. I get paid. What am I missing? I'm already a former champion. I'm a former tag team champion. I'm not no slouch. They can't deny me nothing. So what are you missing? This ain't like, you're not talking about no Drew Gulak. You're not talking about no Cesaro, no Ricochet. If it was them, I could understand your position. But you're talking about somebody who has a little bit more command backstage than anybody else. And putting Drew up against Roman is not smart because Roman's going to win. And if he doesn't and Drew does, he's going to instantly be hated. And you and I both know that.
Well, if Cody goes back to WWE right now, I just pray that he does not go back. Well, like you said, they're not going to make him back that Stardust. They're not going to make him that. Okay, well, that's fine.
I can't hear you. Can anybody hear me?
Oh. Yeah, I hear you.
Hear you.
Hold on.
I believe if he goes back, he's not gonna. I don't see him being like you said, that huge draw. I don't see that like there. He's gonna be a draw because of the prize factor.
Yeah,
he's gonna draw because of that.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, I feel like I've been following AEW. AEW. Right. And right now, as it stands, and this is just from my observation,
okay,
Cody has a cap right now, and he's not willing to break that cap.
Okay.
He's busy, like he's been trying to do Go Big show, the little talk, he's trying to be Ms. and Mrs. basically with that other show.
Yeah, the road to the top.
Right. He didn't like. He's not. To me, he's not putting in the work to actually put himself to make himself more valuable to Tony Khan's eyes. And I feel like what's going to happen is when he goes to the E, he might neglect that again. That's my only thing about him going to the E. It's like, okay, the reason that you got what you got in AEW, the reason why you're not one of the biggest draws is because you focused on everything else except that ring. Yes, it's nice that he put himself through a table that was on fire. Yeah, catching a neck breaker off a ladder. Okay, but that's gimmicks. It's not being in the ring. It's not being in the ring and giving me a compelling story. Everybody wanted you to turn heel. You needed to turn heel at this point. Your whole thing was getting old.
Agreed.
So I kind of understand where Tony Khan is coming from on a business standpoint. Because Cody's not willing to do what it takes to draw more money to make him worth more than what he already is. So when it comes to the E, Vince isn't going to allow that. You're going to, like, Drew McIntyre is an example of somebody who got kicked out of the company or was taken out of the company. He made his name on the indies. He made himself great. And then he came back to the E. They didn't shoot him to the moon immediately.
You're right. It took some time.
But he was willing to go through the process. My issue is I don't think Cody is willing to go through the process. And this is just me seeing what he's done in AEW. He's not willing to go through the process to get himself on that top card, make himself valuable to where WWE want to, let's say, okay, they give him a $2 million contract. Okay, your next contract, you're going to ask for $3 million. I don't see him putting forth the work to make himself that valuable. Because he had that opportunity. He had that opportunity in AEW. He had that opportunity. He chose not to. This is probably why the Bucks got this show on YouTube called Being Elite.
Yeah, Being Elite, yeah.
They completely just stayed away from Cody. Like, they didn't stay away from anybody else, just Cody. All that behind the scenes stuff they did all that, but they stayed away from Cody. And even when Adam Cole came into the picture, and then he said, so Cody no longer really want to be a wrestler?
I get what you come up with some of that. But let me ask you this though. If I think, to me personally, Cody is a great wrestler. Don't get me wrong, but he has an ego. He definitely has an ego, and Cody thinks that he's better than a lot of people. Cody thinks in his mind that he has a great wrestling mind. Now, mind you, I mean, granted, who your father was. Yes, your father was one of the greatest minds in wrestling history. Yes, he was. He created a lot of stuff, and I get that. But then sometimes you got to kind of move past the past and bring forth the future. and new ideas and everything like that. Now, do I feel that Cody, when CM Punk and Daniel Bryan, Adam Cole, and Aleister Black and the rest of them came in and stuff like that, did I feel that it brought down Cody? Yes, I believe it did. I definitely believe it did. Do I feel that Cody and Roman, if Cody comes in, I feel that Cody needs to go to SmackDown. He does not need to go to Raw. If I was him, I would put Cody on SmackDown and let him go up against Roman for a while. I can definitely see that feud. 2 second-generation superstars. I can see that, you know. Or I will go and let him go up against Randy Orton. You can see the storylines there. Or in the third thing, I will let Cody be a part-time wrestler. Let him come in, give him a contract like Edge got or Brock got. Come in on special occasions and then dip out for a while. That's what I would do. I mean, he's young. He's still, 36 years old? He's still young. So, you know, I don't think he may want to do that, you know. But my whole thing is, if Cody goes to WWE, I just hope and pray to God that they do not mess him up. They do not kick him in the balls like Cody was doing to WWE. Cody, Tony Khan, Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks literally gave WWE a run for their money. They were basically another alternative than watching WWE. Now, I know a lot of people might not like what I'm about to say, but honestly, well, you probably will. But I don't like the fact that Aleister Black, Adam Cole, Daniel Bryan, Keith Lee, the rest of the wrestlers went over to AEW. I don't like the fact that they did that. I wish they stayed in WWE. Do you know what we could be looking at right now? We could be looking at WrestleMania main events right now. We could probably be looking at Adam Cole versus Randy Orton, Aleister Black versus Roman Reigns. We could be looking at these type of matches, but at the time, like we said, budget cuts or creative differences or this and that, and they let them go. Now I hear, Tiff, what you're saying about AEW letting go wrestlers, and he's not firing them, he's just letting their contracts go out. Okay, yeah, he is. He's letting his year one contracts people go out, and now he's bringing in people that he wants to bring in. Do I feel that AEW has a loaded roster? Yes, they have too many wrestlers. Honestly, to me personally, they need to stop bringing in people. Only person I actually want to see in AEW right now is Wyndham. That's the last guy. The Briscoes, maybe, but you know, that's about it. I mean, AEW does not need that many wrestlers right now. You got homegrown and you got WWE, I want to say WWE leftovers, but the people that WWE let go, okay? And when I said that they're bringing up new stars, yes, they are bringing up new stars like Jungle Boy, like Darby Allin, like MJF. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the ones that were in WWE and not coming back. CM Punk came back because he liked AEW. WWE, you said it, Tiff, they would not hire him back. If my man wants to get back in wrestling, there's another alternative. Okay, so go to WWE. I mean, go to AEW.
I truly don't care about CM Punk being there. That was y'all thing. I did not care about that because he's not somebody I watched. I was not excited because I didn't care. Y'all was upset with me because I didn't have no reaction to it, and I just did not care. I still don't.
Okay, Tiff.
He's happy and he's doing what y'all want him to do. My approval, whether I love him or hate him, has nothing to do with it.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Started on Punk.
Do they? Okay, let me ask you something. Right now, after WrestleMania, because now, Tiff, I'm gonna take you back to something you said to me a couple of years ago. You said that once after this, they're gonna start changing up and building new stars. So I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. Okay, after WrestleMania, Tiff, who do you see if Cody's not there yet, or he's on Raw, on SmackDown, Tiff? Who do you see going up against Roman? Because right now on SmackDown, all they got is Roman. I'm sorry, but all they got is him. Who do you see?
I said that was good, right? I mean,
I never said that. I never said that. No, I never said that.
You was one of the ones. I like this version of Roman. He's gonna bowl through everybody.
No. You're not hearing what I'm saying. No. Wait. I'm not talking about this version of Roman. I do like this version. You're right. I'm talking about who are they going to get to face Roman? That's what I'm talking about.
That's their decision to make. I don't know.
But what you saying? They're building stars. Who are they building?
I didn't say that. I never told you that they building stars. I told you that I expect them to be building stars after this happened. That is what I said. But I never said to you expressly, oh, yeah, WWE's built new stars. I've never said that. The only person that they're attempting to build is Austin Theory. It's Theory, Riddle. Then you've got Rhea Ripley over there on Raw in the women's division. They're trying to keep Bianca up. That's it. On SmackDown, they're not building anybody. They've quietly moved Big E over to SmackDown, which they haven't even addressed that. Okay? So I've never said that WWE was just out here building all these new stars. Where the stars are being built and where you might be mistaken is what I'm talking about with NXT 2.0. Because they're not using guys coming from the indies that already have a following and that are already popular and ready to go. They're building them straight out of the PC. That's where their new stars are. They're not on the main roster. So how are they going to get the title off of Roman?
Wait. I thought they said NXT is a roster too. That's what didn't they say that?
What was that?
Didn't they say that NXT is a roster too? It's not like a main roster. It's just a roster. Didn't they say that?
Is that not developmental?
I could have sworn they just said it's just a regular roster to me.
What is that? What are you trying to allude to?
You got Dolph Ziggler going back over there.
Respect of.
Okay, so let's put this into perspective.
You got AJ Styles going back over there.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. So let me get this right. I got brand new stars on my roster. And these guys are trying and they're getting themselves there. They still have pieces from the old NXT to help bring the new roster up to par. It takes time to get people acclimated to an entirely new roster, right? Now, you don't like it. That's your personal feelings. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You don't have to like it. That's your business. But you can't look at it from a perspective of, well, Dolph Ziggler going back down there for what? Well, what the fuck is he doing on the main roster?
You mean to tell me you couldn't put Dolph Ziggler on SmackDown and he could become a single star? He don't need to be messing with Bobby Roode. He don't.
I would send, if Dolph Ziggler wants to go back to NXT to work with Ciampa, yeah, I'd send his ass back there. He's not going to stay. Do you see him regularly being in NXT? He's going to do the same thing that AJ Styles' ass did. Go down there and work with one of the younger talent, have a match, and then bring your ass back to the main roster. He's not staying in NXT. And even if he did, that's another veteran in that fucking locker room that they need. That is not a downgrade for Dolph Ziggler. He's still fucking Dolph Ziggler. It hasn't changed. I can see if he was Mandy. Man, it took Mandy years to get a fucking title, and that bitch had to go to NXT to get it. She had to, because on the main roster it wouldn't work, and it just wouldn't look right. So it's not like the situation with Mandy where they sent her back to NXT, one, to help get Gigi and JC together, but two, so she can have her title reign that she wants, and it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But if I send Dolph Ziggler back to NXT to he's having a match with Ciampa, it ain't like he wrestling Grayson Waller. That's what AJ Styles was doing.
That was a good match, but I mean, at the point, it was just like, okay, so where does Waller go from here?
Because you're looking at it as a means of, well, they just sent him down here to get beat. Grayson Waller got experience in the ring with AJ Styles. That's better than any experience you can have with any wrestler on that roster. Yes or no?
Very true. That is very true.
Yes or no?
Agreed.
That's what I'm saying. So if you go back, if I'm down there in NXT and fucking Dolph Ziggler is walking around down there and you don't go over there and pick his brain so you can figure out how to level up, then you a goddamn fool. He's there for that specific reason, to help that roster get his shit together, number one, so they can have something probable with Ciampa that makes sense, number two, and then he gonna take his ass back to the main roster and be doing nothing with Bobby Roode and getting paid.
They need his
purpose. Dolph
They need
Ziggler
to switch
ain't
that
hurting
team
for
up.
nothing. If he was, his ass would have walked a long time ago, and he'd be in AEW with the rest of them.
But you also got to remember with Dolph Ziggler, he's acknowledged this on a podcast before. He's that guy that gets you over, so to speak. He's that guy that gets people to look at you as somebody somebody that should be on the top card. Case in point, this is why he was when Kofi's title reign started. It should have been me. Yeah. He was there to get him over, to try and get Kofi over as a top guy. That's what Dolph Ziggler does. He gets you over as somebody to see. That's his job, and he knows this. There's some people that's like that. People used to wonder why did Braun Strowman never really win titles. He was a monster to slay. Same with Big Show. Same with Undertaker. Their job was to get you to be looked at on the top card. If you can beat this guy, you're somebody that should be going after the WWE title. You're a top carder. Same with Kevin Owens. If you beat Kevin Owens, you're somebody that should be in the top card.
Well, Kevin Owens is about to get his ass kicked by Stone Cold Steve Austin, which I'm still trying to figure out. I mean, you're that desperate to fill in all those seats, you bring in Stone Cold. So,
well, that too, but you gotta remember, this is probably something that he wants as well. After all, it is Stone Cold Steve Austin. He is using the Stone Cold Stunner. This is probably something for Kevin Owens as well. Like Kevin Owens probably wants this himself.
I mean, that's the case. They gotta fill in two nights of WrestleMania. Listen, only like I said about WrestleMania, I'm gonna say this: only match I want is Edge versus AJ Styles. That's it. That's the only match I'm really looking forward to see. Edge versus AJ, because if you're putting Johnny, what's his dude name? Johnny Knoxville versus Sami Zayn for the Intercontinental title. Yeah.
I mean, if they do that, I don't know. I mean, we didn't expect Bad Bunny to perform as good as he did either.
Well,
no, Bad Bunny said. I mean, he had. Okay, I'll give you that. But Bad Bunny took what 3 months. He moved to Florida, and Bad Bunny put on one of the greatest matches of that year as an amateur. Seriously.
Yeah, we don't know what Johnny Knoxville is doing to make this, make a show out of this. You know what I'm saying? So I can't sit here. Even if I don't like the idea, I may not necessarily see.
What is happening?
I think he's moving his. Are you moving your car? What is that?
What's going on? Are you taking the ice off your windows or?
Yeah, my car froze. So I'm trying to get, and I want to go home, and I'm like, I'm not about to get stuck here. But anyway, I think I can let it melt now. But even if I don't necessarily like the idea of what they're doing, it may not be not something I would do, but there has been times where the WWE has surprised me. Some people just not gonna like anything the WWE do. They're literally here to hate. But sometimes they do stuff that surprise me. And if you're literally saying, okay, we're about to have Stone Cold in a match with Kevin Owens, we're about to have Johnny Knoxville do a match, I'm gonna guess y'all know what y'all doing. I'm gonna guess. I don't know. This probably can bomb. We don't know. But I'll see it. Once I see it, if it's good, it's good. Hey, like I said, the WWE has surprised me many times over.
Well, I remember Tiff had told me, she said, you watch WWE just to, bomb on it, just to say negative stuff about stuff like that, which I had to, and every time I never really got the chance to explain myself until I wrote it in the comment. I love WWE. I've been watching WWE since I was 12 years old, my point is right now, I know we cannot go back in time to the era where WWE was good. For the past 3 years, since 2019, WWE has fallen off. In my opinion, it has fallen off. Okay. Now, if we're going to go to, they said, I think AEW is better. No, AEW is not better. I feel bad. In the past 3-4 months now, their championships have, except for the TNT title, their tag team championships, their heavyweight championships, and their women's titles have been second nature. They're just concerned about CM Punk and MJF right now. But I mean, Daniel Bryan and Adam Page put on one hell of a match and it was great. But like I said, it's just I feel that their titles are just second to MJF and CM Punk. That's how I feel. This whole thing has just been about MJF and CM Punk for the past 4 months, you know. And throw Cody in there. Well, now he's gone, but that's been about it. Their women's division definitely need some work. I feel that Tony Khan is hiring too many wrestlers. He needs to focus on the wrestlers that he has. I feel that once he brings people in, sometimes he don't push them like Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal should have been pushed as soon as he came in, but you know, he got stuck dark and Rampage and everything like that and blah blah blah. And like I said, we still haven't seen him yet. So I don't know what's going on with him. AEW definitely has problems. Yes, I can agree. I don't shit on them and stuff like that as you don't see. Well, that's just me. But AEW does have problems. And I can't admit that. When I do watch the show, I'm like, okay, they're rushing through mad stuff. I wish they had the WWE timing thing where they could actually time stuff, but they just rush through because of the fact that they got too many wrestlers. And they're trying to fit 10 matches on a 2-hour episode. You know what I'm saying? Or they're going to Rampage, they're trying to fit 5 matches on a 1-hour episode. So, you know, yes, WWE and AEW both have their issues. There's some things I like about WWE, some things I don't like. Some things I like about AEW, something I don't like. The stuff we were doing, Randy Orton and Riddle, that thing was great. That thing was getting high ratings, stuff like that. I thought that was funny as hell. You know, now everyone's just waiting for Randy Orton to turn on Riddle so we can finally have this match. I don't know when they're gonna do it, but you know, they need to do it. And if by the grace of God, and I know Tiff don't like me saying this, but by the grace of God, if we get title versus title and they end the brand split, I'm telling you right now, WWE will be much better.
Okay.
They won't have to cut any wrestlers. They won't have to do anything like stuff like that. They only have 4 or 5 tag teams as a whole. Why do they have women tag teams if they don't have women on there? I don't want to keep seeing Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair, or Becky Lynch versus Doudrop, or Becky Lynch versus what's the girl that's dating that announcer, Carmella. Yeah, I don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? I want to see something different. Why do we have to bring in outsiders so you can fill in a stadium? For real. Like, honestly, do you guys really think that Charlotte versus Ronda Rousey? Think about this. Ronda hasn't wrestled in like almost 2 years. Do you really think that's going to be a great match?
You don't want to hear my
answer. Ronda has time to improve if that's what you're asking. Ronda has time to improve her wrestling skill. If you think that the match isn't going to be great because she hasn't wrestled in months because she was having her child, Ronda has time to improve. Not to mention with this Elimination Chamber match and then moving on, there's about a month in between that she could be wrestling other matches, practicing in her own ring, as well as in the dungeon with Natalya if that's what she wants to do, because she's always invited. She has plenty of time to practice and get herself back ring ready. But y'all wouldn't have had it. It wouldn't have worked out either way. You'd have been mad if she would have been going after Becky. You'd have been mad if she was going after Charlotte. I prefer her wrestling Charlotte than to watch her wrestle Becky. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, got to give Bianca get her lick back.
Yeah, Bianca. Honestly, it should have been Bianca. Bianca definitely should have had that. Like, come on, and then they talk about diversity. Look how many. Look at the stuff that they did to all of the wrestlers, all Black wrestlers in the past 3 years.
You know, this conversation, we always have this conversation, and it always goes back to this. It always goes back to Kofi losing his title in seconds. It goes back to Big E not having his title long. But let's look at it. from facts, the reality of it. Let's be real. Let's start with Big E. Okay. We'll look at Big E's title reign.
Was it a good title reign?
I can't say that it was the best title reign. It wasn't. For one, the way he got it was Money in the Bank.
You get it, you get it. It don't matter.
Yeah, and then on top of that, this is like the only one of credibility that he beat for that title to me is Bobby Lashley. I feel like they could have done so much more with him.
The only one of credibility was Bobby Lashley?
As far as him beating when he had that title.
He beat Drew McIntyre when he had the title.
That was a great match.
I forgot all about that. I forgot all about that.
Everyone forgets about that match that they had in Saudi Arabia. That was a great match.
Because
but they all knew, but match.
They didn't.
But we all knew the outcome though. That's the crazy part was, I mean, we do know Drew's now winning this match, so we don't know why they're fighting, but they put on one hell of a match. I have to agree. I watched that match from start to finish, and I'm like, wow.
The outcome of Roman's matches too, but you watch them.
We ain't talking about Roman now. We're talking about Big E. I said that. I ain't saying nothing about Roman.
Y'all know the outcome of Roman's matches, but
we
y'all
do.
I'm just saying.
Roman ain't losing that. Yeah, Roman ain't losing that belt for nothing.
Like I said, we knew the outcome of Bianca against Carmella. We still watched it.
That's all.
Yeah, listen, WWE is so predictable nowadays.
It's not even just predictability. At the end of the day, what I want to be is entertained.
Well,
even if I knew the ending of it.
If we go in predictability, so is AEW. None of their champions drop the title until they're ready, and they wrestle, and they have banger matches. But you knew Paige was not dropping that title to Daniel Bryanson. You knew that. But
you knew he wasn't dropping it to Lance Archer.
He wasn't dropping it to Archer or any of the other people he wrestled. But
no, exactly. Yeah, but that was a great. Yeah, that was a crazy.
Sitting there like, well, this is predictable because you watch the show, you watch the matches. There aren't a lot.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
To Hangman Adam Page at this point.
Right, and honestly, and at some point you don't know. Well, I mean, and some stuff you can predict, and some stuff you can't.
Come on, Sam.
You can't predict who's going to win the belt.
You know full well
who's gonna win it. It's like
know this.
But like I said, ultimately,
did I think?
Then this is what
I think. Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus is gonna win that match. No, I didn't. They called the audible because what's name? Yeah, he got injured. Yeah, but then you saw the Shaka, right? You saw the Shaka when they hit 1, 2, 3, and I was like, oh snap, they won. I didn't think that the Young Bucks. I didn't think that the Lucha Brothers was gonna beat the Young Bucks in that cage match. No one really thought that. They thought the Bucks was gonna go over again. They thought they were gonna be like, Kenny, just continue, like, Well, some stuff is predictable, some stuff is not.
Here's my thing that I have a problem with a lot of wrestling fans. The fact is, ultimately, even if I know the outcome of the match, I'm watching so that I can be entertained. Was I entertained with the match? Yes. Then, regardless of whether I knew the outcome, the journey to the outcome was good. The journey to seeing that, how this happened, I enjoyed it. But everybody want to look at the dirt sheets and all of this stuff. No, at the end of the day, I want to be entertained. I want to enjoy the journey. I want to enjoy, even if, like I said, we knew Roman was going to beat Cesaro, but I enjoyed the journey of Roman Cesaro getting his opportunity and then also making it to the, and the journey of, ultimately him losing.
Right.
But the journey is what made it good. I was entertained. Okay. And that's what people don't seem to want to, they don't want to be entertained. There's matches that got looked over because instead of the fans going ahead and just saying, okay, this is the match. Yeah, I know how it's going to end, but entertain me. How many shows you watch where you know what's going to happen? You know this hero is going to get over, on this villain, but you still watch it because you want to be entertained. It's entertainment. Their matches is entertainment. If they put on a sloppy match, that's what hurts.
Now, I mean, to me personally, and I don't know if you ever covered this from the Rumble, but honestly, Seth and Roman had a great match. And when I'm looking at that match, I could have sworn Seth was going to win that belt. I really thought so. For a split second, I'm looking at it, I was like, oh, he's about to win. Like, seriously. Now, the ending, to me personally, if Roman was going to win, I'd rather Roman beat him clean. He didn't have to go into a disqualification. Seriously. But that was a great match. I was very entertained with that. That match went over the top for me.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but people don't even see the story building behind that. When Roman lost via disqualification, that means that Seth won. That means that Roman has still yet to beat Seth in a match.
Long-term booking.
Yet to beat him. To the point where the one opportunity Roman might have had, he still couldn't beat Seth. Seth still has Roman's number.
Okay.
That is
preach now.
I'm trying, but
that is storytelling.
When I say it don't come out, I guess they don't hear it.
What happened?
Tiff, we hear what you're saying. We hear what you're saying.
Nah, because it's like this. It's like this. Whether it's either got to be my delivery or how it's coming out. Because I swear to God, I be saying the same shit.
This is why I don't be disagreeing with you. So like, and you know what?
No, listen. That was I agree with. Like I said, it was a great match.
I was wrong. And you know what I did? Yeah. I went into your inbox and I said, you know what? You were right.
I was just mad at
that's not the issue. Me and him don't sit horses when it comes to his views on both of the companies. Sometimes he be right when it comes to WWE. He's right about the repetitiveness. He's right about the poor booking, and he's right about certain people who were fired. And I always tell him that. Where we don't sit horses is when it's AEW asses in hot seat. It's okay for him to explain away their actions. But when I'm telling you, this is why this is happening in WWE, you're taking up for them. No, I see where it's wrong, but from a business standpoint, I understand it's not going to look pretty. But it's the same damn thing. We're looking at the same paper, same color, and it's got the same damn writing. The letterhead is just changed. So how come the goalpost can't be moved when it's AEW, but when it's WWE, the monsters have come out? What
That is true. That's where that is. I ain't gonna lie. That is where we differ. You're absolutely right. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything wrong, and you are 100% right. Everyone on here is saying that. That's where me and Tiff differ. She is 100% right. I am strictly on the AEW. Like AEW can never do anything wrong. That's just how how I feel because I like the wrestling that AEW is putting together. You know what I'm saying? That's what
wrong with that. I don't have.
I know.
That. I mean, and I don't generally, I don't have a problem with AEW existing. But like I said, if you're gonna chastise WWE, then you gotta
do the same for AEW, right? And I do, and like I said tonight, there's stuff I don't like about AEW right now. There is. I already said that like 2 episodes ago. For some reason, and this is like it's been happening to me a lot lately. From 8 to 9 o'clock, it feels like AEW is on point. But after that 9 o'clock, it's just like, yo, I don't feel like watching this. I actually changed the channel one night, and I was watching something else because I was like, okay, that's it. I think it was like an MJF and CM Punk thing. After that, I didn't feel like watching it anymore. I literally changed the channel, and that's the first time I did that because AEW lost me at some point. Now last night they did not lose me at all. Daniel Bryan versus Lee Morty was a great match. What Daniel Bryan is doing with these young wrestlers now is great, putting them over and stuff like that. It's great, but yes, AEW wins have me some wins and have me some losses. You're right, and Tiff, you're actually right. I should hold accountable for what AEW does and what WWE does. The same thing how I'll get on WWE, I should get on AEW. And you're
And
absolutely
you're
right.
gonna enjoy what you enjoy, and I don't tell you, well, it was trash. Why are you watching this? It's garbage. That shouldn't be coming towards me when I tell you that I enjoyed the product of what they gave us. It wasn't perfect. I didn't like Royal Rumble. It could have been better. But certain
Oh, it could have been
aspects
a
of
lot
Rumble
better.
worked for me. The match with
Mhm.
Roman and Seth Rollins, that worked for me because it left it open ended and they could always go back.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a problem with the women's Royal Rumble necessarily. Ronda was not my pick, but I'm not mad about it because I knew they were going to revisit this at some point. And they got two possible feuds they could go with. They kept Becky and Charlotte as champion. She got beef with both of them. So either way, it didn't matter. They had to do something. They don't have nothing for Becky on Raw right now. She done blew through the whole roster. She in the same position as Roman. Who did you think she was gonna go up against besides Rhea Ripley?
Man, they could have listen, like I said, Becky should have, I mean, not Becky, Bianca should have won that Rumble, and they could have just had a few. Seriously, I know they had them do rematch stuff like that, but seriously, no. Honestly, if Bianca Belair would have run that Rumble, I would love to see Becky and Bianca one more time again. You know what I'm saying? Just put them in a different type of matchup. That's it.
Now they got
Now,
Bianca in the elimination chamber. Bianca could win the chamber tomorrow. She could be the one to win and still go up against Becky. They still got what they wanted, and you still got what you wanted. Maybe at best, Bliss will be the one to win the chamber.
Tiff, you really just said that? You really think Bianca? Come on, Tiff. Seriously, you really think Bianca's gonna win that?
This is why we go at each other's throats.
No, I'm just saying
This
it.
is
But
why I go at your throat. This
okay,
right here.
all right, okay. You all right? Okay.
Because
all right.
when you say what you like and you say what you need, when you talk about A to Z, what you think could possibly happen. Now let's go back. Because when you was in here earlier and you was talking about Cody and this whole situation being at work, I didn't laugh at you. I didn't tell you, are you serious? I didn't say nothing. I let you say what you said. And I said, okay, is that not what happened?
Yeah, but you got a problem because I just joked that. Okay, well, I apologize. I didn't mean to
Nah,
take
because
it
you
over
gotta
to that
understand the
sense.
logic of what I'm saying.
No,
Because
I'm
this
just
isn't a
saying. No,
one-off
I'm not.
thing. This isn't a
Because
one-off
okay,
thing.
because
This
I
ain't
do
just
that
now
because
that this is happening. You're doing this often.
because
But I
yes,
want
I
you to
did it.
see
Okay,
something
fine.
else.
I did it before.
I
With
want you to
other
hear
stuff.
what
Okay,
I'm
that's just
saying
me.
before you defend yourself. Because I am not attacking you, but I want you to understand why I react to you the way that I do. Joe been sitting in here having a conversation with you this whole time. You were not combative with him. And when you speak to him, there's a certain level of respect that he gets that I don't. Now, if you don't believe me, when this is done, I want you to go all the way to the part where I start talking about AEW and listen to the entire conversation from start to finish and really look at how you speak to him and how you react to him and how you speak to me and how you react to me. I want you to hear what I'm saying because this ain't no attack. I'm trying to get you to understand something. When I'm talking to you, I'm not going to talk to you like everything I say is going to go over your head. That's not how I am. As long as I've spoken to you and everybody else, when we have a conversation, I give you your respect. Now, I do understand that there's a certain level of back and forth that you give to me, and I don't judge that. But there has been times where we're having conversations and I'm trying to talk to you, and you either over talk me or you're laughing at what I'm saying because to you it's laughable that I could say something like that. But you laughed when I told you that AEW was going to start cutting people and that somebody big was going to leave that company. And I was right. And you laughed then, but you damn sure ain't laughing now. You found a way to justify why it's happening. This is where we differ. That's why I have such an issue because I can't talk to you and say, look, this is a possibility. this could happen. Really, Tiffany? Are you serious right now? that's all right. All right, cool. Whatever. That's your response to me. Now, if I did that to you, your ass was shut down. You shut down very quickly when you feel like you're being attacked. All right, cool. I'm done. All right. I don't want to talk about it no more. I'm done. I'm
because
cool.
I'm not being attacked. Because I'm not just being attacked by you. I'm being attacked by everybody else.
Now that's something
That's
you
how I
want to
feel,
say about
honestly.
everybody else.
Right? And I gotta take that shit. Excuse my language. I have to take that. That's how everyone feels.
Because when I'm in here, I got to stand 10 toes down on what I'm doing. Because what you get on the minimal level when you come in here and you say what you say about AEW, that's cool. But when I get it, it's on a grand scale. There's 4,000 people following me. And the moment I say something bad about the fucking Bellas, about Liv Morgan, if I say something wrong about Becky Lynch, they're on my ass every single day. But I got to eat that shit because that's what the fuck I said. All I'm telling you is there should be a certain level of respect when we have a conversation. If you're talking to me and you're asking me something, genuinely asking me, and then you laugh at my response, what do you think I'm going to do? What do you think I'm going to say? But there's a guy that's in here. You ain't never talked to Joe. If you have, I don't know. He's been rebuffing what you said and said what I have said to you multiple times on many occasions, and you ain't said not a damn thing to him. But I get the riot act. I get the okays and the condescending attitude. That's where we're having our problem. That's where the discord comes in. Now, if it's a man-woman thing, then we got a bigger issue here. But I'd like to think it ain't like that. Now, I don't know what exactly the issue is, but I ain't never had no issue with you loving AEW and watching it. But you and I are on two different wavelengths when it comes to wrestling as a whole. I can watch it from a fan perspective and from a business perspective because I understand it. When you come to me and you ask me, Tiff, what do you think? And then you laugh at my response, or you act as if what I'm saying doesn't make any sense. Like, are you serious? You asked me what I thought. Yes, I'm serious. Why is it that Joe and I get two different responses? When we're saying the same thing to each other.
I need some tea.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of went left.
What the fuck is going on with these comments?
I can't see the comments.
Yeah, it just kind of go left out of nowhere.
What is happening?
No, I just responded. But yeah.
Okay, forget what the like. Okay, she addressed something, a problem that she has. Stay with what she just said. Stay with that. What is your retort to what she said? Forget what the comments are saying to you or anything else. What Tiff just said to you. What's your response to that?
She is 100% right. She is not wrong. We do get into that. Yeah, I have to take responsibility for the things I do, the actions that I do. That's why we do go at it at times when we get on here. She's absolutely right. When I was talking to you and when I was talking to her, it is right. It was totally different. She's absolutely right. I don't have to go back. It was. I was listening to exactly how you said. Maybe I'm guessing it was like she said. Maybe it's just how I talk and how she talks to me and stuff like that. Maybe that's how me and her go at it. I have nothing but respect for Tiff. There's nothing but respect for Tiff. Tiff never disrespects me in any way like other people do on her chat. She never brings up my religion. She never calls me Deacon Derek. That's how to respect her. She never does that. She never does. She never brings up religion. Other people do, and it's very disrespectful, but she never does that. And I respect her for that. It is true. We do, go back and forth like that. And I do every time. It's not the first time I laughed at something that she says. And I can see that does tick her off a little bit about me. That I laugh at certain things, stuff like that, like haha, stuff like that. So, that's on me. I take full responsibility for that. I never not taken full responsibility for things I've said or things I've done. I'm 100%. I take full responsibility for everything that I have done. So she is absolutely right. I need to account for the things I do and how I say when I'm on here coming to her. Because like I said, this is her life. It's not mine. She allows me to come in. She don't have to, but she allows me to every time I ask to come in. And I guess that's out of respect.
And why you cussing out Nicole in the comment section? Because I'm looking back at what she said. What she said is you're a condescending person in general and will never take accountability for always talking down to women.
Wait, who's cussing out Nicole in the comment section?
I was.
He did.
Really? What?
He said, yo, seriously, fuck you.
Really?
I was upset.
Oh, hi, Nicole. I didn't even know that was Nicole.
Who's bringing religion? I didn't say, okay, hold on. Let me answer this. I didn't say you were bringing religion. I didn't say you. I did not put your name when I said religion. I did not say that, Nicole.
Your name is rated PG youth?
Yeah. It's,
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Tirza.
Oh, hello.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Tirza.
Hi. So I'm a little drunk at the moment, and I'm feeling very kumbaya right now. And I just think what you said, Tiff, is 100% right. But I just feel like we all have to just respect each other, and we may not always agree with everything, because I know for 100% fact, D, you be on some bullshit. You do. And whether it's on purpose or not, that's just what it is. And I don't know if this is the alcohol talking or not, but I just think we just need to respect each other. Like, we are all going to have different views on different things about different people, and that's okay. And I know this is a lot coming from me because I shit on AEW all the time, except for Sunny Kiss, because that's my friend. But when it comes to AEW, you have to be fair, and I think that's where the problem, or the root of the problem, is. You have to be fair, because AEW is doing the exact same thing that WWE has been doing. They just put a little polish and shine to it. It's the same exact thing. Like, you gotta call a spade here. Like, you have to.
right. But I
Like, you have to do that.
Yeah, right. You're absolutely right. But I could have sworn I took up and I said, yeah, I do talk about AEW and don't.
Well, Tirza wasn't in here. To be fair,
I'm late to that. So
she just got in.
I just got in here.
Okay. Yeah, I said that. Yeah, I admit to what I said years ago. So I apologize, Tirza. Forgive me.
No, that's okay. But I just think it just has to be fair. And it's not, because I've seen on Twitter the past 2 days, everybody who was up Cody's ass at AEW's inception are now calling him a traitor, a backstabber. You was booking bullshit anyway, like all types of things. And it's like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And it hasn't even been confirmed that he even signed good WWE yet.
We don't know for sure.
We don't know that yet.
Right. We
And
talked
I
about
didn't
that
even
earlier. Yeah,
elaborate
exactly.
on that yet. I couldn't. Well, I didn't
Oh,
go there
sorry.
because I didn't go there because I needed him to understand where I was coming from. Because even when the conversation is around AEW and it's just WWE period, because that's what I watch. That's what I like. There is a discord between me and him that doesn't go as smoothly as it used to, but more specifically now it comes out as I'm talking, we're going back and forth, we're having a conversation. He'll say something, I'll disagree, and I'll be like, well, this is how I feel about that. If his sense of humor is different, and you have to learn people when you're talking to him. While I understand him to a certain extent, there's a certain level.
I'm sorry, my TV is dumb loud.
There's a certain level that I'm
It's the
just
Golden
like,
Girls.
okay,
I'm sorry.
how many times can I talk to you and you keep having the same response to me when we talk? Yeah. Then when I tell you that it's happening, you'll say, okay, and then we'll take some time. You'll take a month or two and don't come in the live, or I don't hear from you in the DMs, or whatever the case may be. And I'm like, all right, bet. And then you'll come back and you do the same thing. I personally don't like, because it makes it seem like you're purposely asking me this, like you know the answer to what I'm going to what you're asking me, and then when you're insulting me by laughing at what I'm saying, joking or not, because we're having an actual conversation and you're asking me seriously, because you'll say to me, this is a serious question, and then you'll turn around and then you'll laugh at the response. That pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. So I become very combative. My tone will change and you will hear it. I'm not going to sit here and allow someone, whether it's intentional or not, to attack my intelligence. That's not going to happen. Number one, I don't like it. It's a trigger for me. And I can admit that maybe that's something I have to work on for myself. But if I'm telling you that's a trigger for me and we supposed to be cool, then at the bare minimum, respect what I'm telling you. That's all. I can have a conversation with you and you love AEW. If you love their dirty draws, good for you. I am not shitting on that. That is all on you. All that I was telling you and what I've been saying is there's two sides to every coin. And whether it's agreeable or not, it's going to happen because that's how it happens. That is how business works. People can't always stay where they are. They have to move. And in this case, he's not going to be the only one to leave. There are going to be others.
Nope.
And you're going to be sitting here like, damn, what the fuck is going on? The same way we were with WWE, it's the same way you're going to be with AEW. They can't house all that talent, which he did admit to earlier. I'll give him his credit. He did say that they shouldn't have all these people on the roster, but you can't cut one of your core members of the starting of your company and think that's not going to blow the whole fucking IWC to smithereens. Something about that doesn't sound right.
No.
Even look, you looking at WWE and you compare Shane to Cody. I'll tell you why it's different. Shane McMahon and the rest of the McMahons will never not be attached to WWE unless they sell it. What they did to him was take away his rights to create content for the company. That's not a firing. That's a demotion.
It's a demotion, yeah.
I guarantee you that man is still getting paid. Okay?
Yep.
Because he's a part of the board.
And maybe that's what he wanted. Like, we don't know that either.
All we know is what they telling us. And while I'm not disputing that what's going on in WWE is right, I ain't saying none of that. I think it's totally wrong. And if what they say Shane McMahon did is what he did, then he was outside of his fucking mind. Okay?
What did he do, though?
They claim
Did I miss that?
He was the reason why the Royal Rumble for the men was as kind of lackluster as it was.
Oh, okay.
He wrote himself in as one of the last opponents. He wanted to be 30, but Brock was like, no. He wanted Randy's slot, but Randy told him no. He wanted They claim he wanted to do something weird, like come in to Randy's music and just all types of weird shit. He was rewriting the Rumble all the way up to about 2 hours to an hour and a half
Oh yeah, no.
before the show. Before they actually had the match, he was still writing it. So those are the things that they released in terms of what was happening. But if that's what happened,
Which
he wrong for
probably
that.
got like a lot of pushback from talent.
And that's what happened too.
Which
A
I
lot
don't
of
blame
talent was
them.
complaining. Vince was complaining. The producers was like, "Listen, he's messing this up." So they had
Well,
a
who put
meeting
him?
and they got
Well, who
rid of
put
him, I
him in
guess.
charge of that then? Like,
Which
who's called?
the only
Like,
person who
whose
probably
call
would
was
have,
that?
it had to be a conjunction effort between Vince and Nick Khan.
Because
Nick Khan is the
TJ didn't
one.
do the women's, and he should have.
You know how it is.
Mm.
So it's not like the difference between them is that Shane's been taken out of the opportunity. He's been revoked from being able to make content for WWE. Cody was a part of the integral creation of AEW.
Yes, he was,
That is a
especially in
very,
the
very
beginning.
big gear in your machine to be removed. Brandi was the chief branding officer of your company.
He was the one scouting talent, signing talent, all that stuff. And then
and now you got to fill that hole with somebody else, which, if I recall, Amanda Hoover is supposed to be filling Brandy's job. And I don't know who is we don't have to drive. Is it snowing and stuff yet? Did it start snowing yet?
No, it's still raining.
It's supposed to be an ice storm coming. It's in Toledo right now.
But I specifically said the second they sign CM Punk, it's going to be a trickle effect of, I said it, a trickle effect of problems. CM Punk is the type of person who, to me, feels and needs to be the alpha male, the top dog, the main event. And they were going to give him that despite of everything. And I feel like they signed him when Cody was on maternity leave. And I said that the second he signed with
the second he signed with AEW,
the
that
second he
everyone's gonna
signed with that company, a trickle effect was going to happen.
Yes.
And then they signed Adam Cole, and then they signed Bryan Danielson, and then it's too many egos in the kitchen. And then with Chris Jericho there.
Oh, Jericho need to dip out. Seriously, Jericho needs to go.
I feel like in Cody's mind, he is like.
Nah, he signed till 2024.
I feel like in Cody's head,
his contract is at 2023, but he'll be leaving.
He made an extension to 2024.
I feel like in Cody's head, he's probably like, this is not the AEW that I had this hand in creating. This is not it. Because
so can I ask you a question?
Where does he fit in now?
Okay.
Like he doesn't.
If people are okay, so everyone thought, and I'm glad this didn't happen. Everyone thought that Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn and Ricochet and Balor and AJ Styles was actually going to go. I'm glad they didn't go to AEW because, like I said, there'd be too many stars over there and stuff like that. And you're actually right. You got too many heavyweights in one thing. And like I said, everyone is like, do I think they have like certain egos? Daniel Bryan said that he came in to wrestle. That's it. CM Punk said, I come in to build stars. Okay, this is what CM Punk is doing. To me personally, that's how I feel that what he's doing with MJF. Okay, he's building MJF to become a major star. Now, MJF talking about a bidding war, and if he goes over to WWE when his contract is over, WWE is going to give this dude, if he leaves AEW and he goes to WWE, they're going to give this dude a script and say, you can't do what you did in AEW here. You have to literally read this stuff. MJF is not going to do that. Now, do I feel that people need to go to WWE from AEW? Yes. 100% yes. one of those wrestlers, Brian Cage. He needs to go to WWE. He goes to WWE. Vince could take that man and mold him into something to go up against Roman in great matches. Yes, Brian Cage needs to go over there. 100%. Who else I think needs to go over there?
But building stars and just wanting to wrestle still requires money. And they attract, and I'm sure want money. Like, these are big name people. They're not gonna do it for pennies.
So you saying Brian Cage can't make a dime over there?
If we're gonna go to hold on to your question for a second. When we talk about CM Punk and him building up MJF, did he need it? Because MJF was already there. Him having that one-off with CM Punk was more like a dream promo versus promo match for him and, of course, for y'all, the fans. But if we're talking about really building MJF up and like propping him up as to be like a potential title holder, he already did that.
Yeah.
They already did that with Jericho, and they did that with Cody right out the gate. They gave him the keys to the kingdom. This is their fault that they're in this position now. They could have did
MJF at the time wasn't ready, Tiff. At the time, the MJF wasn't ready. Look at MJF now.
Lord.
But to backtrack
MJF
really quick to Cody Rhodes.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
To backtrack to him really quick, them losing him is a big deal because outside of the wrestling part of it, he knew the business side of it. And Tony Khan has no wrestling experience. And he needed somebody who not only knows wrestling, but knows the business. Cody Rhodes' father is Dusty Rhodes.
I have to.
One of the
I
founding
agree with you
fathers
on that, but you got to understand something.
Of NXT.
It wasn't just Cody.
So, like,
I know, but it wasn't just Cody.
But if you lose him,
so we talking about the core structure of AEW, right? While I understand about the Bucks and about Kenny, they don't know mainstream wrestling. That's what she's talking about.
She's
talking about
wrestling in $1,000 sneakers is hot.
You're talking about marketability, structure. You're talking about production. You're talking about things that only could be learned from experience.
And now, Cody had the experience.
Right. They did have people in the back.
I agree.
They got Malenko back there. They got Billy Gunn back there. And then they've acquired people like Mark and Big Show and Christian and all of the others.
Jerry Lynn, D. Malenko,
but in the beginning,
Chavo.
In the very beginning, in the early days, all they had was Cody. And then you're talking about he's one of your, it's like having a building and then taking away a piece of the foundation.
He's one of those pillars.
It's not, I don't care how it's playing out on TV or how it works for the fans in this occasion, because Cheers is right. When you look online, it is very split down the middle. A lot of people are like, okay, Cody, where are you going to go? Most people are calling him a traitor and attacking him and Brandi because they are possibly considering going back to WWE.
No, just him, not Brandi.
Just him. Yeah.
Yeah, Brandi said she don't want to go.
And she don't need to.
Instagram.
Brandi does not need to wrestle. She just pissed that everyone is on that she don't need to wrestle. Brandi does not need to wrestle. She don't.
Because she can't.
To me, that's neither here nor that's
because she can't wrestle.
Tiff, if you a CEO of a company, why would you want to go wrestle?
Ask Stephanie McMahon that.
He might have took the back.
Could she do it?
No, I think but Stephanie, okay, but at the time she wasn't like one of the CEOs at the time. Remember, she was like, talent, but I mean, Stephanie
Brandi's not a wrestler. The bitch can't wrestle.
Yeah, she can't. She cannot. She cannot. I'm sorry.
So she can stay the fuck home.
No.
Yeah, she got
And be a
she got a
mother.
brand new baby. Exactly. That's another thing too. Why, if you just had a baby, why would, and you're the CEO of a company, you mean to tell me, you know what, I just had a baby, CEO of a company, I'm gonna quit and do what? I'm gonna quit AEW. My husband I'm not gonna say because my husband left. That's dumb. If I'm a CEO of a company and stuff like that, I'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna stay and let my husband go off and do what he has to do. But I'm gonna stay to make sure there's two family income, not
But
one.
the only reason she had that title was because of Cody. That's it.
I mean,
If
Brandy
you're
will
okay,
be relevant because
are you
really it's
married?
Cody that they want, to be honest with you.
Thank
Brandy will
you.
probably come in on a different level. But my point was, it's not necessarily that, yeah, there's other guys that was there that helped build the company. No one's taking away anything that they've done.
I am.
You have to consider what Cody contributed. And now, what happened?
I do.
You
I
have to
do.
consider
I
what Cody
do.
contributed, and now what's gone?
Yep.
What's gone is your core aspect of information, your closest confidant in that war room with all the other EVPs who probably was the voice of reason business wise.
And just on a personal note, Cody was the one who vouched and pushed for them to sign Sonny Kiss. So
But can I
I'm
ask you
thinking as
something?
a
But
friend,
honestly, right
what's
now,
gonna happen to him now? Because
okay, all right,
they're barely using
that's true.
him.
He may dip out. He
A
may
lot
dip
of
out
people
too.
might
You
be
never
cut
know.
though. Not
He
even
may
just
be. I
Sonny,
mean,
but
he may be cut.
Sonny relatively could be one of them. I ain't even on front.
Yeah, I think here's about who I think. I think Kip Sabian. I think that Liberian guy. I think Brian Cage. I think a lot of the wrestlers from the first year is definitely going to be cut. Joey Janela. I think a lot of them may be cut. You know what I'm saying? Because you have not just AEW and WWE and Impact. You have a lot of these indie things starting up again. You got Ring
But
of Honor
Sonny
saying they're
won't
going to
go to
start up again.
WWE though.
Salt tomorrow.
Yeah, why you think he won't go to WWE?
No, I think he'll probably
Or
go
they
back on
won't
the
take him.
independence.
Yeah, we started doing now.
I don't think
Who?
he'll go there.
Okay.
Who you
They're
talking
not.
about?
They're not ready for Sonny.
And then
No.
that's my
No,
friend.
they were barely
I know that for a fact.
ready for
They're just not
Jake
ready.
Atlas's bland ass. I mean, I love him, but
Like I know that for a fact. That's my friend.
And that's not even.
Yeah,
And
they ain't
like
doing that
while
one. No.
WWE's trying, they're trying.
barely.
They ain't trying hard enough, but they trying. But they ain't ready for Sonny. Although Sonny
Listen,
could be
I
the
don't.
catalyst. Sonny could be the catalyst to pushing
Yes,
that forward. He could be
the
your
LGBT company.
workhorse,
Yeah, exactly.
but they not ready. So
Mm-mm.
I mean, honestly, I think, like I said, do I think wrestlers from AEW should go to WWE? Yes, I do. I believe a lot of them wrestlers should go. I mean, they honestly, I think 2.0, they messed up with 2.0. Seriously, great tag team. I think the Acclaim is kind of like, another Street Profits. You know what I'm saying? I think they're great. I mean, I know a lot of people say Private Party and Street Profits. I know the reason.
I
Okay,
thought you was gonna
the
say
reason why I
Private
said
Party and the Street Profits.
I know. No. Private. Let me get this out. Private Party was like the Street Profits. They're not like that anymore since Hardy took them over. What the Private Party need to do is get rid of Matt Hardy and let them go back to what they were doing before.
Matt
Because
Hardy,
ever since they hooked
washed
up with him,
ass.
they messed that up.
Fuck.
They messed him up. Seriously, Private Party was one of my favorite tag teams when I was up there.
That motherfucker
But
is
now I see them
washed.
now. I'm like, yo, what the heck is Matt Hardy doing? Everyone's saying that. Yo, Matt, you need to drop this whole Hardy Foundation
you know
stuff
what
like that
made
and
me
just go back
sick?
to
I was on
wrestling.
TikTok the other day,
fuck?
and one of Reeby's videos showed up in my
Oh,
suggestions.
Nicole.
Wait, what'd you say, Nicole?
It
Without
made me
the
sick.
hoe.
One of Reeby's TikToks showed up on my For You page, and I was like, ugh.
Rebby who? Jackson?
I saw her.
Hardy.
It came up on my TikTok too. Was it that one?
Oh, Rebby
Rebby
Hardy.
took her to
That
Cracker
hoe.
Barrel for their anniversary.
Girl.
No.
Cracker Barrel's bomb
Mine's
though.
was, which I did actually watch it because, okay, so I did watch the video after I said, don't show me no more like this. So anyways, but it was her redoing Matt's belt room, which I was like,
God.
well, I'll watch this. And then I
Well,
was
Matt
like,
Hardy
okay,
can't. He
immediate
can't
block.
quit right now anyway because he's about to have another baby.
I'm gonna need him to stop.
Rebby Hardy's pregnant again.
Oh,
Lord,
Yeah.
That's sick.
That's like his
disgusting.
fourth child.
Wait
The
a minute.
fifth?
Wait. When did she get
Yeah,
pregnant?
she got pregnant during I think November, I believe October, November, around that time.
Wow.
Ain't
Well,
that
if
like
she
So
like it,
Matt
I love
Hardy
it.
has
what number is she on? 7?
Who give a
I
fuck?
think this is 4. I think this is 4 or 5.
I feel like they have more kids than that.
They got more than that. They got
They
like
got
5.
more kids than wrestling ability.
I
Child
swear
boo.
it's 6 or 7. If she's
Who
pregnant,
cares?
it's gotta be like
trying to catch
Matt
up
need
to,
to get a
Galena.
vasectomy like ASAP.
Jesus Christ.
But
He's worse
see,
than
They
Nick
about to
Cannon.
they're
For
gonna
God's
have
Matt
a
sake.
wrestling
Hardy don't
family.
even look like he'd be shooting up the club like that.
Yeah.
She probably just lay him down and take it.
You know what?
Oh.
I stand by
Oh my
that.
God,
I
I'm
don't
mad
give
she
a
just said
fuck.
that.
Y'all can get mad all you want to.
The fuck?
I stand by what I said. She probably do.
She'd be like,
I mean,
Matt, take
Lita
this.
dumped
She'd be
him
like,
for a reason,
take this,
okay?
take this.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
She'd be like, Matt, take this blue chew real quick.
Like that.
All them broken hips and goddamn
I can't even.
bumps he took. He can't do shit. She's like, just lay
That's why he
down.
said he
Just
can't
lay
do
down.
the leg drop anymore. He doesn't do the leg drop anymore because
Well,
of his
he needs to.
because of his hip.
See what I'm
He
saying?
washed anyway.
You see, he's not wrestling. The last time he was in the ring was with was like 3 months ago. He doesn't wrestle like that
You
anymore.
keep
He said.
Well,
alluding
he
to
waiting
him and
for
his
Jeff
brother
Hardy.
wrestling in AEW.
Yes, Jeff Hardy's coming. They're gonna have one more run, and then Matt said he's gonna hang it up.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's like he doesn't want to be one of those guys where they gotta carry him out to the
Well,
ring.
Jeff
He
Hardy.
said it don't be like
Well,
that.
They
Matt
damn near
needs Jeff
close
Hardy.
to it.
I
He's one of
mean,
those guys. What you talking about?
Morbish said, do y'all
He
think
need him.
Brian Cage could be in the WWE once his contract is up or they release him? Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
I believe
I
Brian
don't
Cage
think
needs to
it's
go to
smart
WWE.
to WWE to start signing people too, because I don't want their roster to be congested either.
But they won't sign just
Again.
anybody. See, I
That's not smart either.
don't necessarily like Nick Khan, but I kind of like the way his mind works a little bit. And he just don't give a fuck. He like, I don't care. You work for the E. If I feel like you're expendable, you're expendable. I'ma cut you. So I don't think he's just gonna be like, yeah, sign this guy, sign this person, they're leaving, sign this guy, sign this guy. I think he has an understanding of the business, and then he's got to have somebody in his ear telling him something. Because he generally, if you're gonna think about Brian Cage, and you have to look at all the guys they have signed or they brought in through the next the collegiate program they got, and you think about the guys they're bringing in through NXT and the PC, there's a certain look they're going for, and they're either extremely athletic and small in stature, or they're massive men, athletic, bodybuilding looking, fucking just huge type of dudes. And they're going back to that old.
I'm not into this is not 1996.
That's
Like,
where they're going.
the fuck?
Now it looks like they're trying to mix it, because they have guys like Cameron Grimes and Carmelo, and then on the main roster you've got Sammy and you've got Apollo. And when they do use them, the matches work out. You got Ricochet and Dolph and Bobby, but they also have guys who are huge. Like, I don't like Von Wagner. I think he's terrible.
Yeah.
But they got him, and they have there's a bunch of those.
You mean
He
Von
makes
Wagner?
my stomach hurt.
I don't fucking like Von Wagner. I really wanted Robert to end up managing another woman, somebody fresh that came in, but they gave him Von Wagner, and I really hate that.
See, Just
be
to put
keeping,
Diamond Mine.
one
Like,
thing about
what is him
NXT,
signing?
they be keeping him in
These
business.
white people. The fuck? The fuck?
What you say, Nicole?
What?
I was like, one thing that they be doing at NXT is making sure Robert and Bivens are booked and busy.
Right?
Malcolm Bivens just signed some other chick to Diamond Mine, some white girl. And I'm like, the fuck?
Damn,
Some other white bitch?
One thing I will say,
The fuck?
Nicole was 100% right about the Creed brothers, and I told her no, and she was right. I hate when she be right, but she was right.
I
She
don't know
was
about
right.
them either.
I don't necessarily like their aesthetic.
No,
but
I'm good.
Motherfuckers can wrestle. I don't care.
Oh shit!
You okay?
I almost dropped my drink on the floor.
They can wrestle. They put on some bangers. And they don't want the Dusty Cups, and they going up against Imperium again. That shit gonna knock. I don't care what nobody say.
I found my thing here.
Yeah, the girl is white.
What? Wait, who's white?
The girl is white.
That strong
Ain't nobody of color there now.
Who I haven't watched NXT in a long time, so.
She been there this whole time.
Who that?
She's been there
Her
since
name
they
is
started.
what is it?
What she look like?
She's just a short, cocky white girl.
She was in NXT for a minute.
Yeah, she was there when they finally introduced Dynamite the first time. Then they came out the second time, and she was there when the Asian dude was still signed. She was there.
What they can do? The Back to the Future dude?
I remember her from the Raw that
I got 3 stars.
that Fight Club thing they had.
She was in there, wasn't she?
I miss Raw Underground. Raw Underground was lit, and y'all ruined that shit because y'all was talking about them dancers. Yeah, they couldn't dance, but we just had to wait a couple more weeks so they found some big bitches.
I love Raw Underground. They little stripper dancers one shit, but that show they was fighting and that shit was lit. Dolph Ziggler went in there and was like, I can get some of this. Give me some. I was like, I like this. They fighting.
Yep. That should have hired me.
And just toe up everything. I was like, hell yeah.
Shit, I would have been a dancer on there. They wouldn't even have to pay me that much.
Okay.
I'm putting this on.
Well,
just
Brandy, I won't say.
Just give me a gift card. I would have told just give me a gift card to merch store.
What the fuck?
I won't say Matt always needed Jeff because Matt, back in the day, Matt Hardy was version 1 and that shit was lit. Like, Matt has some iconic matches of his own by himself.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Tomorrow. I have a dandy for tomorrow.
No.
The Matt Hardy slander.
Matt Hardy his flowers.
Y'all. No, Matt Hardy, for real, him, he was the star of the internet shit with the wrestlers.
I just rolled over my foot.
The best thing about him was that feud with Edge. That was the best thing.
Oh Lord.
I say that was his most memorable and his most iconic. But he even had a feud with his brother that I liked. I like that feud. Here's the girl you're talking about is Tatum something, and she's supposed to be tagging with Ivy in the Tag Classic.
Yeah, she white.
Who the hell is Tatum? Who is that?
That's a made up name.
Is that the girl that's gonna be on NXT Tatum? Level Up? Because they're supposed to have a match on NXT Level Up. It's supposed to be tomorrow, I think. That's what they turned 205 Live to, is NXT Level Up.
I'm thinking of the Ciara song.
It's Ciara's, yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's the Ciara's Level Up better be the theme.
That's what everybody keep asking.
That's what I thought about when I heard it. I was like, is Ciara gonna do the song deal again?
Oh, Rico said her name is Tatum Paxley in the ring, but her real name
Tatum is not a real name.
Her real name is Natalie Hotland.
Natalie Hotland? Hotland?
Holland and her.
I think you said Hotland. I was like, what kind of name is Hotland?
No, I'm just telling that is not a real name.
Hotland.
Why is her name not real, Nicole?
It don't sound real.
Tatum is a real name.
Natalie.
That's not who. Tirza, who the fuck you know named Tatum?
Tatum O'Neal, the actress.
There is
Don't
an
nobody
actress
know
named
that for
Tatum
real
O'Neal.
life.
Janet Tatum?
She dated Michael
That ain't a
Jackson.
real-
Tatum O'Neal.
Janet Tatum. That's her name.
Said,
Sounds like
And
an
she
element.
white too.
who the fuck you know named Tatum? Oh, King said he got a friend named Tatum. I be
Y'all
fucking
making
up
this shit
people,
up. I'm
man.
tired of it.
Nicole, you okay? You okay, Nicole?
I'm high.
Nicole Maj asking if you're okay. Uh-oh. I don't know. I think we lost her.
You're right. You're right, Nicole.
I'm said I'm okay. I'm just high.
Oh, there she go. She said she's okay. She's just tired.
No, I said I'm just high. I had the wrong microphone in the
Oh
wrong
my
ear, so
God.
that's why nobody could.
I almost walked into the wall.
Poor child.
Lord,
Had her edibles. She all right now.
she good.
I've never known anybody named Tatum. It
Where's
don't
these
mean they
Girl
a
Scout
real
cookies
name.
at?
Just never
It's
heard
not.
nobody named Tatum.
Oh! Almost dropped this.
I ain't never heard nobody named Tatum before.
Even the actor, Channing Tatum?
Well, his last name is Tatum.
Tatum O'Neal is an actress from the 70s. And she dated Michael Jackson back in the day.
Oh, wow.
I know, but that's a fake name. She made that up.
No, that's her real name, girl.
She just...
Tatum O'Neal.
Nicole is
And her
almost...
father is Ryan O'Neal, an actor too.
Oh
Oh
my gosh.
tomorrow. I'm not gonna put it in tonight.
Oh my goodness.
She said she made that up.
Oh, I'm going to be hungover tomorrow. God damn it.
Why are y'all drinking and getting high? What is happening?
Because it's a good night to drink and get high.
It's been a long week, okay?
It's a good night to drink and get high, too.
Let me have this. I
I'm
can't go to
drinking
Cleveland.
on
I'm
Saturday.
stressed. Okay. I'm pissed.
I'll be drink. I ain't gonna be
It's
drinking.
not funny.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
She's so angry, and I'm like, here's it. We can go another time, and she's like, no.
That's not the point.
I got a headache. I'm taking this.
I was ready to book my stuff. Click, click. And then boom.
Oh. These motherfuckers.
Wait, what happened? Look what?
She is not happy.
I'm pissed.
It's over there.
Wait. Okay.
Fucked up my whole thing. So mad.
Take this charger.
It's not funny.
I said, cheers. Look, we're gonna have the group trip next year, and then I can figure we'll plan something else. And she was like, no,
Y'all
I
can
want
come
to
to
this
Raw in come to Raw in Detroit in July.
Come to Raw in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be busy.
I picked some decent seats.
No, but I was like extra pissed because I legit was on my computer open, all the tabs was open. I was ready to like book my flight, and I'm like, what you mean?
Yeah, I think I got all my stuff done.
Nope.
I ain't got to pack it. I ain't got to pack
I'm not happy about it.
for tomorrow.
I dropped my wrap.
So I'm drinking.
God.
I need chicken with a sandwich.
I got lettuce on the floor.
Nicole, do you watch Peacemaker?
No, I
What
didn't
is
watch
that?
it yet.
It's got John Cena in it. It's his character.
Um,
It's
It's
his
funny.
character from
DC.
the DC
It's
Suicide
good,
Squad
and you know
movie.
I don't even like John Cena, and I'm saying it's good.
It's
I
funny.
like John
Oh,
Cena.
that show is
I
funny.
do too.
I'm Team Cena all day.
I like John Cena.
I don't never have.
Same here, Nicole.
I like John Cena.
I like.
Period.
Y'all
Yeah.
being haters.
My mom liked John Cena. I was like, bitch, you basic.
Oh, no, not baby.
You basic, Nicole.
M-
It's a lot of animosity. Oh my
Don't be
god.
coming for my John.
It is what it is.
Him and his tight ass.
Oh god, we thank you.
You see his ass in the show anyway.
He got a tight
He
bubble
probably
butt.
likes a lot of stuff in that. You know what? I'm sorry.
Well, I heard allegedly that. Know what? Nah.
Yeah.
Let me not. I'm talking too much. Let me not say that out loud.
Child.
But if he like it, I love it.
Okay.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Who do y'all think is winning the women's Dusty Cup?
Me. No, I'm kidding.
Probably gonna be Raquel's bum ass and Cora.
Damn.
You mean Rocket Power?
What's she gonna be a bum?
Raquel and Rocket Power?
Why are you disrespecting Cora?
Don't be disrespecting.
There's something
Cora. I
about
like
Black
Cora.
Club that I do like.
Cora
Though.
is Rocket Power. That's her name.
I didn't like her at first, but there's something about her that I really like. I don't know what it is.
I don't fuck with that big MAGA bitch.
Rocket Power. That ain't right.
What do you mean?
No, it's not.
Oh, she a Trumpy? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Raquel is a Trumpy.
Never mind. I take that shit back.
No, we call it Cora Rocket Power. That
Fuck her.
bum ass Raquel is bum ass Raquel. Shit, I don't care.
You mean Raquel with the strong back?
Damn.
The strong back. That's what I used to say when I was in
On the back.
I said that back real strong to not be
Yeah,
doing
real
nothing but
strong
laying
bite.
on it.
Ain't nothing wrong with laying on your back now. Okay.
No.
She look like she crack walnuts in her back. So
Because all she do is flex her back, and I told Tiffany she need to put a tattoo on her back. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. Like, what am I looking at?
it's her back muscles. She got
She ain't
real
got no
strong
back
bite.
muscle. She ain't got no
real
back
strong
muscle.
bite. She
What?
do.
She what?
She do.
Yeah,
What
she
back
does.
muscle she got?
That's
Yeah,
why
she
she
does.
tall. Because she got a lot of back muscles.
She does.
And I don't
On the
I
back.
I'll give her that.
don't want to be staring at your back. Like your
You don't
back.
want to stare at nothing. The girls do. You don't like watching
Yeah,
TV.
that's just what you said.
What?
If she was in some dips and chains, you'd like it.
No, because we don't like women.
No, not like no, just no. Her back is just her back don't do it for me. No.
You think Bromby do that? He probably cried during sex.
Oh God.
Braun.
I feel like he gets really sweaty.
She gotta hold him
Red.
afterwards.
Can you imagine Big
That
Von
really
crying?
strong Eagle grip.
She be holding him afterwards, telling him it's okay. He did a good job.
I can't.
You did a good job.
Call it shut up.
I'm too drunk for this shit.
Y'all in here wild. I love it.
You doing a good job, sis. You doing a good job.
I don't think he's attractive. So 0.
Oh,
Tiff do.
I don't think he's attractive at all.
Who?
Apparently she does.
Braun Breaker.
I think he's
I
cute
love
somewhat.
Braun Breaker.
I don't think. Nah, no.
He gives me crap boy in the worst way.
No, I'm good.
I feel like he just pick you up.
There has to be something to him. Like for me, I think aside from Roman's face, it's just his whole like aesthetic. Like he just looks like he'll just like
now LA Knight will still be the fave.
Hell
or
yeah.
like or just or just swallowed you up. I'm like,
Yeah,
yes.
I need to have a lot of shots to sleep with Braun Breaker.
Yeah, I would have
I
to
don't
drink
think
a
he's
little bit.
attractive. No, I'm good.
No, I wouldn't need a lot of shots.
Nah, I don't need none.
I wouldn't sleep with
Now
him.
you're backpedaling.
LA night, I'd be sober.
Hell yeah. I
Do
need to
whatever.
remember that.
LA night.
Yeah, it's fine.
He is cute.
That white dude got swag.
He looked like he would tie you up in some shit. Like get you all bent and shit. Be like, man, my legs hurt. I gotta go to work in the morning.
Girl, you better put a pillow behind your back and take it.
Damn it. Damn it, what the fuck?
You know what? He probably would say that shit too.
I am so good.
I can't. The question for my hot girls, Nicole and Tirza, who take it home with us from NXT. Who are you taking home with us from NXT? I call dibs on Carmelo.
Carmelo Hayes?
I feel like Carmelo Hayes.
I feel like am I the only one who doesn't think he's that cute?
I think he's cute. I think Trick looks better than him now.
Oh no.
I love Trick.
I like Trick. His skin is beautiful.
Yes.
I don't know.
His
2.0.
His skin is gorgeous.
He has like the perfect complexion.
Right? I don't have a problem with Carmelo. I feel like though
he kind of short. He looked like he.
Yeah, like he looked too short.
Look like he
like
looks like
a tall beast.
They add. Yeah, he looks like they add a lot of inches to his height.
Like they do Garganos.
Yes, that scares me.
You know that Adam
Gargano's not 6 feet, and they keep billing him at 6 feet.
Who?
No,
yeah, they got Adam Cole billing at 6 feet. I said Adam Cole damn near maybe 2 inches taller than me.
There's no way Cole is at 6 feet either. No way.
No, they have Gargano.
Johnny Gargano is my height. I've
Right.
literally looked him in eye to eye. We are the same height.
Did Candace have her baby yet?
She's. I think I haven't heard. I don't think no one said anything for like a day or so. I'm hoping she probably had it by now.
Oh,
because they said she was at. They went to Disney so she could walk around and like enjoy herself and induce her labor. So I'm assuming the baby's coming soon.
Damn, I forgot Candace was pregnant.
I
like them as a couple though.
They're
I really
so
do
cute.
like them.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
I think
so
they're
cute.
great as a couple.
She is so big. I said she is all baby. Look at her.
But she'll snap right the hell back.
Jumping off of shit.
Were y'all fighting over Carmelo Hayes in the comments?
No, I'm good. Y'all can have him.
Trick is engaged to a black woman and she's pretty.
I was shocked when I seen that.
I thought he was gonna have a white girl. I'm not even gonna lie. I thought he was gonna be with a white girl. But she's black and she's not. I'm not trying to shit on her, but she's a typical black woman. She's pretty.
What does that mean? A typical black woman.
She's just like a roundaway girl.
She's like the girl next door.
Oh, she ghetto? No,
no, like she's just like.
What's your next door look like?
Ghetto.
I have to agree with this. I thought it was ghetto.
She's no. It's like
I'm from the hood, girl.
She's like an approachable. She's like an approachable pretty. Like she's not like. It's not like a whole bunch of za going on. Like she's just like a naturally just approachable pretty person.
She's a regal beauty. She doesn't.
Well, good for him.
She's not gonna be like she ain't no Instagram model looking type of girl. But
okay.
She's pretty and she doesn't have a lot of makeup on. Makeup wise, she'd be a killer. She'd take somebody out. Face wise, she's gorgeous. Body wise, she good. She is a typical black woman. Most black women look like that. So
queens. Okay.
That's what I said.
Period. I would take LA night. But again, that would worry me. Like I would have to take a day off for work.
I would say Cameron Grimes because I really like him.
Girl, you
But the only thing about Cameron Grimes, I feel like I'm too much for him.
Ooh.
He
Like
cried
I'm
too.
too
Kiara listening to Lil Wayne.
I'm
Gonna have to cut
too
his
much
hair and
woman for him. And I feel like he would come in like 5 minutes and then I'd be pissed. Like, no, like calm
stop
down.
it. You don't know that.
Like, calm down.
Okay, so Joe, you came back in late, but honestly, Derek left. So
Oh, he left?
yeah,
I didn't know he left.
he left. And they was asking us questions in the comments, and we was just answering them. And
Oh,
Tier's
okay.
drunk, so she gonna answer it however it come out. And Nicole high, so she damn sure gonna answer it however it come out. And Marquise don't have no filter, and Rico he go with the flow.
Nope,
Yeah,
I
no.
have no.
You know
The only
what?
thing I
Who
heard
was
from y'all was
talking
about
about?
Peacemaker, and I was
Who
trying
was
to get
talking
back in
about
here.
Chris Brown only making songs describing sex? Who was that?
Don,
Don is right.
he is
So
100%.
I was listening to, because there was this Jack Harlow songs. I don't really listen to Jack Harlow like that, but
I don't
like
know
the
who that
sound,
is.
like the sound would
The
Ooh, I
always
rapper.
sound
come up
old.
and on TikToks, and I was like, this song sounds good. Like I would like it. Like it would sound like a slow like R&B rap song. Like that's what I like. I
Yeah,
was like, ooh, I'm gonna find this song, and I found it. And Chris Brown is on it, and his part is just is like a mess. I'm like, what is this?
Chris Brown.
His first two verses is talking about being a threesome and eating someone out. Like not even three verses. It's like it's like a verse and a half. And I'm like, bro, you wild.
that's how he is on all his music.
Yes, bitch.
That heartbreak on the Full Moon album. There is maybe 3 songs that are about like heartbreak and being in love with somebody. The rest of them are about fucking. And there are 50
His
plus
new song is
songs.
cute.
There's 50 plus songs. That new song sound like the last album he came out with. It's the same sound.
His new song is cute. I be
And
bumping to it.
that's why people is saying he don't know how to make R&B music no more. And he got all in his feelings like, oh, well, y'all need to watch. I'm like, well, if them telling you you don't know how to make R&B is what blows, get your ass together, then bitch, you can't. You have not done it. Get it together. Because we tired of hearing about your dick. We sick of it.
Not the dick.
We tired of it. At this point, it should be red and falling off. Okay?
Speak for yourself, girl. No kidding.
All the coochie you done been through, it should be dead.
But anyways, like the song is cute. I wish he would make a version that Chris Brown wasn't in it.
Okay, and
the
by
song
the way,
is called "Best Friends" because y'all are young in here, so y'all probably.
I don't even know who Jack Harlow even is.
Girl, just Apple Music him.
Girl, and I sound old as fuck saying that.
You know a song by him. What's poppin'? Blah 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 blah. You know
what
the hell is that?
Don't mind me, just watch it.
Nope.
There ain't no way you ain't never heard that fucking song.
Come on.
No, I have not.
If you heard the song, you would know it.
Ciao.
Jeez. Okay, Joe, what did you want to say?
No, I'm just letting y'all know that if y'all keep hearing constant meowing, my cat is in heat.
Oh, don't worry.
Oh,
don't
this
worry
is her first time being in heat, so
don't worry about it. Nicole
what's your cat's name?
Nicole Cat
Her
is the
name is
unofficial
Soul.
mascot. Okay.
Huh?
Her name is Soul.
Hi, Soul.
This is her first time being in heat. She'll be a year in May.
Oh, she's a baby.
Yeah, so she's
I love animals. Oh.
So if y'all hear that, that's what's going on. I apologize in advance.
You ain't got to.
No, my cat literally screams.
Oh, I love animals.
Fucking cat.
Brandy said she stopped listening to Chris Brown in 2014. Oh, that's a long time, baby. You know.
My sister's dog been home last week, and I dead tried to like leave her. Like, she's not going home. She's staying with me. I miss her.
Why don't you get your own dog?
I want to so bad, but like, my boyfriend and I are trying to decide on like what kind of a dog, because he wants like a Rottweiler, and I'm like, no.
They're
So I
very
don't know.
protective though of their owners.
They are.
I know they are, and they're really
and they're
cute,
very
but
sweet dogs when they have sweet owners. They really are.
but I live in New York, and so like a
Well,
dog that size needs room to like run around and be free, and
yeah,
Be free.
so that's the only thing.
you're right.
That
I
dog
agree.
parks in Queens.
So I don't know. But I'm like 2 steps away from stealing my sister's dog.
Oh my god!
Just
I was
take the
so
dog.
tired of people calling my
I'm gonna
cat
just
a
take
hoe.
her.
You said you got tired of what, Joe?
I was so tired of people calling my cat a hoe. So I have a cat.
She can't help it.
I'm
That's
done.
mean.
Let me tell you
Just
something.
don't be fair, dog. Kenny.
I have a cat named
Not a
Luna.
hoe.
Our friend Kenny got a cat. That cat name is Bella.
That cat is a smut.
Yes, smut.
That cat done had.
I love that word.
What is it like 10 litters?
Why y'all talking about Bella like that?
This is what I'm talking
Bella
about.
is a fucking.
Because my cat Luna has
Of
a
course.
bunch of litters. Everybody
Bella's
just
a
kept saying
smut.
that she
That's
was
why
a
she's
hoe.
your
I'm like,
best friend.
Bella
No.
is living her best life. Tiff, stop talking
Shut
about
up. Shut up, Marquise. Shut up.
Bella is a
That
fucking
damn cat.
smut.
Yo,
It's
listen. That
disgusting.
damn cat leaves her house for months.
Stop.
She don't know where the cat at. She ain't never seen it. All of a sudden, she'll show up back at the house. Damn cat be pregnant. Then, after she give birth to her litter, she give herself some time. Her whole ass back out there.
I know that's right.
That cat is living her best life.
As she should.
Who's watching these
Advertise,
fucking
girl.
kids?
I'm always criticizing that.
Every
She's
time. And she
because
comes
she's a
First of all.
welfare mom. She's dropping all these kids at her people's place to watch them for her just so she can go back out the street. She's a smut. Like that cat is on section.
yeah, and this is
8.
why Luna does not. This is why Luna has. This is why I haven't had Luna on celibacy for the past year.
Ooh.
This is exactly why. Because I got sick of that. I'm not going to keep. No, I was sick of this litters that she kept dropping, and then she had a litter of 7, and all of them survived. And do you know how hard it was to get rid of all 7 of these
Oh
cats?
my god.
I'm sorry, that cat sounds like a little bit of a slut too.
Not section 8. I'm fucking dead.
I literally have a video of all 7 of these cats following me around my apartment.
Can I have one?
How you gonna give it to
Are
me?
they still around?
Like, I was so tired of it. I said, you know what? This is your last litter. She hasn't had dick since. No, she don't go outside. I don't let no boys in the house. Nothing.
Now you put your cat on dick probation.
I can't.
You gotta let that cat live her best life.
Shut up, Marquise. Everybody asks you nothing.
For once, I agree with Maj. I mean, these cats are not going to defend themselves, you guys. You gotta listen to
Let that cat live her best life.
Look, your ass ain't popping out no kids. It's always your best life when you can't get pregnant.
Booker T is a fucking coon. He can shut the fuck up.
Cat's life. Want to live her best life.
J Sav said Booker T said he not a fan of Cody coming back. If he does, I guess you meant.
And when has his opinion mattered?
Well, I'm pretty sure nobody was okay with seeing you stand up there like a damn statue when Bad Bunny was performing that song. Shit.
I love Bad Bunny.
We had to suffer watching you stand up there with your hairline drifting to the back of your neck, but anybody said nothing about that.
No, his hairline drift.
You and your shucky ducky quack quacks. Okay? Nobody had to say nothing about that. So if Cody do come back, that ain't none of your business. You're supposed to call it like you see it. I thought you was unbiased.
You know, Booker T is like that uncle that's always talking about his money to the younger people at the cookout.
He get on my nerves. He always talking about it's about collecting checks and championships. Well, Cody trying to get a bag. Why you mad? Did he say anything about Keith Lee debuting in AEW? I saw his debut. He threw the shit out of whoever it was he was wrestling. Goodness.
A private party or something like that?
I was like, are they alive? Nicole, Derek is apologizing to you in the comments because he came back.
Yeah, he flung Isaiah Cassidy.
Oh, it was him. Okay, it was Isaiah Cassie. He ain't
I
talking about
really love
women.
that
He
song.
usually
Y'all
talking
don't
about the
understand.
people.
I really love that song.
Needless to say, though, of course, I think it was Jim Cornette that had something to say about Keith Lee.
Of course.
Oh, what did he say?
And he a cuss.
Complaining about he picked up weight and
Oh, he
he not
complained about it.
moving
Are
the
we
way
talking about weight? Are we talking about weight with the Crypt Keeper? Really?
We ain't gonna start on Jim Cornette because so much can be said about that man.
Aren't him and his wife like? Don't they like gotta worry about rape allegations?
Child. Nicole told me the man like watching other people have sex with his wife.
Exactly. I mean, come on now.
Why do you know what that is?
There's a lot of things I found out on Twitter that I'm ashamed that I know.
Dry, how? No, I want to know how you know what that is. For real.
Twitter.
Gerard, don't say
Where
nothing.
did the tweet come from?
Because somebody put
Don't perjure yourself.
Like somebody put on Twitter, I was at work and these couples were arguing and the wife called her husband a cuck. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck that means. It literally was a thread for like 45 minutes and everybody going back and forth explaining what it was and the levels.
It's levels to it?
Apparently.
We talk about Jim Cornette's wife.
Yeah, he said he found out what a cuck was on Twitter.
What does it mean? Oh, a cuck. Yeah. Well,
They're
that's
basically somebody who likes to have other people have sex with their wife. And
No, girl, cuck with a
No, girl.
C-U.
The whole word is cuckold.
Here, hold on.
Yeah, the whole word is cuckold is basically somebody that likes to watch other people have sex with their wife.
Oh, I've been there and done that and bought the t-shirt. Okay. That's
I'm screaming.
Ma'am.
Then they said Jim Cornette was.
That's nothing new.
Then they said Jim Cornette does that with his wife.
I'm done.
When they used to work for, and I low-key remember hearing a story about this like years ago when Jim still worked. What was that promotion?
OVW?
Yes. It was even back then because they were like, Jim would have us come over and like pay us like fuck his wife. Oh, and they would be like, it'd be like 2, 3, 4 of us or whatever. And
what does his wife even look like?
Like how you think she would look like? To sum it up.
Fucked up. Oh, hell no. Ew.
I mean, this is the same guy that demanded that on his will. He made sure that if Vince Russo dies before him, his wife won't get a dime unless she makes sure that he can piss on his grave.
Yeah, he hates his ass.
Yeah, so this is the same guy that says stuff like that. I mean, I can't be surprised about what Jim Cornette does at this point.
Yeah, that's the same guy who was like shooting on Becky and like saying all type of dumb shit. Like, who give a fuck about him?
Yeah, that dude got 47 cards in his deck. He's not all there.
Nope.
I mean, the wheel is spinning, but the hamster's dead.
I like
so,
that.
The mall is open, but nobody's shopping.
Right. That wheel spinning, that
He's
hamster's
just very
dead.
disrespectful.
So he basically saw Keith Lee's match.
Fucked up.
He saw Keith Lee's match and he said that he then got bigger and he's slower in the ring. So he ain't even being able to really perform the stuff that you know Keith Lee for being able to do. I thought Keith Lee did fine. It's just that Private Party was not used to wrestling a guy that big. But also at the same time, Private Party is really young. They're not extremely experienced yet.
I think Jim Cornette is just one of those people who like to talk just for the sake of talking.
You're correct.
Can't stand him.
But I will admit, He does have a passion for the business of wrestling.
Well, fuck him.
But
I
like
don't care.
wrestling from what, like 1985?
Well,
Like, I feel like that's the kind and type of mindset that he's in. He's like very like old school, and it's
And
like this a new time. And like even when he was talking about Bianca and Sasha's match at Mania, I was like, oh hell no, oh hell no. What we're not gonna do is do that.
I just ignore his ass because I say you be watching. I say you just be watching your wife getting slobbed and lobbed all over these nasty man.
I have his names blocked on my Twitter.
And then his wife probably looked like a fucking twat.
I don't even think they're together still.
was that his wife that somebody had Hulk Hogan have sex with their wife? I wonder, was that him?
Ew.
I don't think so.
No,
No, that was his friend, but it wasn't Jim.
You know,
Okay.
Hogan got a baby dick.
Ooh,
I seen it.
I'm so sick of her. I don't know what to do.
Jesus.
He do.
I'm just not gonna.
But as far as Jim Cornette is concerned,
Hogan?
he is he's an example of what I say about lack of evolution.
Yep.
You get left behind. You
Yep.
know, like as much as people try to shit on the WWE, for the WWE to be able to function the way they function, even to the point where they had the Thunderdome during the pandemic, it's because they evolved. You know, they were a company that had the endorsements of all these different people, but they had to evolve their product to get to that point. Much as everybody hate the PG era, that's what they had to. That's where the times that took them. You can't say a lot of the same things that you used to be able to say. Ain't that right? What's their name? I think they called the two rapper dudes.
The Acclaimed.
Yeah, the Acclaimed. They can't, you can't say things they used to be able to say in an Attitude Era. They found that out the hard way.
Yeah.
Honestly, what he said was corny and didn't have no. It was just whack.
What did he say? 'Cause I forgot.
Who was it towards? Was it towards Anna
He
Jay?
was talking about Simone Biles. He was making fun of her in the Olympics for her mental health issues, and then they said something else wild.
And then
they mentioned Duke Lacrosse.
Yeah, then before that it was about the Duke Lacrosse team, and then talked about that one girl that was with the varsity blondes. I think they are.
Yeah, he was talking about her.
Talking about
Julia Hart.
The whole arena or something like that.
About Coochie taking up the whole arena.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well,
never smelled or seen before.
They probably. To be honest, I think they crossed the line once they mentioned the Duke Lacrosse thing because of the whole grape situation thing.
Yeah, he crossed the line with Simone Biles too. Hell,
he did because he didn't mind his business. Well,
I mean, when it comes to athletes, everybody as long as you up there at the top, everybody talks trash about you. People talk trash about LeBron all the time.
Yeah, like Candace Owens did today.
Right.
Oh God.
She said that he is not intelligent and he needs to stop speaking on things he doesn't have knowledge of.
Well, she's a waste of fucking skin, so who give a fuck?
She was referencing the stuff. Hold on, because I want them to see what Jim Cornette's wife looked like.
Nah, fuck her.
But they say he got married in 2007, but it don't say he got a divorce.
No, they're still married.
Oh, they're still married, but this is what she looked like. That's her.
That's why I said,
oh my God,
she
is
looks
that Katie
exactly how you would think
that's
she would look
that's
like.
right there. But that's her.
That's sick.
I gotta pee.
Girl, don't pee on yourself.
Disappointment, sweat.
Not this.
I can get a more recent picture. Hold on.
Not her looking like that.
Hold on.
That's his wife? For real?
Wife, baby.
Good night.
You lying.
She used to work in one of his wrestling promotions, it looked like.
So he just be passing around Roseanne all willy nilly.
Oh God, we thank you, Jesus.
Not Roseanne.
Not
He said
Roseanne.
No.
Roseanne.
Not Roseanne. Not Roseanne. Jesus.
I mean, come on.
What in the
He
actual
called that woman Roseanne.
Oh no, I didn't
yikes?
know.
What is his
That's
hair?
Oh
Wu
no.
Chi Lei.
That's that is.
What is his hair?
She looked like his daughter.
What is her hair?
On Jim, no, because Nicole feel like we always shit on Jim, so we don't have to do one.
So
But if
wait a
y'all
minute.
want one,
This is wait. So this is the person that he allows other people to have sex with.
baby, allegedly
Yes,
that's what
that
they
chick
say.
with that poodle on her head.
Because he
Her.
don't want to. He ain't slick.
Baby, they say allegedly that's what happens.
Allegedly.
This motherfucker said she looked like Chucky on crack.
You know what?
Nah,
Joey
People-
Janela was
Why
the
the
first
Chucky?
one to spill that tea.
just disrespecting Chucky. I can't.
Oh Jesus!
Wow.
And the funny thing is, Joey Janela has said this a few years ago.
Jayla said, she fits the description.
Wow.
I got a question. It might sound fucked up, but who watching it? I mean, who is willingly doing it? So
Somebody who ain't getting no buns.
What
Or somebody that want to be able to say they nailed Jim Cornette's wife.
is that a damn achievement?
When he
to
was
say
at
that?
OVW,
That's a
he
demotion.
used this as like at the promotion. He'd be like, "Oh well, you do this, and I'll be get better booking and shit like that."
No shade though. I'm sure like at that time, I'm sure like Edge probably did it. No, I'm playing.
Oh,
And you gotta remember too, Jim Cornette is from that era where them promoters used to make you do some crazy stuff to get ahead. So
That's gross.
ooh, she just ooh.
back
Nah,
when
I'm good.
Pat Patterson was over here trying to do some bullshit to if you wanted to get over.
That's what they say.
Well, Pat Patterson was gay, right?
Yeah, they say he was sexually assaulting them wrestlers.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Exactly. Like
They say
it's
he was doing
okay.
And they
There's
had a whole thing because that was a big scandal back in the day. They had him on all the talk shows. Vince was defending it because
Pat
somebody
Patterson?
tried to sue them.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
They tried
sexually
to sue
harassing
them.
them wrestlers.
It
He
was
Wow.
he told one wrestler that if you he said he basically solicited sex to him, and he said, "I don't rock like that." He said, "You will if you want to stay in this business." He said 2 weeks later he got fired.
Stop.
Yep.
No, that's true.
Oh my God.
And they were saying that that was a regular occurrence. And then I don't know if it was a journalist that was there doing a story, but he said Pat Patterson sexually assaulted me. They had
Stop.
him on Phil Donahue and everything.
Not Donahue.
Yes, they did.
Yes.
I remember that.
Remember it.
I remember that.
I don't.
Them
Yes,
years between that, the
And
shit
that
with
steroid shit.
the steroid scandal, that shit with Jimmy Snuka.
Yep.
And there's one or two other things. Vince was really, really, really trying. He said, "You know what? I might go to hell for what I did to my daddy to get here, but I'm really gonna get there."
Because he was covering everything up. Everything. But that shit right there, that shit happened. I believe that shit.
Why don't I remember that?
So when people try to get all high and mighty, and they were like, they're going to Saudi, that's blood money, blah blah blah. What the fuck? No, they already took blood money.
Okay.
It was years ago.
Okay.
Right.
And they got blood on their hands. They done had they got bodies. WWE done had bodies.
And Ben had bodies, and they've been had bodies.
One of them.
And that's why Roman said what he said when the Undertaker was saying that the locker room was soft. He's like, "Yeah, we're not coming in there with a bunch of knives and crack."
Period. But Undertaker.
Yeah. Yeah, that was some bullshit. Like, oh, like they
well,
playing
I
video games.
miss the days
Like,
where
yeah,
it was
we
real
rather
I'm
do
sorry,
men.
that than
they're
King
not
Court.
back there having fucking roid rage and trying to
Right.
fight people and season out like the fuck.
Xavier was like, we it's a family camaraderie and we having a good time and we making money and we putting smiles on people's faces. He's like, I'm sorry if the toxic masculinity isn't enough back here, but we rather it not be here at all.
Period.
And I was
And
like,
I'm sorry.
man, I was like, you know, I
Undertaker
ain't
can't
gonna
talk.
with Xavier, but you did that shit. You did that shit.
I'm sorry, but Undertaker can
He's
talk about
right.
nobody being soft when he literally almost canceled a match between him and Rusev because Rusev went on camera saying he about to retire this old man.
Oh,
And he talking about soft. I'm sorry. Remind me again how large a percentage is of you and your counterparts at the age that you were at that either dead, paralyzed, died of overdosing. Except I just want to know that percentage.
From the shit that they was doing back then. Right.
Yeah. And when he does,
But you coming
I
at
want
the
him to
boys
get
for
back
playing video games and being healthy. Get the
and
fuck
not
out
to
of here.
mention, when they get done with wrestling, they got businesses they can run outside of the company. Whereas most of the people that's his age are on getting they having fundraisers just so they can be buried or to have simple surgeries because they don't have insurance.
Talking about they're on Section 8 along with Bella.
Not Section 8. Is she on food stamps too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta feed all them damn kids somehow.
You know what?
Damn, Nicole, really?
Them wrestlers get Section 8. The ones that they be trying to talk about, oh, these kids, they're soft. Well, I want you to have a conversation with me when I'm not paying for your groceries.
Period.
Then you come back.
I didn't like that he said that. Like, oh, well, the locker room was soft. Well, bitch. At least we can walk. The fuck?
I mean, it's like you
sending a nursing home at
I bet you
50 years old have to have someone change your diaper the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Makes younger and wiser, and they making better
Undertaker
decisions.
talks.
You sitting up in your house, you and your
Michelle's
blue
gonna
lives
end up
matter
having to wipe his ass in a couple years the way he hobbling around.
You and your blue
Because
lives
the amount
we all know it.
of surgeries he's had is ridiculous.
I bet you his knees sound like gunshots.
You know who he walks. You know who he walks
like
gunshots. You know who he fucking walks like. Has anybody ever watched King of the Hill?
Yeah.
He walks like cotton.
Yeah.
And Texas. That's
what he racist.
Not cotton.
Not
I
Cotton.
fucking love Cotton. He's a piece of shit.
Cotton can't bend his knees at all.
He gotta look at it. So he gotta look at his wife through a glass to actually get excited by her again.
Oh God, we thank you.
What the fuck?
Remember when Cotton had to look at his wife through a glass? Get excited about her?
Yes.
I was so sad when they finally did kill him off.
Yeah. I remember Jake the Snake Roberts had to go get a gun. Yeah, he did.
I will drag Jake the Snake from the pit of hell when he was trying to talk all that shit. I was like, nigga, you live in a DDP's basement. Mind your business.
I used to love him though as a kid. I loved him.
I watched it a lot. I liked it.
Yeah.
I learned to appreciate it more in my teen years, but when it first started, I didn't watch it.
Nah, I don't care. Jake the Snake was tripping. I'd be fucked up let somebody 6 years old living in somebody's basement try to talk shit to me.
Oh, what the hell? Nicole be reading the fuck out of people.
Oh, what's the?
They be tearing people up.
I'm telling them mine is a fucking business.
This is when Nicole used to you guys.
He's an addict.
How many people DDP had to save from themselves?
He saved no like Jake like 3 times, like 3-4 times.
Yeah,
Exactly. He wasn't in that fucking basement.
she said
He had to
Undertaker
say,
hit
he had to get
like bubble wrap
got all.
every time he walked. Brandi.
I'm sick. He said bubble wrap.
Brandi.
That was funny.
Brandi had to say that hateful shit.
Cause he old as fuck. He old as fuck.
See, he should have let himself retire that old man. Not screenshot.
Meanwhile, your wife running down there with her sagging implants at the Royal Rumble.
Oh shit! Oh man.
Gotta go to the doctor, get that skin pulled. So it's
She probably need to get them changed out.
Y'all ain't shit, man.
You gotta change them every 10 years.
You're not supposed to keep if you got boobs. They not.
You gotta change them every 10 years. Because they start leaking.
Like we all know, she had implants. All the girls did. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But when you get older, that skin start to stretch.
You gotta change them out because they start leaking.
Well,
so you gotta change them.
Ain't my titties
every 10 years.
Yeah.
Mine either.
You'll figure it out, I guess.
You can time in a knot, time in a bow, throw them over your shoulder like a continental soldier.
Oh shit!
Did her knees sound like screenshots?
Yeah, that killed me. That killed me.
Why y'all talk about these people's knees? Y'all going to hell. Every one of y'all.
The shit sound like Rice Krispies. Like, we all know.
Stop.
No.
Go to bed, Tirza.
Oh my gosh.
Go to bed.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Shut up, Rico.
When in doubt, you just gotta snap, crackle, pop.
Wasn't going to laugh, and then Joe broke out
okay.
laughing. I know.
So many people in WWE with bad knees.
I don't think Marie's boobs look weird. I think they look good. It's just sometimes her bra push them up a little bit too much.
They look extra big.
That bra
they look real big.
Too tight on her.
I think she got them redone.
But they don't look bad. You know, it's kind of like Natalia's. They got to settle a little bit.
What?
Because Natalia's titties always look like they popping out of a turtleneck.
Natalia got too many tight outfits.
It don't matter what she got on. Them titties.
I wonder if Charlotte finally fixed hers.
She did.
She fixed her.
She did.
She went down a size and then.
No, she went down a couple sizes.
Like they look better for her.
Looking like bowling balls on her chest.
Yeah, before she looked like, I was calling her tetherball titties before.
Yes.
They was.
No, but did y'all remember? Because remember one of her nipples was like out of place.
What?
Wait, what?
You don't remember that? When her nudes got leaked and one of her nipples was out of place?
First of all, pause. Ain't nobody know nothing about no nudes from Charlotte.
I didn't know nothing about that. I would look at them, but I wouldn't know nothing about that.
Yeah, they had leaked some years ago. Remember when all the celebrities was getting their stuff leaked?
Yeah, but I ain't know Charlotte was in the midst of that.
Yeah, Charlotte was in it, and one of her nipples is like misplaced. That's why I was wondering if they fixed it.
Everybody's nudes who got leaked. All the motherfuckers had iPhones.
Well, yeah, the cloud, the cloud. No, I didn't know that, but yeah, she did get her boobs fixed. She went down a couple cups, and then I guess she fixed her nipple. I don't know, because I didn't know the bitch had nothing wrong with it. What was wrong? One was pointing down, and the other one was up.
How do you fix a nipple?
I'm just
like
glad
it was like one was normal, but then one was like pointing inward
to the west.
Yeah, like okay, like one was going west and the other one's down south.
Okay, so they wasn't too abnormal because real titties look like that. So
Mine don't. Hold up.
first of all, you mind your damn business.
Mine don't look like that.
Nobody asked you what your nipples look like.
The
They
fuck?
asked you that.
Not the
I'll
nipples.
show you right
What is
now.
going
No.
on in here? Like,
Shit.
what is
I
happening?
asked you what your damn nipples look like. If yours pointing to the north, then let them point to the north. We're not talking about yours. Shit.
What is going on with the nipple talk? What is happening?
Oh, that's your cat.
Yes, that's her going off like that.
It's okay,
I
girl.
thought it was Nicole's cat for a sec.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Girl,
Is
you
this
can't
new
have
episodes?
Oh.
What?
You're gonna get her fixed.
Go rub it on the wall.
What new episodes?
Of Queer Eye? This is new.
Go rub it on the wall.
No.
You gotta get her fixed. Oh,
Yeah, really do.
poor baby. I get it, girl.
That's why I said don't mind her.
Oh.
This her first time. She's never, like I said, she a kitten. She just
What kind of cat? What breed is she?
she's orange and white.
I
Her
don't know, cat
mama
breeds are just
was
colors.
her mama was what kind of cat is that? I want to say it's a calico.
I don't know.
Oh.
Cat breeds.
Oh, I love calico.
I think they're the gateway to hell.
Oh.
I think everything is the gateway to hell.
And she's a
quiet.
baby
Oh my
still.
gosh.
Cats
Yeah.
are the gateway to hell. Should I see
Oh.
Constantine?
They are not the gateway to hell.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They are the
Stop
evil.
missing them
Just buy her like a teddy bear or something, but like
creatures like that.
What she
her
gonna
to
do?
hump.
Rub her coochie on the teddy bear?
Ew.
Yeah.
Yep, she
You
don't do
better
that.
do like Luna was doing to her. Luna kept like my older cat Luna, like she's my first cat ever. Like she's 5 years old now, but when she gets in heat, she gets in front of Soul and start bending over, I guess expecting her to do something.
Yikes.
So Soul,
Not cat lesbians, okay?
she don't know what's going on. So she
Hey,
starts
hey,
sniffing
hey,
her, jump on her back.
Representation matters.
But
Like,
throw
Throw that ass in
okay?
the circle. Throw that
So
ass in the circle.
So Soul is confused. She's like, okay, what are you doing? So she jump on her back. She start trying to play with her tail, and Luna would get mad and hiss at her because she ain't doing what she wanted to do.
Oh hell no.
So
Give her a teddy bear, like a
Ew,
big
no,
one, so like,
Tirza.
My
she
Lord.
can
She
hump
said, bring
it
out the strap.
until you fix her. You gotta fix her.
Oh,
She
no.
said, bring out the strap.
trying to
Get
get
it already.
It's gonna
Oh,
get worse
no.
as she gets older.
Oh, Lord.
yeah, because
Why are you laughing?
Because it is
It's
funny.
funny. The damn one female Luna just walking in front of her like this cat ass right here. Get this cat ass. Damn, so I'm like, what is this? Do you want to play? Okay, let's play. She's like, nah, bitch. Getting cat ass.
and she be having a fit too when Soul do that.
Cause she trying to fuck. She like, hell no. Like, I want the dick.
Because when I first got Luna, I also had this boy named Wacko.
Oh God.
Wacko.
So now Wacko was, oh my
And
god.
where is Wacko now?
If it had a pussy, he wanted to fuck it.
I'm done.
So, but they were both young at the time. They were both like 8 months.
Oh my
And
God.
I would never forget. I walked in on them. Luna is on her back, spread eagle, with him licking her.
I know
And
that's right.
And they gave me this look of like, oh my god, he caught us, and ran. And I'm like, oh, so y'all knew y'all weren't supposed to be doing this. And then that one fateful day, I got home from work, tired, sat on the couch, turned on the TV. Both of them came into the living room like they had something to show me. I'm like, okay, what are they doing? And then she just bent over and he just mounted her. And I'm like, oh my god, no. I'm like, but try as I might, one day I saw her walking and she looked like her stomach was heavy.
Oh.
And that's when I knew she done got pregnant.
How she gonna bend her
became a
ass over and
grandfather.
fuck in front of her owner?
I'm done.
You gonna let me get my cat shit on today?
No shame. That's my girl.
So I had an ex at that time who, she smoked cigarettes. And when Luna got pregnant, Wacko, every time she would smoke, Wacko would walk up on her and snatch her cigarette and walk off.
Wait, what? What? Wait, what?
I'm done.
Yes.
Snatch her cigarette right out of her mouth and walk.
I'm done.
And one time when she finally caught on that he was about to do that again, she moved the cigarette and then he tried to smack it out her hand. like he wanted this. He's like, girl, he's like, I'm about to be a daddy. I need this cigarette. This boy.
Your cat living his best life.
He sure was. But then I had to put him away from his kids because he kept trying to have sex with his kids.
Oh
Lord.
Gotta go.
They weren't even they were about a month old, and he kept trying to mount it.
What?
This is like a telenovela.
Oh
yeah,
no.
he was a mess. Like I said, if it had a pussy, he wanted to fuck it.
How you gonna protect them and then? Oh no.
Lord.
Not being incestuous.
Chitlins.
Oh no, they got to go. Gotta put them down.
God, Tiffany.
I'm not playing.
Or get him fixed.
Hell
get
no.
his little
ball. Nah, because he would still hump him, and you know it. He got to go.
Yeah, with him, he was probably good too. Wacko was a hot mess. Like,
what happened to him?
So my ex came with all her cats.
Damn.
And she took him?
No, so there was a cat named Baby that she had. So Baby and Wacko kept fighting over Luna. And it got so bad.
This is like a dynasty plot.
It got so bad. I was living on the second floor, and we was wondering what happened to Wacko. Apparently, Baby saw him near the window and smacked him out of it.
Man, that's some reality shit.
He did.
Yeah, he gone.
Oh my God.
Damn, that cat murdered him.
Oh, glory be. Y'all gonna sing a song for Wacko because he gone.
Yeah. We're gonna sing a song.
Moment of silence for Wacko, you guys.
Yeah, okay.
Moment of silence.
2 years today.
That's not funny.
I'm sorry, tears.
When it came to them, they were on site.
Like a dynasty.
That's
as they,
I'm sorry.
As soon as they saw each other, they were fight. Like I always knew that one was near the other because I would hear Baby go.
Oh.
So I knew, like, okay.
But he killed him.
Pushed him out the window. How was the window open?
Because my ex loved to leave the window open.
Well, it's her fault. Conspiracy.
Damn, so it's her fault.
Baby had that shit planned out.
That's terrible.
They were
saw him out the window and smacked him clean off of it.
That's horrible. Oh,
Jesus Christ!
Rest in peace, Wacko.
Not Bobby Womack.
Have sex with his kids. Tears up.
Just snapped.
Not Bobby
I love animals. I can't help it. Oh, I'm an animal lover.
Brandi, you silly.
That cat was trying to have sex with his kids.
Oh, Wacko.
He was. So yeah, Baby.
Baby had a plan. He just needed a platform.
Wow.
Y'all not shit.
Literally.
I'm gonna be like Mama Pain.
So moment of silence literally, Baby and Wacko was Luna's only baby daddy. So it's like,
Luna?
Who is singing?
Luna's staring at me right now. So basically, Baby, she had 3 litters by Baby and 3 litters by Wacko. So
wow.
Damn, just hoeing.
Damn, just
Probably got mad because we was making fun of him.
And Nicole.
just I can't believe it.
Hey, Luna. Yes, we're talking about you, Luna.
Everybody got cats in this group.
Seriously, if you come back, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you leave.
What? It was a plan. Why?
I wasn't trying to talk about the cat. I'm just saying the cats was sleeping with his own kids.
The Bobby Womack comment killed me though.
Said, what in the Bobby Womack type of shit is this?
That was funny.
I said, what? I'm like, oh yeah, Bobby Womack did some dirty shit. Did he wear a damn cook suit to his funeral while he was sleeping with his daughter?
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's
what. Wife, and then he started sleeping with the daughter after he left the wife.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. And then, matter of fact, he made a song about sleeping with his wife.
Damn.
That's nasty.
I wish he didn't trust me so much.
Yeah, it's called "I Wish He Didn't Trust Me So Much." That's what it's called.
Yep,
Bobby
that's
like a dirty motherfucker. He was dirty. How you gonna sleep with the man's wife, wear his suit to his funeral, and then sleep with his daughter?
That's gross.
It's a cold motherfucker.
That's why he did.
In the words of dude off when Family Guy was messing with Scooby Doo. That's right, Scooby. We're dealing with 1/6 son of a bitch.
Jared. It's fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb.
This is 1/6 son of a bitch. And that's what he was.
All right. So
y'all are killing me in these comments. Look at Jalen. She said Luna baby daddy gone. Them kids only know baby. Oh Lord.
Jesus. She said Luna's probably wondering why you're telling her business, Joe. That's why she's looking at you in your face.
Period.
I'm going to need a Murray show.
My cousin's cat is gay because his cat likes humping the other male cat, and there is a female cat there.
Oh man. Don't even get me started on that.
No, for real. For real.
Because when baby first came,
and like
when baby first came, Luna was the only female cat. So baby, but I guess Luna liked baby more. So she was letting baby hit. And I guess Wacko wanted some too. So when baby would mount Luna, Wacko would mount baby at the same time.
All types of motherfucking dynasty shit going on in your house. In cats.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, when my ex moved in with me and she brought her cats, oh my God, it was just a hot mess. And then on top of that, she brought her she had a boxer mixed with a cane corso that came too.
Oh my God.
So we had all these animals and Animal Planet just all up in my house. Like the stuff they were doing, they were so foul toward each other.
Lord.
Screwing.
Just screwing.
Like I'm still walking somewhere.
Screwing.
My knees be struggling.
Oh shit.
Okay.
What are y'all doing? Screwing.
Now,
what's with the Nick Cannon?
You know good and well now that people, everybody got to jump now when Undertaker tried to choke slam him.
I can't.
No. Oh Lord.
So we gonna move out of wrestling because there ain't much to talk about when it comes to wrestling right now. We lost Rico. Everybody's leaving. Okay.
I'm still here.
So Nick Cannon was on the neighborhood. Well, he's on the Neighborhood Talks Instagram. And basically he said, I don't want to be monogamous because it's not healthy. And he also said that if a woman decides to date other men that he is with, he said he'll pull back from that. And he just like, go ahead. He like, please feel free to go. But he don't want to be monogamous. Not to mention, he got a song that he has that he's talking about Mariah Carey wanting her back, and he also got them 8 children.
Did they release this shit?
I can tell you this. I'm not the biggest fan of Nick Cannon. I never have been. One thing I do respect about Nick Cannon is the fact that he will use his platform to advance other black talent, which I can respect. From Wildin' Out to several other ventures in Nickelodeon, being an executive there. He worked very hard to ensure that black talent is seen and put out on television. And that part I do respect. It's the other shit that I don't like about Nick. This narrative of monogamous not being normal or monogamy not being normal or it not being healthy is ridiculous. You literally got your sperm and just about every girl who was willing to take it. And at this point, your credibility is shot, my God, because, and it's not even about you being married and getting a divorce and all this other shit. It's really about the recklessness of your behavior when it comes to how you operate in a relationship. Whether it's a relationship or not, you are making children with multiple women. It's highly irresponsible. Whether you got a lot of money or not is irrelevant. We all know that he has what is it, lupus that he has?
Right.
He has lupus and he gets very sick very easily, and it's no shade, but there's no telling when the Lord decided to call him home. So at this point, it's irresponsible for you to make all these kids and then turn around and be like, okay, I think I'm done. I got 8. I think I'm good with that number. And then you spread this bullshit about monogamy not being real. It's not real because you can't make it work because of your shortcomings, not because of the archetype of a monogamy or because of the construct of it. It's because you fall short of it. All you gotta do is be faithful. And I'm pretty sure being with Mariah Carey probably was a lot. It was very tasking. But you fucked that up because you kept going on the internet telling everybody of all the other bitches you fucked and were fucking or had before you got with Mariah Carey. And she got tired of that shit. She got tired of having to answer questions about you and your sexual prowess. And then your disrespect to your marriage is what screwed that up. Now, I'm pretty sure there were some other factors that were involved that we're not privy to, which is fine. But you ruined your own bag. So spread this narrative is garbage. Monogamy is a choice. You can be monogamous or you can be polygamous. If you like being with multiple people, understand this. Being in a polygamous relationship is not going to work with people who don't understand the dynamic of it. Can it work? It depends.
Preach.
It depends on who is in it. If you are mature enough to understand that it is one person that's going to possibly get more time than you, because ultimately where it's going to lead to is I don't feel like I'm special. I don't feel like I'm getting everything I deserve. You spend more time with them than you spend with me, and we're only one person. So if you don't like sharing, polygamy is not the lifestyle for you.
All right, good. That works.
Because it's not going to work. So being monogamous, I think what he means more specifically, because you have to say what you mean and mean what you say.
Mm-hmm.
Monogamy is not what he has to be relating to, because I believe that it is possible for you to be monogamous to one woman or man or whatever you have a preference for. But more specifically, I think he means the construct of marriage is not something he thinks is normal or healthy. But I disagree with that too. It's possible for you to be with one person and enjoy that lifetime with that one person. That is very possible. You just haven't found it. So reality is you can be single for the rest of your life. You do not have to be in a relationship with a woman. But where he has a double standard is just like, well, since this woman wants to date other people, then I can't be with her.
Where's my phone at?
She gonna have to go out and be with somebody else. If she want to be with somebody else, fine, okay, go ahead, be free. Well, a lot of you red pill niggas do that. I don't understand that. The woman somehow is an object of value. And I've seen this concept on TikTok a lot. And what really irritates me is It always be the niggas. Right in the car. It always be the ones who you either having a hard time in your life, or you done got bullied, or you done got turned down by this perfect girl, or whatever the case may be. And you're using that one scenario to then demonize all women that you've ever come across, especially black women. And the thing is, it ain't us, it's you, my guy. If you simply would just be yourself, the right woman will come along and give you what you need. But you're gonna have to go through a couple of bitches to get to the queen. And that's just the bottom line. The same thing goes for the women. You are gonna have to go through a lot of trials and tribulations to get to the king. And you keep asking why. Well, you at this point in time in your present life, you're not ready for the king. You're not ready. You're not mentally prepared for what you have to do to be with him or her. So there are things that are put in our path in our lifetime to teach us lessons so that we are prepared for the king or the queen. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Because you can't have a platform and then be stupid. You have to have some semblance of intelligence. Now, while I'm not saying Nick Cannon is dumb, but I do think he's ignorant to a lot of things. Just because you have money and you're able to live a certain lifestyle, it doesn't give you the affordability of having the intelligence or the foresight to understand that even in this lifestyle, you have to be respectable. Especially in this lifestyle, you need to be respectable. So
Exactly.
you don't believe in monogamy, or you don't believe in marriage anymore because it didn't work for you. And the reason why it didn't work is because you didn't understand what you were getting yourself into. You saw the beautiful woman, the dream girl, the one you've been masturbating to for the last 20 years. And then you were like, I can finally marry her. She's going to be my wife. But you didn't understand that after that big old Disney wedding and all the pictures and all of the fireworks and the candy and the damn eating and shit, there was a real work that had to happen after that. You are joining your life with somebody else who probably got some weird ass shit that she wants to do. And you like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, you have to love her past that weird shit. There's a lot of stuff you got to put up with. You can't just go into marriage lightly. It is a thought process. You need to think about it very, very good. Do you want to mend your life with this person's life and y'all be one? Or are you okay with just being where you are? Because if you are okay with this and you don't want that, then you need to get out now before you hurt somebody. Or you end up like Nick Cannon with 30 motherfucking kids and 10 baby mamas sitting up on the internet talking about monogamy is fake. It's not real.
So here's my take on it. For one, as a guy that's been around a lot of polygamous people due to being around a lot of African people, one thing I can definitely say is that I just don't see Americans doing it right.
Oh, because they're not doing it right.
One of what you said about you loving one more than the other, or the wives can develop a sisterhood and they will make your life a living hell if you if like, hey, you better make sure you take care of all of us or we're gonna make your life hell. Or one wife has a set of kids that's well behaved or whatever, but the other one has a set of kids that gets into trouble. And so now they're at odds at each other because you favor one set over the other. Mm-hmm. These are common things that happens with polygamous marriages. So him to talk about like what monogamy being a failure, dude, the other option can be a failure too. Is the problem is though, when it came to these women, you failed to have this thing called a sense of duty to these women. Mm. When it comes to like the most successful marriages, all were because they had a duty to that other person. They felt that they needed to make that other person's life better. Love developed because of that. So if you don't have that sense of duty, yes, your marriage, yes, monogamy is going to fail. Because ultimately, what you always end up defaulting to is me, 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 me.
Yep.
You can't do that in a marriage. You gotta flip that M upside down. So that's why he hasn't understood that yet. This is why. What is he talking about? Oh, I want to leave a legacy behind. So, in other words, again, it's all about you.
Yep.
It ain't about the women that you are impregnating. It's all about you. You are looking at this and saying, hey, you know what? I want to leave this and that behind. You ain't even thinking about the upbringing of the children.
That's my point.
You're not even
raising all these kids.
Right. You got lupus, dude. At any time, you can leave this earth. And you're thinking you're about to leave this earth. Your assets is going to get divided. And then what do you think all these children, are going to all have something good to say about you?
Half of them ain't going to know you if it's that serious.
Exactly. They won't even know you. Your legacy, you left behind a legacy of what? If you're lucky, maybe one of your kids might pick up where you left off. But you didn't teach. Come on, let's be honest. Is he really training any of them kids to go ahead and take his place? That's really leaving a legacy.
Now, Moroccan and Monroe, they probably going to be the ones. Possibly. They probably going to be the ones. It's probably going to be them two.
Possibly. And that's if they did it right. I mean, you look at you would think that Martin Luther King would have a great legacy.
Oh, but God in heaven.
You see what happened. His kids selling his stuff.
It's Junior that's doing it. Anyway.
But it's because he wasn't there when he died while they were still young. He left them with such a huge debt. And they couldn't take care of the finances. This same thing could happen with Nick Cannon. He passed on. The kids try to maintain what he had, but they don't have the savvy that he has. And well, they fail to keep it maintained.
Yeah. Damn, Marquise.
What?
He keep yawning every day. Okay, so Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is being he's being talked about because there was a photographer that was trying to take a picture while they was on stage, and she fell off the stage and fractured her spine. And Matthew Stafford just turned around, drank his water, and walked away.
I would have laughed.
He did not help her up. He did not look to see if she was okay. He watched her fall and then was like, turned around, drank his water, and walked away. So they asked him, the question online was, is he wrong for not helping this woman up?
No.
I mean, if her spine is fractured, helping her up would have made it worse, right?
It would have.
So maybe he was in the right. It looked bad. It looked bad, Jared. It looked real bad. Like,
I seen the video. I didn't know she fractured her spine.
She fractured her spine. She did.
I seen her.
But I don't think he knew anything bad happened to her. I think she just fell and he was like, ooh, and just walked away. That's a bad look, Pete. And just
right.
played it off.
Mm-hmm. He probably looked and said, damn, that had to hurt.
Right. I don't think, okay. I'm kind of on the fence because he should have at least been like, hey, yo, you all right? Like, that nigga just turned around. He just turned around and walked away. I think that was his wife next to him.
His wife was the one who went down to check on her.
She went down to check on her, but the girl fractured her spine, and everybody's calling him an asshole. It said that he left the lady to fall. I'm like, now, if he would have went to that lady's side and his wife standing there, all you hoes would have been like, look at Matthew Stafford macking on this photographer while his wife standing there.
Right.
Y'all ain't gonna get that man no break.
Nope.
I don't think he did nothing wrong necessarily. It looked bad. It looked real bad. It looked real bad. But I don't think he did nothing wrong necessarily. So we're gonna move on to something else. Okay. So Kanye.
I love how you had to sigh after he said his name.
It's so much of it. But like for like the last since last year around November, Kanye has been like going berserk. He was on, I think it was Noriega's podcast, and he was talking about Big Sean. And he said Big Sean, he lost like all his money on Big Sean. His biggest regret was signing Big Sean. Big Sean was like, nigga, you owe me money. Like you owe me money. He then he's getting a divorce from his wife. And here's where things get weird with Kanye. So he's getting a divorce from Kim. They were in therapy at one point, from my understanding, but she just was like, nope, I can't do this no more. I'm done. And he says, no, I'm not getting divorced. I want to fight for my family. At least that's what he says on the internet. But then this girl, what's her name? Julia Fox, starts posting pictures of him and her out on dates. But all the while on his Twitter, he's like, I want my family, I want my family, I want my family. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? What is this? And it progresses. Kim at the time wasn't dating anybody, right? And then all of a sudden, Pete Davidson comes out of nowhere. He is like the quintessential rebound boyfriend for all of the Hollywood girls, okay? And every single time he gets with a new girl, everything just goes to shit. Like, he started dating Kim.
My show, bitch.
Right. And at first it was just casual stuff. Like, I think it was Courtney who's getting married to Travis Barker. He just proposed to her. And Courtney is like really tight with Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox. So they went on a double date with Kim and Pete Davidson. And everybody was just like, okay, they went on a date. Like, at first, we all thought it was just them being friends. But no, they're actually dating. And I'm like, that's odd. Like, he's not even her type. Like, that's not the type of dude she would go for. But I guess after Kanye, bitch, I guess. I mean, he then starts going on this tirade on Twitter. Like, every day he's putting out like at least 3 to 5 tweets or Instagram posts with pictures calling out Pete Davidson, talking about he gonna kick his ass, like going at his neck. It got so bad that Kim had to text him to say, listen, this is getting dangerous. You keep doing this, something bad is gonna happen to Pete or me or the kids or even you. She was like, stop this now. He says, okay, and then posts the screenshots of the text messages on Instagram for everybody to see. I'm just like, what is going on? Is nobody in his camp?
Kanye said, I will not be silent.
Right. I'm like, is nobody in your camp like helping you? Like, what is going on here? And it's just ramping up. It done got to the point now where he like, okay, I'm following him now, and we could be cool or whatever. Then he threatening them like, you will never meet my kids. But he was on one of the podcasts and was like, I went to the house to take my daughter and my son to school, and I went to go pick them up. After school was over, I picked them up. I went to go drop them off, and I couldn't go in the house because the boyfriend was there. And I'm like, well, if he already in the house, I mean, at some point he done met them kids, baby. And he just kept posting, you will never meet my kids. He'll say something weird on social media and be like, and you will never meet my kids. I'm like, nigga, is you high? Are you smoking? What is going on?
The hard life of Kanye.
He just keeps going. And this girl was on Twitter today. She posted it and was like, because his Netflix documentary was coming out. And I didn't know that he had a Netflix documentary coming out until he posted on Instagram that Netflix won't release his doc for whatever reason. And he was like, y'all got to tweet Netflix and tell them to release my doc. And I'm like, is that why you doing all this crazy shit for this documentary? The girl on Twitter said only a man could literally turn his back on the black community, his own mother, his family, and abuse his wife in front of the entire world and still be praised in his documentary. Men are literally untouchable.
Okay, time out. It's more than likely his. I think it's called. Is it called an autobiography when you write about yourself?
Yeah.
Like, what did you think? How is that? How is he untouchable? Because he's getting praised in something that he probably wrote. Of course.
I don't think he knew he had something to do with it. I mean, I think I would. To me, if it's a doc, and I don't know, I didn't know he wrote it either. I thought somebody else produced it and was chronicling his life or whatever. But if he had something to do with it, of course, it's gonna give him high praise.
This is the same guy who said, he literally said that if he was living around the times of the Bible, he would be in the Bible. This is a guy that says something like that. Do you honestly think he's gonna let a documentary about him fly that is not praising him? A guy like that. Bush don't like black people. I'm sorry, a guy like that. Do you think that he will not? Like, of course he's not. Of course. Like, it ain't men are untouchable. He's not gonna, like, it's Kanye. He ain't about to let something. He ain't about to let nobody dark side of the ring him. Like, of course he's not. Come on.
At this point.
It's Kanye. And obviously it must not be that great if Netflix ain't trying to release it. What don't Netflix release?
They released it a few days ago. Hold on, let me check my Netflix now.
I think it's what?
It's up there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I ain't watching it anyway. So.
Cause I watched the Ali Wong special and that shit was funny.
Hilarious.
I watched the Ali Wong special. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning and I was watching it. But I saw it up there when I was watching the Ali Wong special. Yeah, it's up there. It's in the top 10. Most people watching it.
That's it. Obviously, he ain't about to have nothing come up there and talk down about him. No, come on. It's Kanye. He looks like the type that beats off to himself. Like, come on.
It looked like it.
Yeah,
like,
it's Uncle Lewis.
Like, this is the type, like he's so into himself. Like, that's not surprising.
Oh yeah, Donnie, you done missed all the fireworks, baby. You done missed it. I mean, I don't know, Suge. I'm just at this point. Kanye needs some help. He don't want it.
He need Jesus.
Well, he claimed he got all that Jesus. Now
hell no, we don't.
He claimed he got all the Jesus.
Yeah, of course he is. That's why he picked Joel Osteen of all people.
Oh,
Damn.
well, we know Joel Osteen is all about the power of the Lord. Okay.
Well, he wasn't thinking about the power of the Lord, not letting the people in when that shit was
Yeah,
flooding.
and the power of the Lord for him looks green and says, "In God we trust."
Oh, you shady.
And in fact, I think, in his matter of fact, his God has disciples. One of them is Benjamin. I think it's Benjamin Franklin. Who's that on the who's that? And what's that on? Who's that on the $20 bill? Andrew Jackson.
I think it's Andrew Jackson.
Like I said, that's the only reason Kanye picked him.
They got to hear you on the $20 bills in circulation.
I don't think so.
I don't think she on the $20 bill yet.
He's all about the money.
Coming on the $20 bill, all hell gonna break loose up and through here.
Sure,
so we ain't gonna give Kanye too much time. You just need some help, baby. That medicine,
and I think I personally, I think that Kanye has issues, and Kim is taking advantage of those issues.
Really?
Yeah, I think that I think that neither one of them, like, we all know Kanye got mental issues, but we also know that Kim Kardashian is sketchy.
Okay. I agree to a certain extent, but here's the thing. I think Kim thought she was getting with a person who was of sound mind and sound body, and he had the platform to elevate her. She did not get that. What she got was somebody who was mentally unstable, needed to have constant care, and he needs a system of checks and balances that she can't deliver. I put it this way. If I was married to Kanye West, first of all, he would not have no social media. He would not have control of it. He could have it, but he would have a manager and only they would have the password and me. He would have care. There would be somebody with him if I have to work, if I have a job, like if I have something that I have to do with the kids or anything, there's somebody coming in to take care of him. It's going to be cameras all over the house so I can see what the fuck is going on. And you got to have somebody who got sound mind to be able to take care of somebody like that.
Yeah.
Because there's no fucking way that he should be on social media looking like a damn fool like that. And then prior to this, he was everywhere campaigning to be president, running around with Donald Trump like a jackass. So it's just, she don't have the tools to take care of him or to keep his ass in line. She don't got it. She like being submissive and having a man being the one to lead. But you can't leave when both of y'all got your heads up your asses.
Yeah, because I'm like, the way I see it, Jay-Z and Beyonce was fine with Kanye till he got with Kim. So I'm like, okay, there was something sketchy about her, but then it's like this. Kim's sketchiness is undercover, whereas Kanye's sketchiness is like out in the open.
Ain't nothing undercover about Kim Kardashian. They know what Kim was trying to do. Kim was trying to get up in the big wigs and be friends and canoodle, and she was marrying Kanye, and she knew she had an easy way in, and they wasn't having it. Especially Beyonce. She was like, girl, it's a high and by with me.
Right. Matter of fact, rejected a gift from her for her child.
Nowhere in the history books of niggerdom did it ever say that she had to accept all gifts that come her way. She does not. She does not. And everybody always tell you it's always disrespectful when you don't take somebody's gift. No, it ain't. If I'm telling you, thank you, but no thank you, that's as respectful as I can be, besides, bitch, I don't want it. Okay?
Yeah.
Not beholden to take anything from you. Nothing. And you are not going to just weasel your way in and be her friend. You got to do a lot more work than that. Apparently, she like to keep her circle tight.
And she should.
because Kim put everything on the internet, and that's probably one of her biggest downfalls. Kim probably could be the sweetest person in the world, and she could be one of the coolest, loving friends you can have. But because one, she ain't got a good track record with men. That's the first thing. And two, you don't keep no bitch around you that you don't trust. You don't do that. And then you have to think Beyonce done had that situation with Jay-Z before, and her ass will kill Kim Kardashian. So,
all right,
like, I'm not gonna go through this shit again. I already had to deal with this bitch Rachel Roy. I'm not finna deal with this hoe. Okay? No, ma'am. I'm not finna deal with this. So she can be friends with the dough. Her and Tone can talk together and they can figure it out. But other than that, we're not having no conversation. We don't have nothing to talk about. We're not on the same level, my guy. And it's not even about the money or the status. It's about me just as a person, because I don't roll the way you roll. I'm not trying to be famous on my back by any means necessary. I don't have to do that, because there's a difference. When you can make money off of your talent, that's a whole different ball game from when you got to lay on your back and make your money. Now, don't get me wrong. I ain't shitting on the sex workers, because sometimes a bitch got to do what she got to do. Okay? That includes both the men and the women. Okay? Because I know it worked both ways. I'm just saying, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But Kim's main goal in life, and we've all seen it. If you ain't never seen it, all you got to do is go on YouTube and Google Kim Kardashian early days or younger Kim Kardashian, and she'll be on there, and she said it on camera. My goal in life is to be famous. They ask her, how you going to do it? I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. Well, she figured it out.
Yeah, she figured it out.
She figured it out. But now she paying for it, because it don't matter where she go or what she do. She and her entire family are marked by that for the rest of their life. She ain't gonna never be able to get from underneath it. And neither will her children. The sins of the father and the mother always fall on the kids. And that's the sad part. Now, you with Kanye. You done got with him. You done had these damn babies with him. And now you're ready to leave. You done had enough. So you're ready to leave, which is okay. I don't have a problem with her leaving. And in fact, I think she should leave, because it's too much for her. She can't handle or do what he needs her to do. What he needs her to be, she can't do it. So it's okay for her to leave, but understand that now you're going to have to deal with the wrath of the man. He loved you in the beginning, so he says, and he doesn't want you to leave, but you ain't staying. You bouncing. Meanwhile, while all of this is going down, you get a damn boyfriend. It is your track record that takes you out. Now, I'm not saying she had to be a damn, no pun intended to y'all cat, but she ain't got to be no damn cat lady in the house with a whole bunch of motherfucking cats and kids and not have no man for the rest of her life. But girl, your coochie ain't been cool for the... It ain't cooled off for 10 minutes. You already dating Pete? I don't know if you done broke him off for something. I don't know. It ain't none of my business. I'm just saying. You done been, but you ain't got out the house good. I'm the type of person that if I'm getting a divorce, if me and AJ get a divorce, and a divorce is not finalized, if I'm 6 months out from the divorce and we just got to get the logistics out the way, that's different, because I'm almost done. It's almost out the door. Dating ain't a bad thing as long as I'm upfront about the situation and they know. Then it's okay. We talking like months, maybe a month or two. The divorce announcement was announced a month or two. They've been separated since before the damn pandemic. Matter of fact, it was shortly after she came home, after they got that damn she got robbed in Paris. They lived in the house together in LA for a little while. Then he was gone, living in Wyoming. And I was telling them on live here then, how the fuck your marriage gonna work if he living in a whole nother state and you living with your kids in LA and you don't want to move there? I'm not moving to Wyoming. I'm not moving up my whole family to move out there to be with him. I told y'all then it wasn't gonna last no longer than that, because you can't make a marriage work when two people don't even want to be in the same damn house with each other. That don't make no sense.
State.
Like she literally was flying out to Wyoming with the kids on the weekends. And then when the pandemic hit, they got their own, I think they got their own jet that they can use. She's flying out to go see him with the kids while they going to school, on the Zoom and shit and doing their homework, private tutors or whatever. And they're out there in Wyoming for a week or so, and then they coming back to LA. She was going back and forth like that for months, almost a year. There is no way that any marriage is gonna survive like that. Especially when the other person is out here acting like a damn psychopath on the internet and arguing with Donald Trump and going on tour talking about he gonna be president. Just stupid shit. And then he's selling overpriced hobo clothes.
Right, the Walking Dead as uniforms and shit.
And then niggas is wearing it. Y'all paying $2,000 for a t-shirt with holes in it.
They wearing the shoes, but they ain't wearing the clothes for real.
Did y'all see Fat Joe in them damn boots?
Oh my god.
I saw what's his fucking name?
Them damn
DJ
boots.
Khaled in the whole outfit.
Oh. No, you got to get it together.
Like he sucked them up like Kirby.
Oh my goodness. Okay, where we at? Oh yeah, okay, we can move on to Hazel-E.
Oh, not this man.
Okay. So Hazel-E is under fire because she called Winnie Harlow a Dalmatian.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
All right. Let me pull it up so y'all can get the logistics of the conversation.
That's fucked up.
She called the girl a Dalmatian, and she has vitiligo. Isn't it vitiligo or is it?
It's vitiligo.
It's vitiligo. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Which it's a skin disease, and it's a skin disease. It causes skin to be splotchy. Sometimes it can make it completely pale. It's not that you're not necessarily albino, but you will lose your pigmentation in certain spots or all over. Lord have mercy. This is a long one, so I'm gonna try to make it quick. A few days ago, Hazel-E jumped on social media to insinuate that the City Girls copied one of her tracks. She claims that their 2018 hit Act Up is eerily similar to her 2017 single Acting Up. And she even played the song simultaneously to prove her point. Young Miami responded a few times stating that she nor JT stole anything from anyone. And since then, the ladies have been ensnared in an insult-fueled Instagram drama. We never heard a song by that ugly ass bitch. Young Miami wrote, that surgery going to that whole head. Hip-hop artist light-skinned Keisha was pulled into the beef between Hazel-E and Young Miami, and everything spiraled into chaos. Y'all, please tell Big Nosy E to leave me alone. She don't want no smoke. I like to fight in real life. Nosy, you a grown-ass man out here chasing clout. That shit still ain't. Now she a man. Hazel-E shared a photo. She shared a photo and said that Keisha looked like Fire Marshal Bill.
What she do with her new teeth? I ain't gonna lie.
Sometimes light-skinned Keisha do it.
Because her teeth be a little bit too big for her face sometimes. But other than that, she still better looking than Hazel-E.
She do. She do look better than Hazel, but sometimes
it's just like
she look like Fire Marshal Bill, while Keisha posted pictures of saying Hazel-E look like Ernest P. Worrell from the Ernest Goes to Hell films. Okay, that's a deep cut. So I would have to show y'all who he is, because some of y'all real young. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show y'all who she said.
Yeah, this is like, savage.
That is some That's a deep ass cut. It really is.
It's petty.
It's
So
a deep cut though, but she lightweight right. I'm looking at him now, and ain't no lightweight about it. She's 100% right. She do look like him. Hold on, I have to put it up so you can see it.
And that's a throwback for real too.
It's very deep. That is outside. Okay, so this is what Ernest looked like. Okay.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So there were back in the day, there was a bunch of movies, and it was always Ernest starting off with Ernest Goes To. And the one I remember was the Halloween one with the troll. That was the one that I remember watching because they tried to kidnap the kids and turn them into trolls. And he had to save them all. Them movies was high key popular. Everybody was watching them, but she do look like him. That's not a lie. That light skinned Keisha got her ass on that one because that's facts. That's facts.
She do got the exact shaped nose too.
Yes. She then said. It then goes on to say, model Winnie Harlow commented on one of light skinned Keisha's posts, simply saying Keisha no, with a crying emoji face. But somehow Hazel-E took offense and went in on the Victoria's Secret model. She said, and I quote, "Look here, 101 Dalmatians." In real life, if Tyra Banks didn't feel sorry for your malnourished ass, no one would know you. Pipe down, salt and pepper. Winnie took the classy route when she crafted her response by writing, "Lord, I like Keisha, and I don't like her in the silly back and forth." Listen, Hazel-E have a tendency of going for the jugular when and then it's always in defense of herself. She claimed, but Winnie's skin condition is an easy target. Okay,
that was low hanging fruit.
There's nothing else that you can say about Winnie. And now, if you don't know her personally, you can't talk nothing else about her. Winnie is probably one of the most popular, sought after models in the world. Being a Victoria's Secret model, walking the runways for just about every fashion designer, high end, ready to wear clothes. She's done it all. Your ass is still trying to get there, Hazel.
I'm still paying for Versace, bitch. Shut up.
And the last time I checked, they was dogging the fuck out you when you was walking around greased up like a damn chicken when you was pregnant. They said you looked like a greasy honey bun, and them niggas literally took a honey bun and slapped that shit where your belly was and said that's what you look like.
Because he did.
So it's interesting to me. And then we all know you got issues with color. You and your brown bag paper tests and shit. You and Young Berg, which
Child, she don't like white people.
Let me tell you something. As far as I'm concerned, Hazel-E is always going to be looking up to try to get somewhere. She should have just stayed in the PR world and made her money and continued to build other people's careers instead of trying to be a reality star, going and getting all these surgeries. It's like you trying so hard to be something that you're not. You know, when you had a child, you're going to pour all that venom into this child that you got. It's ugly. And you are completing the same cycle and doing it all over again. Your child going to exhibit the same behaviors you did. She going to be worse because of you. I hope you're prepared because this right here is ugly. This shit you didn't have to say about Winnie because first of all, Winnie didn't say nothing. She just telling Keisha to chill out in a light way. She like, yo, don't. It's like, no, chill. And you go at her because you didn't have nothing else to say to light-skinned Keisha.
Exactly.
You didn't have no more comebacks for her. So you go at Winnie Harlow and you know she's an easy target because of her skin. You wrong. Now people talk about you and your botched ass nose, them overly filled lips you got, That body you done went and had surgery on 17 times and it still ain't right.
Still look crazy.
You still bandaging yourself up with goddamn waist trainers and shit, and you done had all this surgery and all this fat removal and all this shit, and it's
I'm
still not
still
working.
holding baby weight, sir. Sir, your fucking child's about 2 years old. You ain't holding no fucking baby weight. Your
Not
ass
2
eating
years
Big
old.
Macs day after day. Sit your ass down somewhere. It's just
You know
little
what you
baby
remind
fat.
You know what you remind me of? You know when back when we was in high school or school, and you got them two people that's roasting each other, and everybody's sitting in a circle around them laughing at the jokes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that one person start losing, so they find somebody that's in the crowd that's laughing at the person's joke and start trying to roast them.
Yeah, that's her.
That is her to a T.
He a
Brandi,
weak
she got a
ass
sex
bitch.
tape.
Like when they realized they got.
When it
She was talking about Kim Kardashian's sex tape.
Oh, I was about to say that's nasty. If Hazel got a sex tape, that's gross.
Nobody watch that shit.
Masika and Hazel roasting each other used to be so funny. Masika was tearing her ass up
each and every time.
I used to like Masika a lot. I still kind of like Masika, but she be saying some crazy shit sometimes. But Masika used to be tearing her and Alexis Sky ass up.
And in the end, she always be right.
What'd you say, Don?
In the end, she always right.
Yeah. I only got a few more and then I'm going to close it down.
Oh, wait, I got something to say. So, when I saw it, he was going at Winnie Harlow real hard. But I was trying to search in the comments. I'm like, what did she say? She didn't say nothing to his ass. So, he a weak ass bitch.
She didn't say nothing. Now, SHACARRI Richardson is calling racism for this discrimination in the Olympics after this 15-year-old girl, she's a Russian athlete and a skater, is allowed to, despite testing positive for performance enhancement.
Oh,
now this little white girl's name is Camila something, and she claims she failed the drug test because her father's heart medication was in it, and she failed it because she drank after her grandfather when he took his heart medication.
Yeah, okay.
Girl, you took that fucking medication.
Right.
She said, I failed the drug test because I drank after my grandfather's after my grandfather in the cup when I took his heart, and he just took his heart medication.
So what he do?
Right. Well, he spit the shit back in the water.
Baby, I can't tell you. I'm only telling you what the little girl said. Okay, I'm just relaying it.
She lied and panicked on the spot.
The girl tested positive.
You popped positive for an illegal substance in the Olympics and was still able to compete, and SHACARRI popped positive for weed and she missed out.
Yeah, they pulled her, and she's like,
Yes.
this is racism at its finest.
Yeah.
Well, I will say, although she was talking all that shit last year, she has a valid point.
She does have a valid point.
Yeah, she do.
She has a very valid point. Because y'all took a whole week to figure out if she was going to run or not. And y'all waited to the last minute to say she wasn't going to run.
Because he took his heart medication. So what you're saying is your grandfather act like he went to sip to take his medicine and spit the pill in the cup.
Well, I mean, he said, like, you fucking stupid.
And then you watch the shit dissolve in the water, was like, okay, I'm going to take that now. I'm going to drink that.
I know what happened. She was getting her granddaddy pills, and she saw the way them pills made her granddaddy feel. She said, well, fuck it, let me try one then. And they popped one of them bitches in and drank it and felt good as hell. They fucking blood thinners. Her ass is on the one. She was feeling good as fuck. And they told they ass that, oh, I was getting my granddaddy some pills, and I drank after his water when he took his pills. Now, if you up here drug testing for the Olympics, you know that's some bullshit. Because this means you have been doing this for a minute. And you gonna look at this little 15-year-old white girl, Russian girl, talking about, oh, okay, I guess that do make sense. Yeah, the backwash, yeah.
Yes, that's
we'll let you
exactly
slide.
what it is.
Get the fuck out of here.
Verbatim.
However, well, they may let that slide. You straight up smoke weed the day before you're supposed to leave.
Yep.
So that was on you, and you're a grown ass woman, opposed to this 15-year-old girl that's gonna make a little mistake.
But see, here's
You were
the
grown as
thing.
hell.
It's not about the action. It's about the
The
course of
consequences. Yeah,
consequence
she should
after.
still like not run, but at the same time, both of y'all just decided to make that
This
bed. Both
girl
of
should
y'all need
not
to
be
weigh
allowed to
in
compete. I don't care how young
at
she is.
all.
She knows the damn rules.
And
I
she
can see
broke
it
them.
like I could see if like one of her trainers gave her the shit and she was 10 or 12 years old. That's
That's what I
different.
would have been like. Oh, my granddaddy gave you this piss. How many
Right.
vitamins?
This girl's 15 and she can read.
So she knew well enough.
Yes, she knew. Hell
However,
yes,
she
she
was dumb
knew.
enough to take one, just like she was dumb enough to smoke before she's supposed to leave.
Nah, but another thing is, them Russians have cheated before.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they know they've cheated before, and they letting them get away with this shit. Now, see, if I was an American, I'm not competing. No, because I'm not gonna compete against more, or I compete and I whoop your ass.
That whole cheating.
I'm like, oh, you want to cheat?
No, this
All
is
right,
where
bet.
you pull a Tanya Harding.
Y'all not meddling at all. I will make it so none of you motherfuckers meddle.
Hit that bitch with a lead pipe.
Not the Tanya. It's a damn deer in the
She
driveway.
like, why me? Bitch, because you cheated. Now move. Fuck your ass up, cheating
I'm sorry,
asshole.
Cole. I'm gonna get up. I'm sorry, girl.
I wouldn't be fucking sorry.
There she go. There
Cheating.
go
You
look.
shouldn't
There
be
go little
here.
baby go. There she go right there.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
She
fuck
is
her.
not happy because she was asleep on my legs, but I need to get up. So, and instead of her actually like, so instead of her actually like kind of moving, when she started feeling me move, she just kind of just stood there, and then she just dropped on the floor.
Ooh. She was like, fine.
I don't know what the fuck wrong with that girl. 1 second I see her walking, next second she's screaming. I don't know. Shit.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna do one more because I got a couple of these. But anyway, it says Buffalo Bills Stefan, I don't know his last name. Allegedly had two women in the same hotel in different rooms on Valentine's Day. So what happened?
What is
Stefan Diggs, you said? What position do he play? Figures. It's always a wide receiver. Anyway.
And they legs be wide.
It is.
No
They
matter
the
what
biggest
the
hole.
receiver is. They definitely be wide receiver.
It's always the wide receivers. He rented out these two hotel rooms. They was on the same floor. He requested for them to be on the same floor. And he had them both decked out. They both had hella decorations everywhere. All types of balloons and flowers and all kind of shit. And then he told his respective women to like, oh, I'm gonna meet you at the hotel. We don't worry about it. He told one he was taking her out to dinner. The other one he wanted to have one intimate night in room. So he had the one girl come to the hotel. Hold on, because they put the shit on the internet, and that's what made me laugh. Because the girl took pictures of the room, and then I guess they started configuring and seeing shit on the internet. It was like, bitch, that look like my room. Oh, that's my room. Oh shit.
So basically, we knew which one he liked, and we knew which one was just booty.
So he has an on again, off again girlfriend named Tay Heckard, and then he has another girlfriend named Alicia Renee, and they was in the same hotel on Valentine's Day, and he had different rooms for both of them. So they didn't find out what was going on until after everything was over. And he said his ex-girlfriend Tay said something seemed to have gotten somebody seemed to have gotten the better room in Flowers. And she was talking about herself. And they was just like, it was real messy because they started going back and forth on social media.
Clowns.
So he flew her out to this hotel in Buffalo, and then she took pictures of the room. It was real nice. He had, we talking high end flowers he put up in here. He had full red roses all throughout the room, balloons everywhere, and then she hashtagged it with Wags Unfiltered. And then the new girlfriend was like, Stefan and Tay are not together. He is honest and says that they fuck with each other, but still not together. He was with All That Mojo in Vegas and took her back to Miami with him after, but also had his old ex, which is the girl Alicia Renee, at the Pro Bowl game sitting with his friends and family. She posted it on her IG. When he was in Atlanta, he was with a plethora of women, but the last night he was with Alicia and flew her to LA with him. He got her a hotel room, but then he also made time to see Tay. Also, Trayvon has moved on to Yellow Blossom. Check his comments, and she's also with him and Jada while in LA. This is some ratchet ass shit.
And here I pop up pregnant.
Ratchet as fuck.
It's so ratchet, and it's so much going on. He literally had them in the same hotel and moved one so he can go to Miami and left the other one in LA with his family.
And now one is pregnant.
And they okay with it. They're like, well, we don't really fuck with each other like that.
You bitches are dumb. That's it.
I can't. So this is the one about Candace.
Cause who?
Candace is the last one. So Candace had two things to say. One was about Cardi B, and the other one was about LeBron James. So first, since I got the one about LeBron, I'll talk about that one. Candace basically said that LeBron James, she doesn't think LeBron James is intelligent. She thinks that because he has money and arrogance, that somehow elevates him and gives him a platform to be able to speak on topics that he does not have knowledge of. Now, one thing I do agree with her is that you shouldn't speak on things that you don't have full knowledge of. What she's referring to is politics and the Black experience. Where she lacks knowledge herself is the fact that he does have knowledge of the Black experience on a poverty-stricken level as well as on a well-off level. Where I think Candace also lacks knowledge is in her own arrogance. She believes that if you articulate well and you speak with a lot of big words, that somehow proves your intelligence. But if you talk like Cardi B with a lot of AAVE and heavy accent and ebonics, then that somehow diminishes your intelligence and your ability to understand politics and what it does. She alluded to the fact that LeBron James is not intelligent on the topic of any topic that he's spoken about. And she also alluded that Cardi B doesn't know anything about the government or anything about how the politics in the United States work at all. She claimed that Cardi B she has a low IQ. She said the same thing about LeBron James. She thinks he has a low IQ. I don't think Candace Owens is stupid. I think she knows exactly what she's doing. She does this to start issues with people so that it keeps her in the news. It keeps her in the media. One thing about Candace that I do understand is that she knows how Tommy Lorraine kept her ass on TV. So if she follows the blueprint and does it so that she licks the white man's ass every day, she'll keep her ass on TV as well. But she has to be smart about it, because you can't be like Diamond and that girl stumping for Trump, because after a while they can't use you no more.
Sure, that's why she switched her shit up. She said, wait a minute, because it's getting still over here. Let me support these Black people real quick.
Yeah. Candace understands the game very well. Where she's messing up at is that this archetype character that she's created, it only lasts for a little while. Take a look at Ann Coulter. She was the white woman that was doing it before she was. Most people can't stand white Coulter. Even Ann Coulter, even her own people don't like that bitch. Okay? And it's because she claims it's because she's real and unfiltered. It's not that. It's because you're a conniving, sniveling, nasty ass bitch, and don't nobody want to hear what you got to say, because nothing that comes out of your mouth is worth listening to. It's garbage.
Look how you talk.
Okay. Candace, on the other hand, tries to wrap up what she says in a really pretty bow and make it look nice because she's black and she's educated. Education can give you one of two things. It gives you the power of knowledge, but it also can give you the power of arrogance. You cannot lord your intelligence over people and make it as though you're superior to them because you have more education or knowledge on a topic. Because you wield that knowledge in a disrespectful and in a poor way, it is not going to get you any further than them eyes that's on your face that's too far apart. You're always going to be considered as nothing but the white man's mouthpiece. And that's it. You continue to bark the same rhetoric that all of the other extreme right wingers do. And most people don't want to listen to you because of that. It is your delivery and your approach. If you approach the topic with some tact and some respect, people might stop to listen and say, while I don't agree with everything you say, I do understand where you're coming from. But because you approach it with arrogance and you come across as if I'm smarter than you, I'm better than you, so you should be listening to me because I'm well versed in this, no one is going to pay attention or care about what you're saying. They're going to rebuff you, which is usually what happens unless you're in a circle where they need to utilize your platform to bolster theirs. 90% of the time, that is what's happening. That's why your ass is on Fox News, because you black and you have a reach with some black people. If you didn't, they wouldn't have you there.
She's their black news.
That's the reality of it. Now, you want to go at LeBron James, but let's keep it real. LeBron James, out of most of the basketball players that we have seen, is the cleanest front man for the NBA that they have seen in the last 30 fucking years.
Facts.
Tell me one time that he's had a scandal where a bitch done popped up pregnant and she 8 months and he getting married. Or the only time that he had anything going wrong was with his stupid ass mama. It was the only time. Because she was out here fucking Delonte West. And you know he was messed up, honey. Okay?
Yeah.
Now he cracked out, all messed up. He's still messed up.
Yeah. That shit crazy.
Right?
He must have some
That's
evil
the only
coochie.
time. The only time that you have heard anything crazy was that time. Now, there have been fires trying to get started, but ain't none been going. And you know how social media is. Once you say it and it start gaining legs, it's over. Right? Even if it's not true.
That's what I'm saying.
That's your whole career. But LeBron done had a nigga, his own, what was it, his stepdad? Or one of his uncles or somebody came out and was talking about some LeBron been cheating on Savannah. Couldn't nobody find the bitch. Wherever she at, that whole living her best life, she ain't said a damn thing.
Right.
So you ain't gonna fuck my shit up. I signed my non-disclosure.
I got my money and I'm not doing a damn thing.
Disco Stew knows his place.
That's the type of girl I like. Keep your fucking mouth closed.
The man got a whole damn school for little kids, and I live here in Cleveland. That school is in Akron. That's one of the hardest fucking schools to get into. When you get in the school, first of all, you do have to take the I Promise pledge and promise that you do everything in your power to get there. But the perks you get while you there are phenomenal.
And it's not just you first, it's your parents too.
It's like
your parents
that.
go.
In
You
Chicago.
take them kids. Where you took them last year? To Disneyland.
So.
They went to Disney World. They went to Orlando Studios the other time. They get bikes because if they live in Cleveland, there's a bus. But if your parents are impoverished and they don't have nowhere to stay, there's a program at the school where you can get housing. They provide you with a bike to go back and forth to school. There's a job placement program for the parents, as well as a program for schooling for the parents to go to any technical school they want to go to and learn a trade so they can take better care of their kids. He got a whole situation set up. Now, I don't know about y'all, but that don't sound like no stupid man to me.
Everybody who graduate Get a 4 ride to Akron.
Wherever you want to go to college, you going to Akron, bitch. For free. You going for free. Now where the stupidity at? Where is the low IQ at? Because even Jalen Rose who don't do that.
Get them enrolled in there.
You have to do behind the scenes to
give me a little more money.
That shit is difficult.
And when shit be fucked up, LeBron goes to the school and fixes it. Because they had that scandal with them. I think it's with their food program.
I think so.
And he got upset, pulled the contract with the people who he had providing the food for them kids. Mm-hmm. And he had a catering service come in and do it. Them kids be eating good. You hear me? Okay, because compared to what we was eating, them damn Tony's pizzas.
Oh my God, we was eating.
Oh,
and them with chicken breasts they used to serve us with no damn seasoning on it.
Oh my God.
And then you can still see the fucking veins in the damn chicken.
Right? Then they gave us them box smashed potatoes. They couldn't give us Hungry Jack or the Idaho ones. They had to give us the government issue potatoes and shit.
Man, the only thing good about back then was the breakfast and getting them little peanut butter and jelly graham cracker sandwiches.
Hell yeah.
Them banged. Them banged.
I can buy them super. I bought AJ a case of them super donuts.
Those suckers. I used to hate them donuts. Man, and it was just a plain donut. It wasn't glazed, nothing jelly filled, nothing. It was just a donut.
I'll fight somebody over that pineapple orange juice in them little cups we used to get.
Oh yeah.
Beat a bitch and the grape
one, y'all.
And I will beat a bitch ass.
I don't like grape juice, but I definitely fight for the apple juice.
You don't understand.
Man, that orange juice used to be so good.
Special occasion when we
and it'll always be so cold too.
It used to hit.
Want to be all shicey and give you one. What the fuck am I gonna do with one?
Right.
They never gave me more than that. I think it was his mom boyfriend that was trying to be a rapper. I think it was her, but I mean him. But they've been trying to put scandals on LeBron for a long time, and they've been able to do it. He's been in the league this whole time. At best, the only thing they got on him was his difficulty when he was here in Cleveland, his first go round. After that, he ain't had no problem since then. And it's just like I could try to decipher some of the things Candace say and be like, okay, there's some truth to some of it, but her delivery is just so shitty. You tune it out, and you just like. Being a Republican is no better than being a Democrat. They're both shitty they're both shitty. Like, why do I need to be a Republican? Why can't I just choose the best person who works the best for me? Why do I need to go be a Republican? I don't need to be a Democrat either. Neither of them do the job. And you can see now that being a Republican or Democrat, that is what's dividing all of us, is this little marginalized piece of your political choices. Well, I like being a Democrat. Well, I like being a Republican. Well,
both of y'all full of shit.
Both of them are just absolutely incompetent at doing their job. The simplest things they fuck up.
They're giving out free fucking crack pipes and shit.
All we asked Joe Biden's
I was about to say that.
All we asked Joe Biden's ass to do was stop letting niggas getting killed in the streets and give us our debt free from student loans. What you do? You giving out free crack pipes to crackheads.
Oh, I'm like the crackheads.
What the hell? Why?
Not you putting the crackheads
over niggas. Reward them from using the needle. And I'm just like,
so you're validating their habit.
Well, it's the same thing as having police officers walk around with the pens to restart the heroin addicts' hearts and shit.
I can understand you giving the officers
like, okay,
the pens,
you know how like
but you ain't giving the damn heroin addicts the pen.
No, they are.
Right.
Well, yes, they are, because the heroin addicts are having parties.
So like when they OD, they shoot them with the pen.
They can get the damn pens.
But it's like, why are you helping?
And them pens are expensive too.
So they investing in crack pipes. And I was like, so y'all gonna start the crack epidemic all over again?
Yep.
Pretty much. You heard what they did with Harlem, right?
No.
Where they had the safe house for people to go ahead and do their drugs in at a controlled area.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's why
I did
that
not
dude
hear
is.
nothing about that.
Some dude is suing because his baby mama was at a homeless shelter with their baby, and she did heroin and she died. That baby was alone for I think for like 3 or 5 days.
Oh my God.
So he's trying to sue the city.
Yeah, and so matter of fact, there were businesses in that area. They decided to they like, no, we can't keep our business here. If y'all over here literally having the drug addicts come to this place and do their drugs with active nurses there to make sure they don't overdose and stuff like that. Like, wait, what?
Then they got other shit to do. Like that's not.
Just aided and abetted. Nice.
And you still refuse to give out 40 acres and a fucking mule.
That don't make no sense.
And the way I'm looking at it, I'm like, for one, who is the model crackhead that makes you want to do that shit in art? Like from a millennial all the way to Gen Z. Who is the model crackhead? Who do you look at and say, I want to do crack just like him or just like her?
It's a graduation drug. It is not a drug you just start out doing. That is a graduation drug. It's like people who are getting high off of weed, they don't want to do it no more. Sometimes the residual of crack is cheaper than coke, so they go for the crack. Then after the crack, they'll go for heroin or meth. It is a graduation drug. Nobody ever starts out doing crack, heroin, coke, or any of that. They always start off with weed.
That would be some wild shit. Like, nah, I don't want that joint. Give me that crack.
But some people don't need to graduate beyond that. Sometimes getting high off of weed is good enough for them.
Amen.
Right.
They don't need nothing else because it's not necessarily about the high. It's more so about how like the calmness of it. Mm-hmm. So they okay with it because they ain't trying to suppress no goddamn trauma and hell memories. They just trying to relax for a couple hours.
Okay. Right. Or you trying to get out of your pain.
Yeah. So
like some people work physical jobs, and that's why I don't like the idea that athletes like can actually fail a test for having marijuana in their system, because I'm like, it helps them with their pain.
If anything, that's a depressant. That ain't gonna help you do shit.
Pain pills and
I ain't never heard no
or fentanyl.
Right.
No person that's been going crazy off weed. Oh, he smoked weed. Now he in the gym lifting 300 pounds. That's crazy. And you ain't never heard no shit like that.
Sure ain't. You do when they smoke weed when they snorting coke though.
Okay, you sniff some coke. Your ass is in the gym for 5 hours.
Yes,
right.
Like, this nigga working out pretty hard.
Yeah,
He keep going to the bathroom.
Really fucked up.
His ass is sniffing Adderall in the bathroom. That's what the fuck is going on.
If you ain't never seen Euphoria, that is a good deterrent to keep your ass off of drugs.
Okay.
Show you right on right there.
A very good deterrent. Okay, I got one more. Because Cam Newton took me the fuck out. Cam Newton does not understand why CIARA did not see the value in Future.
Child.
I'm going to let y'all go first, and then I'm going to close it out.
This is a prime example of friends enabling your friends when your friend is on some motherfucking bullshit.
Period.
How can you sit there and be like, oh, that man is the GOAT. That's the king right there. Motherfucker don't take care of his kids. That's why she don't fuck with him.
He don't even accept them. He denied the last two.
Hell, that was more than two.
No, it was two. Because the way the girl proved paternity is them two hoes went and had paternity on their kids with their kids' DNA, and they proved they were siblings. That's how they proved that he was the damn father.
He said LOL. That's what he said. He said LOL.
Not more than the last two.
No, because he only had her and the girl from Miami that was dark skinned, because one of his last baby mamas is dark skinned and the other one is light skinned. This girl was the first one that came out and was like, he does not want to pay child support and he's trying to deny my baby. So we going to court. She put all their business out there. She sprayed his little ass all day long. That shit was on the internet for months.
When she put it out there, she was like, he was fucking this bitch, this bitch, this
Yes.
bitch, this
It
bitch,
was
this
naming
bitch.
names.
He gave her a watch. She was like, when they got a watch, they certified. So I got the watch. She got the watch. She got the watch. She got. I'm like,
And that's
damn,
how
girl,
you
you
knew his
feeling?
game, because she gave it up. So I'm like, oh, soon as she said that shit, Lori Harvey, after it was like right after they announced that they found the paternity and everything went quiet on Future, Lori Harvey got with him. And he did exactly what she said he was gonna do with the other girls. He started whining and dining her, bought her a bunch of shit, bought her a ring, claimed he proposed.
And
Then a
Lori
year
said,
later, she dropped his ass.
Word of the day.
Good job, Lori. I'll give you that one.
Okay. I'm sitting here like, she gave you the game. Lori said, I see it. I raised you that. I'm gonna get all I'm gonna be able to get.
But I'm gonna do you one better.
On
I'm
his
gonna
yacht.
take all your
He got
shit
a
and be
yacht, I
like,
think.
nah, not you.
Was taking her out, her and Ryan, that girl Ryan from Star, and a bunch of the
Ryan
other girls
Dusty.
she hang out
Yeah, that
with.
was on her. That was her birthday. It was
Yeah, it was,
somebody's
I think,
birthday. How all went to Jamaica.
yeah, they was all together. And they look real nice. They had on like real nude bathing suits that was all their skin tone. They look really nice. I was like, oh, that's cute. That's a nice little thing. And then she was showing off this ring. It was huge. And all the blogs was like, Future and Lori Harvey are engaged. I was like, oh shit.
Next
This
thing you
ain't gonna
know, it
last.
was like 3 days later she was gone.
And yes, for real. It was literally, if it wasn't a day, a few days, it was at least a couple weeks. And then it was like
She was
Lori and Future,
out. No,
Lori
because
Harvey
it
and
was right
Future break up.
before. It was right before they left Jamaica because he had her left early. They was there
Yeah.
for like a few weeks, but he left early, and she was still there partying. She said, "I don't give a
Right.
fuck about that nigga."
And then the reports came out that they broke up.
Yep.
I was like,
I was like,
bitch, you
damn.
just accepted the proposal. What happened?
She said, "I got one for y'all girls. We gonna win today."
I can't. Child, first of all, Joe, you want to go, or do you are you good?
I'm falling asleep, so I probably should call it.
Cam Newton, child, first of all, I just need you to figure out what you're gonna do. You need to be more concerned about your motherfucking career at this point. You are a washed up quarterback, and nobody wants to put you on their squad at the helm of their team. Every team you go to, it falters in some kind of way. You need to be more concerned about you. Okay? Now, the reason why CIARA don't want to fuck with Future or don't see the value in him, because you don't value community dick. From what you niggas tell me, a motherfucker running around here sleeping with a bunch of people, that devalues you. Ain't that what y'all say? So why does she want to sleep with Future when every bitch in the world can fuck him? What's she getting? The same nasty ass dick these other hoes is getting.
And it's
And the
not
money
only how to
he's
take
drinking
care of
off
his
on
You
her.
don't need his money.
I mean, what? She can buy that shit herself. What the?
Right.
She
So you
said
don't
she
need
put
his
his
money.
ass on.
And then on top of that, it's not like the whole Russell Wilson situation where he elevated her. Future ain't elevating shit.
No, she elevated
Future's
Future.
elevating her fucking blood pressure. That's about it.
Russell Wilson got to be the coldest nigga in the game because he bought her masters to all her music
as a Christmas gift.
She owns it. So anytime they use her music in a movie, anytime they use her music on a commercial, TV, anything like that, any snippet of it, she got to be paid.
I mean, it was smart, but
Go right to her.
I'm sorry, CC. Ain't nobody playing her music for her.
Shut up. Nobody asked you that.
I'm just saying. Now, if they do, they're gonna go straight to Body Party, and that's gonna be her moneymaker.
You ain't
but,
shit.
I don't worry about your
My
music,
sleep.
CC.
He always go to sleep in the middle of it. But it's always, he like, Future my man's though. I don't want you talking about my friend. Like, somebody need to talk about him. Somebody need to talk about him. You know what? I'll do it. Your man nasty.
It's
Okay?
hell.
Your man is nasty and he needs some help. You, Nick Cannon, and Future are tripping. Okay? All y'all niggas tripping, and y'all doing it in different ways. Y'all doing the same shit in different ways because your black ass was out here doing that shit too. You had a whole ass girlfriend and somebody pregnant at the same motherfucking time.
Bro, y'all can't Ocho Cinco this shit.
You're
Be
gross.
smart about it.
Get it together. You don't
Well,
understand why she don't see the value in him.
no.
It ain't that. He
She
didn't
make more
value
smart
her
about
enough to
it.
keep his dick in his pants because he was cheating on her. Or did you not know? Or you choosing not to remember? Future cheated on her. She was well invested in Future.
Mm-hmm.
And they was telling her to leave him alone. And she said she loved him. Then all of a sudden, bitches is on the internet, Black China, getting Future tattooed on their finger.
And he leave him.
One gotta ask, like, why the fuck is this hoe getting Future tattooed on her finger?
I'm glad because she was dealing with hood niggas, shitty niggas. I don't know how she ended up with Bow Wow. That was still confuses me.
Girl, it's simple. She don't want nobody who don't want to be with her. And he didn't want to be with her. There's
No,
no
I ain't
value
saying
in
how he
nobody.
lost her. I'm saying how she ended up with Bow Wow. I don't know how that even crossed paths. Why
She
would you?
said
Ooh.
that they used the same studio, and he had a studio in his house, but he was, for some reason, he was at the studio when she was there. They crossed paths and they talked. And she said she liked his vibe and they was talking. But once he cheated on her with that stripper and she found out, she dropped his ass.
Yeah, CIARA be getting the fuck on. I will say that.
She do not stay. She
She did
ain't with
not be
that
playing
shit.
with these games. She was who was she with? She was with Bow Wow. She was
Mm-hmm.
with 50.
Yeah,
She
she
was
got
with
with 50
somebody
for a
else
little
too.
bit.
She was with Future. I'm missing somebody.
I don't remember nobody that she was with. Cause when she came out with that, I can't leave him with that can't leave him alone video, I was like, no, she ain't in there with 50 with her titties
Butt
laid up
ass with
against
her
his
titties on his
chesticles.
chest.
I
I'm
said,
like 50. I thought it was just a song.
right?
God damn. I see you dating him too. Shit.
50 said they mutually broke up. He said it wasn't no cheating or nothing like that.
I
We
can
just
believe
went
because
our
50,
separate
even though
ways.
50 be doing some dirty shit to people he don't fuck with no more, he do break shit off even with these women.
Right?
Like he's still in love with
With
Chelsea Handler
Chelsea
to this
Handler.
day.
Oh,
They love each other.
he is enamored with Chelsea Handler. Niggas still don't understand why he love her so much.
He really don't. She don't. She feel the same way.
I was like, love is love. You can't help it.
But she with that Filipino man now.
Yeah, she with Joe Coy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chelsea don't discriminate. She gonna get hers, okay? Joe, one of the biggest comedians in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And his damn stand-ups in the Philippines, that man make money. He'll never be nowhere twice. Like he is always working. Between him, Gabriel Iglesias, Jeff Dunham, and it used to be Kevin Hart. Like that was the
Oh,
circle right there.
yeah.
But then Kevin started,
He went
trying to act like
Hollywood
he was Trey
forgot.
Songz in this bitch.
He went Hollywood and forgot how to be funny. You know what I hate? I hate people. Oh no, he's funny. Did you see that movie? The movie, a
The movie
script
funny.
that's wrote for him. Of course, he's gonna be funny. It's wrote for him.
She was
I
with
want to
that
see
basketball player.
the shit he do on his own merit.
She was with Amari Stoudemire.
That's who it was. Yes.
Babe, when was she with Amari Stoudemire?
Ooh, Sierra.
It was
Yeah.
2
She was with him for a
seconds.
little bit. It didn't last long.
It was 2 seconds. That's why I forgetting
Not two
somebody.
It
seconds.
It
wasn't long.
wasn't
It
that
It was
wasn't long
long.
after
too.
50?
I
Yeah, it
think
was. It
so.
was. It was. It was short. Like it
I
was
don't
after
remember
50.
that
It
at
was
all.
between 50 and Future. It was. It was. It was short. It wasn't that long. It was like a few months. It was like, yeah, no.
Ugh, I wouldn't have been with Amari Stoudemire, no way.
No.
Oh, he got a baby
Whereas,
with Rachel Roy?
I don't know.
whereas, she put him on. She elevated him,
She did.
but
He
at the
claimed
same
he
time,
did
I think
too.
Body Party. That's really what put them both over for real. They did Body Party. It's like, oh, Sierra make music like this. We didn't know. Oh, this is
I can't.
wild. Like she did rap, but Body Party was something else.
I like Body
Yeah, it was
Parts.
okay. Future's doing music for real. Like he producing. Okay, this is cool. This sounds neat. And they took that and ran with it. I don't know why they running with it, but
He only got a couple songs that I like.
I say like I think I showed you. I think he got a good 5 songs, and that's not including the songs he did with Drake. So a
Yeah, I
good
don't like
five
none of
songs.
the double albums they did. I don't
I
like none
don't
of
like
them.
the few of the songs. I don't like the whole project, but I do
I
like a
don't
few
like
of the
none of them.
songs.
None of them. I
Pack your
like.
bag.
I only like 2 songs on Hendrix, and then what is the name of that one song that he has?
Peacoat.
It don't sound familiar. He only got like maybe 3 or 4 songs that I like have actually in a playlist and actually listen to religiously. Like Future is not an artist that I regard as somebody who you should listen to. I don't care
Mm-hmm.
for Future. So he's like NBA Youngboy. I've never listened to nothing NBA Youngboy made until
Oh,
y'all tricked me.
girl. That was a good song. That's the
He
only
tricked me,
song I
Jerry. When
fuck
he
with
did,
him.
Tyler the Creator got a song with him, right? And Don was like, Tiffany, you gotta listen to it. And I was like, no. So we start going back and forth. And I left it alone. And he decided to record it and put it in the group chat as a voice message.
It was like 2 months later.
And he was like, I had to say this in a voice message. And I was like, oh, okay. Because we was talking. We were having a conversation. Right. And he records it. And I was like, this is the song. I'm not listening to this. I turned that shit off.
She turned it off, and then I got her again with a video. Ooh, it's
I was like,
beautiful.
this Negro here.
So you got to listen to this fucking Demon Child song. I
He's a
can't.
demon. He is.
I was like, that song is good
He's
itself.
another one. And then Floyd Mayweather riding for his stupid ass after he been talking shit about you.
Because these kids is down out here. But I would say to where he been doing some wild shit out here, I wouldn't want nobody to be holding my work that I put in years for, and y'all holding my work down, not promoting me. Like, that's terrible as an artist in general. Except for fucking Flo Rida. His work can be held. Fuck him. You can hold all it. You could throw his flash drive in the trash. And
I
y'all can
only
burn
like
that shit.
Apple Bottoms with T-Pain. Like that's the only song he got that I like. What's the
I'm
name of
not
that
gonna
song?
say I
Low?
don't like none of his songs. Some of his songs was fine when I was in the 3rd grade.
Not 3rd grade.
But now that I'm grown, I was just sitting here. It was around like when it's going down for real, start blowing off, and WWE was using it for every fucking time they wanted to do. I'm like,
Yeah,
why
they
y'all keep
was
using this
using it.
fucking song? Then they kept using him. I said, Flo Rida ain't that good. It's so many other black artists out here than Flo Rida. Please pick somebody else.
Flo Rida was the crossover that they loved. I
Oh,
didn't
he
really
wasn't
care
doing
for
shit.
all his music. He only had one song and it was Low because T-Pain was on it. And I liked it. He got a song. Who got a song with Kendrick Lamar? NBA Youngboy?
Probably.
I don't care. I'm not listening to it.
I can't wait to Kendrick drop. Kendrick is coming, y'all.
Yes.
Y'all be ready.
That Super Bowl he did was fucking legit.
Oh, well, all I
was
got to
living
say is I just know he loved him some Beyonce.
it.
Because his visuals, ever since he, been working with her or worked with her that one time, it's just been up there.
All them black
okay.
dudes he had out there with the blonde hair.
Told you,
Yes.
with the Golden Lords from Meteor Man.
And I'm sitting here like, what does this mean? Because Kendrick does everything with intention.
Yeah.
He does.
So I'm like, what does this mean?
Well, for one, he was mimicking the queen. And I caught that clear as day.
Mary's whole outfit was dope.
Mary was shining on my boy.
She came out there, did her song, and then she said, "Child, I'm tired."
Okay, she got the fuck on.
She fell out, then went and sat on the couch.
Child, they had me singing "No More Pain, No More Drama." My ass be tired.
I love that song. That is one of my favorite songs.
That's a song she can't fake the funk on that. You have to sing.
You have
No
to
More
sing that
Pain.
song.
You gotta sing that.
Oh,
So
Future
she
got a
couldn't
song
lick
with
that.
Kendrick Lamar.
Oh yeah, Mask Off.
Is that the song he got with him? I haven't listened to
I think
Mask Off
that's
all the
the
way
only
through.
one. I think it's the remix, but I don't know any other song they got together.
I don't know if I like Mask Off enough to listen to it.
I didn't like the remix. If I do, I only listen to his verse and I turn it off.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Cause I'm finna go. Cause I've been on here for 4 hours. We was on here earlier. We was talking about wrestling, and D wanted to come in here and talk about AEW. So I
Dang.
let him in. Now this time, Joe was in here. You know, the dude that just left.
Mm-hmm.
So we talking. He said, "Not y'all still live. I'm finna get off." And we talking, and Joe said verbatim everything that I've been saying, and he didn't say a damn thing.
I told you.
Nothing.
It's cause y'all women. He be trying to act like y'all be saying shit for real.
And then it got worse because towards the end, Nicole came in and Tirza came in, and Nicole was just like, the reason why you have an issue is because he's condescending with everybody, and Aaliyah was calling him out too. And she was like, you condescending with everybody, and you have issues with talking to women.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, you know what? NMT, fuck you, because I never said anything to you. Like, he went off.
Ooh.
And I was like, wait a minute, why are you going off on Nicole? Like, she didn't do nothing. And he was just like, I was mad. I'm like, see, this is where we at. Because we ain't gonna ever get nowhere if you don't hear the truth. You need to hear what I'm saying.
You too grown to like that. You mad?
I'm like, we're talking, and I'm having a conversation with you, and you're legitimately asking me something, and then you laugh in my face, or you will be like, okay, yeah, whatever. You'll rebuff what I'm saying. But I'm like, this man comes into the chat, he's sitting here, and he's saying everything that I have said to you on multiple occasions that you have literally denied 100%. And he's saying the same thing I have said, and you haven't said a damn thing. You was like, you know what? You're right. I'm like, now you tell me, what am I supposed to do with that? Because I'm like, I've been sitting here saying this shit to you verbatim, and the response I usually get is one of opposition. It is always, oh no, no, no. Because how it started was we was talking about Bianca in the Elimination Chamber, and I'm like, Bianca's gonna be the last one to come out.
Mm-hmm.
More
She
than
won.
likely, the winner is going to be three people: Bianca, Bliss, or Ripley.
Yep.
They the only ones. We all know Cross not going to Mania. Okay, we know Nikki ass, her homelander ass is gonna stay where she at.
If she do, it'd be a fucking surprise.
It's gonna be World War III if her ass is the one who goes, and you know it.
Hell yeah, because we wasn't banking on her to win the money in
You
the
wasn't
bank.
banking on that shit. I don't even know who else in it.
It's Pipe. It's Liv, Piper, Bianca,
It's Liv and
Alexa,
Piper. The pay-per-view tomorrow at
Rhea,
12.
and
It's
Nikki.
Liv and Piper. Okay, it's Saturday. It's gonna be Saturday at 12. Liv
At
and
12.
Piper.
Damn.
It's at 12, baby.
Yeah, get
You
my
don't feel like
ass
you're
up
doing
there.
what? What?
I was the only one in the call center yesterday for like 3 hours.
What you gonna do?
Okay,
Call out?
yeah, we could do that after we get off here because I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna be up
You
for
wanna
a
go to the
minute.
store tomorrow?
We can if you want to.
I
If
gotta
you
figure
call
out
out, we
where
can
to
go
go.
to the
So I need to
store.
text you back.
Anyway.
We could do that after we get off of here because I'll be up.
Anyway, that it is what it is. We got into it because of Bianca, and I was just like, Bianca probably will be the one to win the Elimination Chamber and move into Mania. He was like, you really think they're gonna give her the championship? Like, you really think they're gonna give her a title shot? Okay. And I'm like,
What was that even about? He
and
always doing this shit.
I wasn't the only one who caught it because King was in the comments and was like, why are you laughing at her though?
You asked the question.
That was my point. And that's where it got started at. Because it was just, it's always like that. If you get a chance and you ain't got nothing to do, I was about an hour to 2 hours in when that started. And that lasted for about 45 minutes because Tirza was drunk and she came in and calmed the storm. Now, you know.
Oh, Jesus. Not she was dry. She calmed the storm.
Word.
That's how you know she was too on.
Okay.
Cause she be right there behind her. Fuck. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Who the fuck is you talking to? I can pull up
No.
right now. Me and y'all nigga will beat your ass.
Girl,
Oh.
child, she was the one who came in there and was like, listen, I know me and you don't always see eye to eye, but it's always about respect. Now she said, when you talk to Tiffany, you're always combative. But when this guy's coming in, he's talking, she's like, you can clearly see there's a difference in how you speak to him. She said, you gotta have respect for both, for everybody on the same level. You can't treat people like that. We just gotta have respect. The Coles in the comments just agitating. She was like, it's the reading for me. It's the reading.
No, for real. Cause the way he talked to Rico and y'all, he don't talk to me like that.
Cause Rico, you'll give him a chance to speak. And you'll be
Cause
like,
I don't
okay,
allow no bullshit. When you say
I'll listen
bullshit,
to
I'm gonna
what you're
cut you
saying,
off.
and then I'll rebuff it later. Rico don't want to hear that shit. The moment he opened his mouth, Rico be at his neck. 100%. And he's like, you don't have to deal with what I have to deal with when I come into the lives or when I'm in the comment section. I'm like, do you know why? It's because when you come in, you troll in the comments. They expect you to do that every time you come in. So that's how they're going to treat you. That's the way that it goes. I'm like, you think that I say what I say without no consequences? You're out of your fucking mind. I can't call the Bella twins nothing without them dumbass fans they got coming on my neck, calling me everything I'm out my name and telling me I need to kill myself, all because I said them bitches' titties look hard.
I mean, hey, they do look kind of hard.
Well,
Especially this Rumble. I was like,
well,
yeah, that ain't it.
you in your feelings, fine, but I'm like, we doing commentary, I'm joking around, and I say what I say. When I'm saying it about somebody else, you mum's the word, but you mad about this. I'm like, I have to deal with that on a daily basis. You stand 10 toes down in what you say and what you believe. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Now, you're not going to always have somebody have your back, but I'm like, when I talk to you, I'm not disrespecting you when you're speaking to me, especially when you say something and you're like, I'm trying to be serious. And then I'll stop being joking around and I'll listen to what you're saying. But you don't give me the same courtesy. Now I'm like, this man is in here. You ain't never spoke to him a day in your life. I've been talking to you for the last 2.5 years. We've been having conversations. This man you don't know, but you can give him the utmost respect, but you can't respect me.
Mm. And I've been saying that because it's been a little weird.
I'm like, no, that's not how this goes. Now, Aaliyah's in the comments, Brandy's in the comments. There's a user named King that's in the comments, and all of them is like, you do that.
Mm.
I'm like, if you gonna be real, let's keep it real. I don't have an issue with you enjoying AEW. That's your vice. You like what you like. I'm like, I don't like everything that everybody I talk to like. Like me and Don don't set horses on a lot of things. I can't stand Tinashe, and he loves her. He loves her, but I
Period.
don't. I'm not sitting up in the group chat every time he bring her up, shitting on her. Now I might joke, but I ain't in the group chat like just waiting for an opportunity or sitting up listening to her music to say she trash.
Okay. That's
I'm
him.
not doing that
That's
because
what
I
D
ain't.
do.
First of all, I ain't
D
finna
will
take
know
that
that
time
Liv
out of my day to
Morgan.
do no shit like that. Okay, I ain't got time.
Okay.
If that's
D
who you
would.
like to listen to, that's fine by me. When he asked me, Tiffany, you gotta listen to one song, I will listen to one Tinashe song. But I will never listen to NBA Youngboy ever. I don't want that demon nowhere near me.
All she gotta do is listen to that one Tyler
I'm not
Creator
listening to
song,
it.
and that's it. I will put it to rest because I
I'm
don't
not
listen.
listening
Because
to
I
it.
don't even
Nope.
listen to NBA YoungBoy like that. But I will
Nope.
say that verse he has on that song. That verse he got on that song clears. I said, damn, this is a good ass. Because when I was listening to it at first, of course, I was high. I was like, who is this on this
This
song?
nigga said I was high.
And then I looked down and said, NBA Young, but I said, oh no. I said, I actually like this shit. I'm upset. You know how I be when I like something. Mad
I
as
don't
hell.
think he thinks it's disrespectful for you to call him Deacon. I think what he's alluding to is the fact that y'all he gets in his feelings and y'all bring up religion, and that's a trigger for him. But I told him real talk. I'm like, it's a trigger for me when I'm speaking to you and
And
you're
you
laughing
laughing.
and you're not taking me serious or you blow me off. That is very triggering because it makes me feel like you really don't want to hear what I got to say. You just asking me just so you can have some entertainment. And you disrespected me. There's a lot of things I will take. You can call me all types of fat bitches and hoes, but what you're not gonna do is call me dumb or make me out to be stupid. Because now you're
Okay.
insulting my intelligence, and I got to hurt you. I'm gonna have to. You brought it on yourself.
Like I said, two things in this world I am not, and that is dumb and ugly.
That's fine, Khalil. It's cool.
And I could be everything else, but I am not dumb, and I sure as hell ain't ugly.
I mean,
So you got to
facts.
pick
Like
this up.
it's. I don't have an issue with everybody. Everybody had their own opinion. I disagree with a lot of things that y'all say, but I don't disrespect you in that disagreement. There's a way to do everything. All
Yeah.
I ask is for a little bit of respect, even in our disagreement. Now, sometimes the disagreement might get your voice might get raised. We might get into arguments, but that don't mean that I'm intentionally trying to disrespect you or discredit you.
And
All
there's a
I
difference
ask is that when you
between
talk to me,
blatant trolling and then regular
right?
troll. Like me, I regularly troll.
It's
Hmm.
when it's done intentionally towards one topic, that's when we have a problem. Now tonight he did admit that the same thing that's happening in AEW is the same thing that happened in WWE. There is no difference. He did say there were some things that's happening in AEW now that he's not a fan of, which I was like, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But I'm like, when it comes to Cody and this situation, he's leaving AEW, and the reports are coming out about the backstage issue with it. And your response was, "It's a work." I think this is a work, and he'll be back. I'm like, they literally issued statements on their
Literally.
social medias for the media to look at. When it's a work, that the work was when he was in the ring with his boots out.
Okay.
He taking his boots off in the ring. That's a work. When he's in the ring cutting promos talking about he looking like he finna save the world from racism and shit, that's a thing of work.
I've never seen somebody being fired or work unless it was done in front of the camera, like you're fired kind of shit.
Like
If it's
he
coming out in the report, baby, they gone. That's it. They ain't working there. They off payroll. Their last paycheck is in a couple weeks. That's
he's
it.
really just a misogynistic asshole because y'all know I be coming at his neck and he never comes at me sideways.
Yeah, he really never say nothing to you, and that's crazy. All he says, "I know you don't like me, so we're not even gonna do that."
Darn, he called it
Yeah,
long
he
term
stays
booking.
saying
He
long
did.
term booking.
He said it was long term booking. He said he probably will pop back up. I'm like, even if he does, he like y'all already got him set to go back to WWE. But my question is, why would he go back? I'm like, his father's legacy is tied up in
But I'm
WWE.
like, if it's long term booking, don't you know that it's kind of illegal to kind of work in two big conglomerate places at one time.
I don't know if he's going back to WWE or not. Personally, I'm gonna wait and see on that one. The jury's still out. But the reality is he was asking why would he go back? And my thing was it's very
Because he don't
simple.
have the creative reins and he need help.
All he got to do is I'm like he gets paid what he wants to be paid. Yeah, but he done did all this work on the indies. Why would he go back to WWE? Precisely for that very reason. When you work on the indies and you become a big household name, you can command top dollar when you get re-signed somewhere else.
Like Drew McIntyre.
That's exactly what Joe said. The
Drew did the
same
same
thing.
thing. Drew left 3-man band, came back by himself, top of the game, back where he was supposed to be at. And I just asked more fuel than my fire. What he say? Because what? because he come in the code and he goes after Tears and Alexis, but me and Don, he's polite. Oh, he ain't polite with me. He shady with me, but I shut that shit down.
Yeah, because when we was on live on Instagram, he was Don was going.
This
He
is like
was
when he
cool for
say
a little
silly
while,
ass
and then
bullshit. Like he like, oh, he say some silly ass shit like, oh, Drew Gulak's gonna be our next WWE champion. I'm like, that's fine. Well, Brie Bella gonna fuck around and stumble up into the arena, gonna be your next champion. So what we talking about? And then the shit that he say, he like, oh, well, this Edge and Beth Phoenix and Miz and Maurice is boring. It's pointless. But here we go. We are Britt Baker and Adam Cole.
and then too, I thought about it, and I was like, well, CM Punk and MJF been in a promo battle for the last 6 months. I mean, for the last 3 months, they've been in a promo battle, and then he said it himself that it's been going on too long, and really they haven't been booking the championships with priority. MJF and CM Punk storyline has taken priority. I'm like, that's an issue. That is a similar issue to things that have happened in WWE with certain people and their booking. You said clearly you thought Edge and Miz's segments was way too long, and you felt like the champions was taking a back seat. The same thing is happening in AEW. And it's been happening for a while. Page becomes champion, and all of a sudden, all his matches are just one-off matches. He ain't had no real storyline since he been champion.
And that seems to be an issue with them when they do have champions.
And then he goes, well, WWE done backed themselves in the corner with Roman, who they gonna have him go up against after Mania is over. I'm like, I really don't know. That's not for me to decide or to try to figure out. But I
I hate
honestly
when he
don't
say
know.
that. Like building somebody up is not backing themselves into a corner. It honestly makes for a good story each and every time. Cause it's like, damn, who's gonna beat this?
You know, like, who you gonna go to next? Because he don't have nobody. He done went through everybody. And he was like, y'all, they could have had Drew McIntyre do, but Drew's going up against Corbin. Like, that shit is whack. I'm like, no, it's not.
No, it's
It's
not.
smart
You
because Drew's been champion. Drew was champion for a minute.
and when Drew was champion, he was one of the people complaining.
Exactly. And I'm like, at the time, I'm like, you can't. I'm like, he's not the one you put up against Roman. They're gonna hate him. The moment he
Mm-hmm.
beats him, he's gonna become a heel again, which may or may not be good depending on how much how much heat he gets. But
Because it
he's
could
not.
be very
Roman's
much
already a heel. You're not supposed to have a heel beat the heel. You need to
right.
have a face or an anti-hero do it because Roman has been a heel for so fucking long.
And it's not like where it's two strong heels is going up against each other. It's like if you put Drew in there, he's going to be a heel because people are not going to be happy at the fact that he just won again out of nowhere. So
Exactly.
then you have to force him to be a heel. And who knows how that's going to wash over.
And it might not work. And they may end up having Drew drop the title. And I'm saying one more thing, then I gotta go. When it comes to black talent in WWE, I really, really wish people would stop spinning the narrative of marginalizing their accomplishments by how they lose those titles. It's not fair to them because y'all don't do that to the other talent. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
don't y'all don't marginalize how Brock Lesnar snatched the title off of Seth and Roman and everybody else, or how Samoa Joe should have beat Brock Lesnar, or at least
Mm-hmm.
had a damn feud that was longer than the feud he had with Lesnar. You don't say anything about that. No, you remember that he had a good feud with him, and that was it. If you all you care about is the fact that he lost, you'll never respect the hustle it took for them to get to that point. Was Big E
Exactly.
champion for a short amount of time? Yeah, but he had it for 100 plus days.
I think his reign was decent. It shouldn't have ended
He-
like that, but I think it was fairly decent.
no, he shouldn't have lost it at in no fatal five way, and he damn sure shouldn't have been the one to take the pin. That I disagree with. But as far as the booking goes with him and his championship, at the time, Big
I
E was
like that.
booked fine. He went up against Bobby, got the title off of Bobby, went up against Drew, beat Drew,
I'm against Seth, Kevin.
Hey, Seth, Kevin, he had plenty of fights that were worthy fights. Now, his title reign didn't last past day one, but that wasn't his fault. But he was champion since September.
Yeah. So it's pretty good. I
So it wasn't like
wish
he
they would
didn't
have
get
went
a
with the plan.
substantial amount of time with that belt. And it also don't mean he ain't gonna never get it again. Kofi is another one. While I'm not happy that he lost the title in seconds to Brock Lesnar, I don't live my life by how I'm not sitting up here like, ooh, Kofi's a loser because he lost in 15 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
He had one of the greatest ascensions to that title that they have ever given to any superstar. Any superstar.
Yeah.
And then you take him down by saying that, oh well, he had a corny title reign, he was horrible, I hated him. Like, y'all really are very very hard on the black talent, but you let the non-black talent ease by with the bare minimum.
Cause
They don't have to do nothing.
I will say this, Miz has held it down for a good decade now. However, he is not the best wrestler. And I have yet to hear one person outside of pure wrestling fans or people from the company be like, "Oh, this man is just not it. This is trash. This is terrible. He's just not worthy." Other than that, nobody complained for real when he got that title back. People was upset kayfabe wise. Work wise, wasn't nobody upset. They was like, okay, he put in the work personally as Mike, but as the Miz, he can fuck off. Now as Kofi, the second he got it, y'all was like, oh, here we go.
Just shitting on it. Same thing with
And shit
Bianca.
on every feud they had.
Oh, Bianca's, look at what they did with Bianca. I'm like, look at what they did with Bianca. Even in her loss, she's still one of the biggest people in that fucking company. Are you
Yep.
serious right now? Going over to Raw, she had a feud with Becky for sure. Becky was the one they wanted to go with because she's the most popular. She's the one everyone's laughing and joking at and loving right now. Good for Becky. Bianca hasn't had a bad feud or lost a feud that she's been in since she's been on the show. Has she lost matches? Sure. Her feud with Piper, she won.
Mm-hmm.
She beat Piper.
She's beat Piper,
She done beat
Liv,
Liv.
Sasha. Excuse
She
me.
done beat Liv. She done beat Rhea Ripley now.
She beat
Again.
Zelina. She beat Carmella. She beat Bailey.
She
She's
done beat
beating
Zelina.
everybody that she's feuded with. Outside of Becky, she ain't got up on Becky yet. But it's okay. We gonna beat that bitch ass.
Period. I'm just saying, y'all gotta stop marginalizing those black talent and just marking them by how they lose the title. You
I
gotta let
wish it
them.
wasn't so PG. I'd beat the breast milk drown your ass. Stop playing with me, girl.
Y'all have a good night. If you want to listen to the wrestling stuff in this particular show, y'all have to wait till it upload and go about two. I think it's about an hour and a half in, maybe a little bit less than that. And that's when I start talking about AEW and Tony Khan. And you can listen there. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed it because it was long and messy, but it was still fun. And I will talk to y'all later because I'm tired.
Good night.
Have a good night. Yes, that's what he said.
Who's that girl who's dating the commentator? Ooh, I'm glad I went up in here.
I can't.